We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among them are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And whereas Orange County government and the Black History Committee of Orange County Incorporated have worked together for many years in developing programs and activities which support the goals and achievements of our forefathers for the betterment of all men and women, and whereas African Americans continue to demonstrate the heroic deeds of exceptional men and women which are now inextricably woven into our society and ingrained in our history. Now, therefore, Jerry O. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim the month of February 2023 as Black History Month in Orange County, Florida, and encourage all residents to learn about the history and celebrate the contributions African Americans have made to the world, our country, and this community. Done and ordered this 24th day of January 2023, signed by the Mayor and all 6 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Receiving the proclamation today is Bernard Batson from the Black History Month Committee of Orange County. Mr. Batson.
Mayor Demings, County Commissioners, County Attorney, County Comptroller, fellow Orange County employees, and invited guests. Good morning.
Good morning.
It is an honor to receive the proclamation from the Board of County Commissioners proclaiming February as Black History Month. Carter G. Woodson, the second African American to obtain a doctorate degree from Harvard University, is called the father of Black history. In 1926, he developed a plan for a week of activities and commemorations on Black American history called Negro History Week, which became the precursor for Black History Month, which was officially recognized by President Jimmy Carter in 1978. Although this recognition and celebration is relegated to 1 month of the year, albeit the shortest one on the calendar, Black history is made 365 days out of the year. Haley Taylor Slits, at 19, she is the youngest female law school graduate in the United States of America. Zenzi Thompson, the youngest Black female to graduate from Meharry Medical College at 21. Akeem Jeffries, the first African-American minority leader of the United States Congress and House of Representatives. Earlier, a few minutes ago, I informed you that Carter G. Woodson was the second African-American to obtain a doctorate degree from Harvard University. W. Du Bois was the first. Unfortunately, both of these men are not alive today. But much like life, history has sometimes come full circle. These men will not be here to smile and see. Dr. Claudine Gay will become the first African-American and the second female president of Harvard University on July 1st, 2023 of this year. The Black History Committee of Orange County has been busy planning education and informative events for Black History Month. We started the year this month by partnering with the Carter Tabernacle CME Historical Preservation Society Family Literacy Program. Please enjoy our artwork, books, and posters that will be on display at the County Administration Building during Black History Month. Our annual reading event at Millennial Head Start will occur on February 10th, and our Festival on the Lawn event will be here on the grounds on February 24th. As I conclude, the Black History Committee would like to thank the Orange County government for your continued support, and we thank you for having this event proclaiming February as Black History Month. At this time, I would like the Black History Committee members that are here, if you would please stand. Again, thank you for this opportunity.
Hang on, we got one more. We got a stray.
Comedian, supervisor, more than better clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Batson, and thank you, Black History Committee, for being here with us this morning. The next proclamation is a very special one here. It is School Crossing Guard Appreciation. School Crossing Guard Appreciation Day. Ladies and gentlemen, and Mayor, the proclamation reads, whereas Orange County government continues to make its youngest residents a top priority by raising awareness for issues that greatly impact their safety and well-being, and whereas during the school year, more than 300 school crossing guards are dedicated to educating children about the importance of practicing safety on their way to and from school, as well as when crossing any roadway. And whereas every school day, these highly dedicated men and women are on the streets protecting our school children, teaching them about pedestrian safety, and providing an invaluable service to the community. And whereas school crossing guards can sometimes face adversarial, dangerous, or difficult conditions while performing their duties. And whereas it is the desire of the Orange County Board of County Commissioners to recognize the school crossing guards in our community who put their lives on the line each and every day to protect our children and ensure that they arrive safely to school. Now, therefore, Jerry L. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim Friday, February 3rd, 2023, as School Crossing Guard Appreciation Day in Orange County, Florida. Done and ordered this 24th day of January, 2023, signed by the Mayor and all 6 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Receiving the proclamation and bringing a few brief comments is our friend, Chief Deputy Denise Demps from the Orange County Sheriff's Office. Chief Deputy Demps.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mayor Demings and County Commissioners, for recognizing our dedicated school crossing guards on National School Crossing Guard Appreciation Day. School crossing guards provide an important service in helping our children safely cross the busy streets of Orange County as they travel to and from school. We have 316 guards covering 490 crossings for 134 schools currently. As Orange County continues to grow, we are always hiring for this critical role. So those that are interested, please contact the Orange County Sheriff's Office. Increased traffic and distracted drivers can make our school crossing guards' job very difficult. We continue to look to the community and have the drivers do their part and be aware of pedestrians while they are motoring to and from work in traffic. I am pleased to have 2 crossing guards with us today, and if I would have you stand when I call your name, Mr. James Farnham and Ms. Carmen Prude. So I wanted to give you a little bit about Mr. James first. James has been instrumental in keeping our students safe throughout the Horizons West and Windermere area. His focus on safety and dedication to the schools he serves goes above and beyond his responsibilities as crossing guard. He has created additional connections with the community through participation in after-school programs at the schools that he normally protects children going back and forth. So he has done a great job with doing that. Thank you, James. Ms. Carmen Prude has been a dedicated school crossing guard for several years. Several is not the right word for this. She's been a school crossing guard since 2003 in the Lockhart area, protecting our children as they go back and forth from school. In 2022, Carmen observed a first grade student who appeared lost and disoriented walking near her post. She took immediate action, offered assistance, and safely guided the lost student back to school. So you talk about crossing guards going above and beyond. They are there with limited tools to work. They have a paddle and they have a traffic vest, and they are often our eyes and ears on the road, helping our pedestrians get across very busy roads. So Carmen, great job. So as I close, I appreciate your support and would urge everyone to assist our kids in school crossing guards by being extra vigilant on the roads. Again, thank you, Mayor Demings, County Commissioners, and the community for recognizing our hardworking and dedicated school crossing guards today. Team, if I have you come up. Okay, thanks.
Let me also just take this opportunity to say a few words. First, I want to recognize Chief Deputy Demps. She is the highest ranking African-American female to ever serve in the Orange County Sheriff's Office, and I think it's particularly significant as we also recognize and celebrate Black History Month. She just returned after about a year of active duty service in the United States Army. She serves as a Command Sergeant Major, and which is a pretty good rank in the military and the enlisted ranks. And I've had the privilege of working with her for a number of years, and just very, very proud of her. And so give her a round of applause, please. Thank you. Also, I've had the privilege of working with our school crossing guards as well, and I want to recognize them. During my tenure as Orange County Sheriff, I will tell you that I learned that it is a very risky job that they do to protect our children as they go to school every day. During that period of time that I was sheriff, we had several of our school crossing guards who were struck by automobile, some killed while crossing our children. And so we owe them a debt of gratitude for the work that they're doing. I still have several grandchildren in Orange County Public Schools, so on behalf of our family, thank you for the work that you do. And with that, we're going to take a photograph. Give these school crossing guards another round of applause, please.
Thank you, Chief Deputy Demps. Thank you, school crossing guards. And thank you to those dedicated crossing guards that keep our children safe. Our final proclamation . Our final proclamation, last but certainly not least, is International Holocaust Remembrance Day. Mayor and Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, the proclamation reads, whereas in 1986, the Holocaust Memorial Resource and Education Center of Florida opened its doors and was the first Holocaust museum in the Southeast. And whereas the Holocaust Memorial Resource and Education Center of Florida's leadership is dedicated to using the history and lessons of the Holocaust to build respectful and inclusive communities free of anti-Semitism and all forms of prejudice and bigotry. And whereas International Holocaust Remembrance Day marks the liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau and commemorates the victims of the Holocaust, and whereas we must reassert our commitment to human rights, reaffirming Orange County's unwavering commitment to counter anti-Semitism, racism, and all other forms of hatred. And whereas International Holocaust Remembrance Day is also an opportunity to ensure future generations understand the history and apply the lessons of the Holocaust to today's world. Now, therefore, Jerry O. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim January 27th, 2023 as International Holocaust Remembrance Day in Orange County, Florida, and urges all residents to honor and remember the Holocaust victims and its survivors, done and ordered. This 24th day of January 2023, signed by the mayor and all 6 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Receiving the proclamation today is Tally Dippold, Executive Director of the Holocaust Memorial Resource and Education Center. Tally, please come forward.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor Deming, County Commissioners, County employees, and community members for issuing this important proclamation. The United Nations General Assembly designated January 27th, the anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau, as International Holocaust Remembrance Day. This day allows us not only to commemorate the murder of 6 million Jews and millions of other innocents, including Roma, Sinti, Slavs, persons with disabilities, LGBTQ+ individuals, political descendants, and many others. But remembrance is not enough. It must be followed with action. We must take the opportunity to recommit to educating students of all ages that these atrocities are never forgotten, and explain why we must always speak out against anti-Semitism and hatred in all its forms. This past year, we lost our beloved founder, Tess Weiss, along with tens of thousands of Holocaust survivors. May their memory and legacy live on in the work that we do. And we have her daughter, Ellen, here that we honor at our organization. We invite you to join us at our commemoration event on Sunday at 3 p.m. at the museum, where we'll have a renowned educator and author, Matthew Rizal, speaking about the legacy of Holocaust survivors, as well as the story of liberators in our community and around. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to take a photograph. I do recognize former Orange County Mayor, the first Orange County Mayor, Mayor Linda Chapin, has joined this group as well, and so we're going to invite all of you to come up for a photograph. Thank you. Okay, so as we move forward on our agenda this morning, in celebration of Black History Month, normally the Board of County Commission begins wearing the scarves, but we actually started during the month of February, so that's why some of the board members do not have their scarves this morning. But we will be wearing them next month for the entire month during our respective meetings. Next, I would like to move forward and invite comments from members of the public regarding topics of interest or concern that are within this board's authority. However, there are certain matters which are not appropriate for public discussion during this public comment period. These matters include pending procurement or land use issues or concerns that should properly be brought to another board rather than this board. We will solicit public input during the afternoon public hearings, and so that's a separate process that we have here within Orange County. With that, I'm going to ask Mr. Boyce, do we have any members of the public who have indicated a desire to speak at this time?
Yes, sir. We have 5 individuals that have indicated they'd like to speak in advance. As we start this process, we do want to remind you that if you have not signed up at the front desk to speak, please do so that we can get you on the list. We're going to call you in threes, and we'll ask that you line up on that back wall, and I'll announce you. We will ask you to state your name and address for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes. So our first speaker this morning is Kevin Rose, followed by Gabrielle Milch, followed by Gerardo Lopez. Mr. Kevin, if you'll approach the podium, state your name and address for the record, and you have 2 minutes, sir. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Kevin Rose, 2087 Lake Marion Drive, Apopka, Florida, 32712. I'm an avid student of history, and one consistency I've seen throughout all of history is that the arrogant and ignorant decisions by adults always tends to trickle down and devastate our most vulnerable population, and that's the children. And so a year ago, after watching the unlawful executive orders, strike teams against local merchants, and even your own employees being coerced to take the jab or lose their careers following God's direction, I was encouraged to come and start speaking. Started making public comment to be a voice and stand in the gap for the children. When I heard Mrs. Bonilla's comment last week about wasting the board's time with public comments regarding vaccine injury, I was really surprised. Not by the comment, but it was the first time in a year that I have heard any board member other than Mr. Demings speak. My question, rhetorical, is, did you draw the short straw in chambers before to make that comment? And if it wasn't that, was there campaign money at stake regarding that comment? Now, I don't have anything else to say other than I'll be asking a lot more questions about financial contributions to all of you in the future. Have a great day. I'll lift you up in prayer.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rose. We're going to move forward. Are there any other speakers at this time?
Yes, sir. Our next speaker is Gabrielle Milch, followed by Gerardo Lopez, followed by Ms. Nicole King. Ms. Milch, if you'll state your name and address for the record, and you have 2 minutes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Gabrielle Milch, and I live at 252 Coble Drive in Longwood, Florida. I'm also a property owner of several rental homes in Orange County. I'm also an appointed elected official in Seminole County now and the Soil and Water Conservation Board, and also I work for the St. Johns River Keeper. And I'm here this morning to speak to you about wetlands conservation areas and protections. I'm here to also listen later today to the process your staff has been instructed to you to streamline and balance the natural resource protection in Orange County of wetlands, while being predictable and consistent. There is a claim that this action and process is board-directed and policy of the current regulatory climate and our building boom, permitting for wetland impacts and offsets through mitigation. And I'd also like to add a component of social justice and for the people who were flooded by Hurricane Ian and Nicole this past year who live adjacent to or near wetlands that perhaps were altered their hydrology. Your staff has been quoted in saying that in Orange County, there's 97,400 acres of wetlands within 2 water management districts. And also we have the South Florida with the Everglades, and then to the north we have the St. Johns River Basin. And I know that Orange County owns 23,000 acres of it, 13% of the wetlands in Orange County, and through a willing sellers program, and I'm very excited about that. Property rights in Florida are particularly politically popular right now, and I just hope that we continue our reasonable scientific judgment and we hold polluters accountable and protect our existing residents from flooding and air and water quality pollution. And I'm looking forward to learning more today about the wetlands delineation. And that leaves 74,400 acres left of wetlands in Orange County.
All right, thank you, Ms. Milch, for your comments. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Geraldo Lopez, followed by Ms. Nicole King, followed by Mr. Chuck O'Neill.
Good morning. My name is Gerardo Lopez. I live in 8135 Cannon Street. Orange County Mayor and Commissioners, my name is Gerardo Lopez, and I represent FD Football Club. This is a youth soccer organization with more than 800 kids throughout the years in different programs. During recent years, we have found an issue concerning field rentals in public parks due to the field being excessively reserved and blocked out by same organizations. In addition, we found that fields were not actively being used at the appointed times. After the field allocation process last year, there was no change in said parks, the new result being 90% similar to the previous one. This process didn't solve the problem, which is growing due to the demand of fields increasing month by month, thanks to the increase in participants on all types of sports, especially soccer. An effective solution to this problem is urgently needed. We have also found an nonsensical price difference based on the different counties and facilities. City of Orlando Parks and Recreation, $40 an hour per field. Seminole County, between $30 and $40 an hour. Other complexes as Austin Tyndall, $75 and $105. Orange County Public School, $45 an hour. Orange County Parks and Recreation, $15 an hour. We conclude that such low prices means that public parks placed for the use and enjoyment of the entire community are treated as a private facility of certain organizations, leading to the monopolization of these parks, not allowing their use neither to other organizations nor to individuals. It is understanding that these low prices in Orange County act as an entry barrier for new organizations or individuals who want to use the parks. A consistent price increase will not only make those organizations unable to carry out this monopoly practice and stop treating public parks as private facilities. We have evidence, and we have shared with Commissioner Uribe, and public parks belong to all of us, and we are also part of this community, even if there are some organizations that are interested in making us believe otherwise. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lopez, and I know that you've been working with Mr. Sudemeyer, our Director of Parks and Recreation, and the Parks Advisory Board as well regarding applications for the use of our fields, and I know that our staff is willing to continue working with you to look for solutions to your various requests. So thank you for your presence this morning. We're going to move forward to the next speaker, please.
Yes, sir. Our next speaker is Ms. Nicole King, followed by Mr. Chuck O'Neill, followed by Adam Karim Ayed.
Good morning, Mayor and County Commissioners. My name is Nicole King. I live at 25822 Pinehurst Street, 32776. Where there is risk, there must be choice. I am a registered nurse who is here on a bipartisan issue, Frontline for Freedom. I have worked in Central Florida for close to 17 years across various hospital systems and came here today to clarify some confusion related to vaccine mandates. Vaccine mandates still exist in this county. Exemptions are inconsistent around multiple hospitals, and loopholes continue around them. Nurses are leaving this county to work in others. How does this represent equality? Perfectly healthy and willing nurses are being discriminated against due to their personal medical choices related to vaccines. And for the record, this sadly pertains to all vaccines, not just COVID. Never in all my 17 years of service has this ever been questioned until now. There are clear inconsistencies in criteria required to work in hospitals around this county. How am I deemed unsafe in one and not in another? Who oversees the decision-making process with one hospital allowing exemptions and another not? I know for over 2 decades you have worked in law enforcement, Mayor. We all know how hard it is to keep police departments safely staffed. The profession is dangerous, underpaid, and undervalued. Many struggle to work in these conditions, and resignations are no stranger to this profession. Healthcare is no different. But of all these reasons, one's vaccination status should not equate to their right to work. At a state level, and on behalf of Health Freedom Florida, a bipartisan solution is being proposed to streamline and restore civil liberties to county and state residents. 2 identical bills have been introduced to both the Senate and the House in Florida. SB 222, Protection of Medical Freedom, and HB 305, the Historic Civil Rights Bill, which will cover both the unvaccinated as well as the vaccinated. These address the current discrimination your county and state residents face when it comes to medical freedoms and civil liberties. But until then, I'm asking what at a county level can be done to stop this workplace discrimination? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. King, for your comments this morning. As it has been stated before, at the local level, we do not have regulatory authority over the vaccines that are being required by hospital professionals, et cetera. That's primarily a state and a federal issue. And so I know that you and your organization will be working with the legislature moving forward. So that truly is the appropriate place for the advocacy to take place. But we understand your concern, and we'll just have to see what comes out of this upcoming legislative session.
We appreciate your support.
All right. Thank you for your
Thank you.
presence. We're going to move to the next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Mr. Chuck O'Neill, followed by Adam Karim Ayed.
Do you have the graphic that I sent in?
We don't have any attachments to our form for the graphic.
Oh, okay. Can we put this up? Yeah, please. Is it 2 minutes or 3?
2 minutes, if you'll state your name and address for the record.
My name is Chuck O'Neill, 2329 Park Village Place, Apopka, Florida. I would like to congratulate you on having today's presentation on wetlands. Wetlands are so very important because so many of our lakes and rivers in Orange County are polluted to the point that they're classified as impaired. One of the great things that we have in Orange County are wetlands, which are solar-powered water filtration systems that cost nothing. They're here, they've been here for thousands of years. The only deal that we have with nature is that we not pave them over, and they'll continue to work. Unfortunately, in Orange County, there are municipalities such as the city of Orlando that do not have any wetlands regulations. A developer can buy a parcel of property of wetlands, and as long as they get the permit from the state, they can pave over those wetlands, and I've seen that happen time and time again. But Section 704 of the Orange County Charter says that county ordinances shall be effective within municipalities, and shall prevail over municipal ordinances when the county sets standards for protecting the environment by prohibiting or regulating air or water pollution. So the regulations that you set today or through this process should prevail over all of Orange County, not just in unincorporated Orange County. And you have here the legal authority to make that a case throughout the cities as well as the entire county. So I hope you take advantage of this section of the charter and put it to good use. And I leave our wetlands in your very capable hands. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Mr. O'Neill. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
That concludes our public comments period for this morning, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you to all of the members of the public who came forward today. We're going to move forward then on our agenda this morning, and we'll move to our consent agenda. I'm going to ask the county administrator, Mr. Brown Brooks, to present the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mayor Demings. 3 items of note. First is item C1. That's the resolution appointing members of the 2024 Orange County Charter Review Commission. Just to note that the District 1 appointee, adding the District 1 appointee of Erica Jackson to the resolution, as noted in your backup. Commissioner Wilson submitted the name yesterday, and so we want to add that notation to the resolution that's in your agenda packet under the consent agenda C1. And again, that's the name of Erica Jackson. And then 2 items we want to pull off the agenda, today's agenda, to be heard this afternoon with public hearing F9. Those 2 items are B5, and that's a matter concerning funding agreement with Legal Aid Society. That's item B5. I'm going to pull that off the consent agenda to be heard concurrently or considered this afternoon as part of public hearing F9. And likewise with item H11 under PEDS. H11 concerns the designation of certain employees to establish the Office of Tenant Services, designating them as code enforcement officers. We want to pull H11 off the consent agenda to be considered this afternoon with public hearing F9. And with those 3 notation, Mayor, staff presents the remainder of the consent agenda for board consideration.
All right, with those items noted by the county administrator, is there a motion for approval?
So moved, Moore.
Second Gomez.
Motion by Commissioner Moore, second by Commissioner Gomez-Cordero. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes, and it is unanimous. Do want to note before we move to the next item, the 42.46 acre Lewis and Crest parcels are in District 2, adjacent to lands preserved by the Central Florida Expressway Authority. These contracts represent the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th purchases since the County Commission dedicated the $100 million for the preservation of environmentally sensitive lands here within Orange County. Additionally, these parcels will represent the first parcels purchased under the Green Place program that will preserve a rare upland habitat, also known as scrub. We also approved increasing the Health Services Department manning table by 3 positions to increase capacity for Orange County's drug-free office fentanyl overdose prevention initiative. The U.S. Department of Justice Office of Justice Programs awarded Orange County the fiscal year 2022 comprehensive opioid stimulant and substance abuse program, and the county also received funding through the Florida statewide opioid settlement fund. These 3 positions will increase the capacity of our county to address overdose prevention issues and priorities going forward. So I do note those items as a result of the approval of the consent agenda. With that, we're going to move to our discussion agenda at this time. I'm going to ask Ms. Carrie Mathis, the manager of our procurement division, to come forward to present the procurement committee recommendations regarding selection of the firm and alternate to provide continuing professional services for our water resources program. And with that, Ms. Mathis, you are recognized at this time.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. This item begins on page 559 of your agenda. The Procurement Committee has evaluated proposals for continuing professional services for water resources program. I am requesting board selection of one firm and an alternate. Commissioner Bonilla was assigned to the Procurement Committee.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Mathis. With that, Commissioner O'Neill, would you like to offer a motion?
I move for the selection of Garollo Engineers, Inc. at 476.25 points with Arcadis US, Inc. at 390.25 points as the alternate.
Second, Uribe.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes, and it is unanimous. Thank you, Ms. Mathis. We're going to move to the next item on our agenda, and this is under the discussion agenda. I'm going to ask Ms. Kelly Teague, the Director of our Legislative Affairs Office, to present the 2023 legislative priorities for Orange County. With that, Ms. Teague, you're recognized.
Good morning, Mayor, Comptroller Diamond, members of the board. It's great to be with you today, and it's hard to believe it's that time again. We are approaching the 2023 state legislative session, so I'd like to go over a few of the priorities that we've drafted as staff for your consideration as we adopt the legislative agenda for the county. To get started, I thought it would be good to talk about our overall goal while we're in Tallahassee, our mission as we are up there working the halls. We want to identify proposals that impact the county's provision of services to our citizens. We want to inform decision makers about the positive and often negative consequences of proposed legislation. And lastly, we want to advocate for fair, reasonable, and balanced resolution of current and future challenges. So let's get started. We're going to start with an overview. We just had a general election, so you're going to see a lot of new faces in the legislature, and that includes the Orange County Legislative Delegation. So let's start with the incoming Senate President. This is Kathleen Pasadomo, District 28. That serves Collier, Hendry, Lee County. It's Southwest Florida. And then members of the Orange County Legislative Delegation that serve in the Senate. You can see we've broadened from 3 to 5. Our overall legislative delegation did grow in size from 12 members to 15 members. So here you can see 2 additional members and the districts they serve. And then on the House side, we have Speaker Paul Renner, District 19. That's the East Coast, Flagler, St. Johns counties. And then you can see members of the Orange County Legislative Delegation that serve in the Florida House, big group, and the districts they represent. Next, I want to go through a timeline of upcoming activity. Committee weeks actually started in December, and we're actually in the middle of a committee week right now. We have a couple more committee weeks in February, and then the legislature will get started on March 7th. I wanted to point out on February 8th, we will be going up to Tallahassee collectively as part of Orange County Day, and we look forward to having several of you in attendance as we work together on advancing our priorities. And I also wanted to point out FACT Legislative Day, which is scheduled on March 15th. We can cross all of our fingers and all of our toes that we convene on May 5th. That is the scheduled date when the session should conclude. And the draft priorities. I wanted to start off with our key priorities, which involve affordable housing. We want to promote innovative solutions to address affordable housing here in Orange County. On the transportation side, as you all know, the bipartisan infrastructure bill that passed in D.C. Programmed a lot of money, and a lot of that money is being transitioned to the states via formula. So we want to make sure we are well positioned to leverage federal funding distributed by formula to the state of Florida to address transportation priorities here in Orange County. On the state funding side, we have 3 priorities. Mental health services. This is broad. It involves our youth mental health teams as well as the CRC. And we also have Vivitrol program. This has been on our agenda for a couple years to address the opioid crisis. And then we also have the Wekiva Trail Extension. This is a West Orange Trail Extension along Welch Road and Wekiva Springs Road. It's a 3-mile segment that will connect Orange County to the Florida coast-to-coast system. Under home rule, I hope I'm not being a pessimist, but I suspect about 99% of the work we do in Tallahassee this session will be in this section right here. It's a critical part of what we'll be doing here in Tallahassee. And unfortunately, I think a bulk of what we will be doing is defensive when it comes to preserving home rule, preserving local government funding sources, maintaining existing authority for zoning, permitting, and conservation, and expanding local authority to address unique issues related to BMAPs and TMDL goals. That has been the case the last, I'd say, 2 to 3 sessions. We've been hyper-focused in this area, and all indications so far is that that will continue to be the case in 2023. We also have our support and oppose statements. We want to support Amendment 1 legislation that directly impacts water quality and quantity, land preservation, and acquisition. We want to support renewable energy efforts and sustainability. We want to support mitigation efforts to address advanced septic system requirements. We also want to support the legislative priorities of our community partners consistent with county efforts. We see this a lot in the transportation side, priorities that may come from Metro Plan Orlando, Lynx, the Expressway Authority. That often comes up in this area, and if it rises and definitely impacts Orange County, we want to have the ability to work with our partners on their efforts as well. We want to oppose preemption, cost shifts, unfunded mandates, and oppose legislation that negatively impacts TDT funding and governance. Last but not least, this section is our fluid section. Right now, we are monitoring these items, but they very well could move to a key priority if bills are filed or if amendments come up that are particularly of interest to Orange County. This list is similar to what you saw last year. There is an additional item I wanted to point out, and that's the bottom item, the South Florida Water Management District. We want to pay close attention to water policy when it comes to how things are handled, particularly when we have hurricanes or severe weather events, and we have counties with different needs and challenges, and how all of that is coordinated through our water management districts. So, Mayor, I wanted to pause for a moment just in case there was any discussion on the items that are here or not here.
Okay, we do have questions or comments. We'll start with Commissioner Moore.
All right. Thank you, Kelly. I know it's a rigorous and busy time for you going to Tallahassee, and we have a brand-new delegation, so I know it'll be a lot of work for you and your staff. My question I have two. Under Home Rule, it's the fourth bullet about expanding local authority to address unique issues related to BMAPs and TMDL goals. Can you expand upon that a little bit, since that's sort of been one of my main issues? I was curious what you're seeing legislatively coming out of Tallahassee.
The challenge is we haven't seen anything just yet. These normally come out in the form of large committee bills, and so we want to make sure we have the flexibility to process our TMDL goals and all of the different water policy and land use policy decisions that come out of the committee level. And so we haven't seen much yet, but I suspect we will be seeing something coming up.
And I'm assuming, so it's the fiscal side that too much responsibility does not end up on the county.
Correct.
and our citizens, right? So that's what we're watching for.
And Commissioner, you see that particularly with septic system requirements and making sure that any policy that passes at the state level has funding associated with it to help our residents offset the costs.
Very good. Okay, and then similarly, under the draft priorities, number 4, mitigation efforts to address advanced septic system requirements. Can you address that as well?
Same item, hand in hand with what we just discussed.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you, Kelly. I know this is busy time, so thank you for everything you do. Quick question about the comment about partnerships and making sure that we're sort of pulling in the necessary folks. Does that include our municipal partners? Because I know there are some projects that I think would be able to get more traction, but they are municipal projects, but if we had kind of a unified voice.
Absolutely, Commissioner. In the past, we have worked with others, particularly if there's an appropriation project request that also impacts Orange County, but it's being offered up by a municipal government. And then we also work together with the Florida League of Cities. FACT partners very closely with them because oftentimes local government issues are indistinguishable between county issues and municipal issues.
Exactly. That was perfect. I mean, then, excuse me, I know we're obviously limited here as the amount of in-house staff we have dedicated to this. So just a question about when we have our lobbyist group that we contract with, that there has been, in the past, some potential conflicts that they've also represented some of the interests that really are pushing for preemption. And are we going to be able to vet that and make sure that tax dollars that go to those groups are being spent really to prioritize things for Orange County residents?
Most definitely. We have a comprehensive conflict process, so anything that might come up is vetted before any additional work is taken on. Our contract takes priority.
Commissioner Uribe.
Hi there. I know that we are minimalist right now looking at Tallahassee this year, and it's too bad. But what has worried me is that I've seen some introductions of bills that could actually affect us as electeds and our ruling and what's available. How any kind of feel or temperature on those kind of things when we look at the legislature trying to really almost give themselves gubernatorial power?
It's a real challenge, and it's something that we're going to be watching very closely. I know FAC is also closely watching this one and prepared to work hard. For those who aren't familiar, there's a proposed bill that would allow the legislature to recall local elected officials. And so we're going to see some interesting proposals coming out of Tallahassee. We also have seen some proposals involving making the homestead exemption 2% instead of 3%. And the budgetary implications of that are not just a one-time impact, it's recurring and compounding. And so we're seeing some, Commissioner, to your point, some really aggressive proposals coming out of Tallahassee that will take a lot of effort.
So we're basically taking the role of watching and seeing as this plays out, because I know, it'll be difficult to get, we have a very minimalist kind of way of looking, unfortunately, this year.
I think the challenge for us right now is identifying what information our legislators need to understand the impacts of these proposals. So we're working with OMB to run numbers. If we were to reduce the homestead exemption, what is the impact on county government and delivery of services? So that when we come in and we speak with our legislators, we have data and information. It's not a political statement. It is data and information that can say specifically, here are the most likely impacts of this type of legislation. So that's what we're working on right now.
Great, thank you.
As it relates to the homestead exemption, what Ms. Teague is referencing is, you may recall the Save Our Homes provision, where that on an annual basis, your homes are appraised by the property appraiser, and there's a statutory cap. It cannot increase by more than 3% in any one particular year. And there's some conversation in the legislature to reduce that to 2%. And that's where there will be potentially a financial impact to local governments as a result of that. But with any of these pieces of legislation, they are supposed to do a financial impact analysis that is supposed to be discussed within the legislature. But we'll just have to see. We're monitoring that for any potential implications for us going forward. Okay. All right. Commissioner Scott.
Good morning, Kelly.
Good morning, and welcome.
I was just curious as to why marijuana would be one of our things to look out for. I know not just in my district, but across the county, I see an increase in the number of medicinal marijuana shops and even smoke shops. I'm just curious as what was the logic in that?
So initially, when this priority came aboard, it involved the regulation of where dispensaries were located, where grow was located, and the legislature created an interesting approach. Because it is considered medical marijuana, they said you cannot do anything more restrictive than what you would do for any other form of medicine. And so as we watch that policy shift and change, we want to make sure that, to the extent that we can, we're preserving our ability to plan in our communities. So that's how, we haven't seen anything yet this session, and in fact, we didn't really see anything last session either, but it's one of those items that if it comes up, we need to be prepared. Thank you. No problem.
Okay, Commissioner Bonilla.
So I was just wondering, with the legislative, I forgot what it was called when they came here that day.
A delegation hearing.
The delegation hearing, thank you. Who's responsible for sending out an email letting us know that's going to happen? Because I know in the past, someone, I just can't remember who it was that would send us that email. I don't know if it was their secretary or who it was, because we just didn't get one. I know we didn't get one last year. We didn't get one this year. So I'm just wondering who's responsible for that so that I know how to look out for it next time.
It's a distribution list, Commissioner, and let me double check. I'll make sure that all of the commissioners on there, you should be on there, but let me take another look and make sure. So for next legislative delegation, you definitely receive notification. It should have been, but I need to double check that for you.
Okay, thank you. And also, I don't know if I'm putting you on the spot here, if you could remember, but can you remind us of what the preemption bills that passed the last session? I know there was one going around about work at home businesses or something like that, and there was a few others, but I didn't know how that ever turned out.
I'm embarrassed to say I cannot recall that off the top of my head, but I am happy to do a little research. Is that the specific one you're interested in, work from home and requirements associated with business registry.
That
If you
one and
have-
anything else that might have been out there that, we just want to be kept up to date on like what did pass, what didn't. That way we know and we're aware.
Absolutely. I'm going to pull the presentation from last year when I did the wrap-up, and I've got it all in there. I'll send it your way. I can get that for you
Okay.
easily.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if that was done though before the governor actually signed it.
He had, we still had a few outstanding bills out there,
Yeah.
but it was mainly the budget that had not been finalized when we did our wrap-up presentation. That's always tough on the timing because it's a delay.
Want to make sure that it was something that actually passed the governor's and, desk and everything too.
I can definitely pull that for you. No problem, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Kelly. Good morning.
Good morning.
I only want to ask you something very simple. You added here again mental health services. What is new, or what is, what are we going to work in now with this?
So
for
we
the
have
mental health?
We have not heard of any policy bills.
Okay.
So when the item on our agenda deals with appropriations, and we have two appropriations. One is part of a statewide grant program for our central receiving center. It started off as a direct appropriation, but in the midst of the budget downturn, it made a lot more sense to make it a competitive grant program that it's administered by the state. So that is funded. It's gone anywhere from $10 million to $20 million, depending on the year. So that is the appropriation we're watching very closely. And then also we have a community response team, which is for youth mental health services. I believe that's about a $750,000 appropriation. And so we want to make sure, it's called a CAT team. You may have heard that terminology before. So that's also included under mental health services. But it could be, Commissioner, much broader. If we do see policy bills come out this session, that's something that Donna is very involved with to make sure we understand the impacts of, Baker Acting, Marchman Act, any type of changes from a policy standpoint on mental health services and provisions in the state. So those two items are most laser focused on mental health on our agenda.
Okay, keep me posted. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Also, to follow up on Commissioner Gomez-Cordero's comments regarding our central receiving center, we happen to be one of the few counties within the state of Florida that actually has one. Going back now a couple of decades nearly, from a public policy perspective, we made a decision here within our county that we would lead with treatment for individuals who may be mentally ill, who suffer with substance disorders, et cetera. And we saw it as part of a comprehensive crime reduction strategy because what we found was that a disproportionate number of individuals who are arrested and booked into our Orange County jail suffer with some form of mental illness, or they take psychotropic medications, et cetera. They have co-occurring issues with alcoholism, et cetera. And what we found was that if we treat them effectively, we can reduce the number of times that they are actually arrested. And so our bookings in Orange County have been fairly stable since we fully integrated that public policy into place. We, on an annual basis, book somewhere around 30,000 individuals through our jail on an annual basis. That's down. At one point, we were booking 60+ thousand individuals through our jail on an annual basis. And so that public policy of leading with treatment is good in terms of financially for our county. It's far less costly to provide the treatment services than to incarcerate individuals. And so we have offset the need to continue expanding the jail with capital to staff the jail and all of those other things over the last couple of decades as a result of that. So we are monitoring the dollars allocated for mental health treatment very closely. From the federal level, there are federal dollars that are being distributed and allocated through the states, through the SAMHSA grant program, and we are monitoring that to make certain that Orange County continues to compete. Kelly mentioned the funding that we receive from the state for our CRC. It is a competitive process, and because we have a lot of data that we have collected over time, that data is pretty persuasive when we go to Tallahassee and compete for various grants, and so we're very optimistic. It is, I think, significant at this time, given the last few days in our nation where there's been a mass shooting there in California. Probably when they probe into the background of the shooter, there's probably some mental illness issues there. And then there was a school shooting recently where 2 students and some staff members were shot and killed in a school. So those types of violent crime incidents are continuing almost always when they probe into the backgrounds of these violent offenders. There's some mental illness there. And so I have to applaud our Sheriff's Office and the Orlando Police Department, who have these programs where they have clinicians who are now responding out in the sheriff's instance in tandem with deputy sheriffs to calls involving the mentally ill to make certain that there's an appropriate referral process that occurs and that there's appropriate intervention and services provided to those individuals. The Orlando Police Department dispatches clinicians, I think, independent of the police officers, but at our Criminal Justice Public Safety Coordinating Council meeting on a quarterly basis, they come in and they provide some update to us about how both programs are going. But that has, I think, stabilized somewhat the violent crime rate within our community. So it's far-reaching when we talk about mental health treatment and the needs. So Kelly will be working with our team of professionals within the county as well as our lobbyists to make certain that we have the presence there within Tallahassee during the legislative session to monitor anything that occurs there. So with that, Commissioner Moore, did you have an additional comment?
Yes, along that line of mental health, Mayor, because I know we had talked about last year, with the gaps, the 50 million range gap, and I know we had a plan perhaps to be able to backfill some of that this budget year. Maybe you or Kelly could address, I know you talked about a little bit just a minute ago, how we're going to handle that, because certainly anecdotally driving around District 2, I can see the problem increasing. So I'm just curious if you see us having a work session or being able to put more money into permanent supportive housing, or where you see that issue going this year.
Yeah, there's a work group that has been working across the various disciplines, working with the hospitals and other mental health and healthcare providers. They will come back to the board and give you an update about the process. The county administrator is monitoring that very closely so that we could identify additional resources. We as a county allocated this fiscal year an additional $10 million to address the gap, but also the hospitals and some of the other major providers made a commitment that they too would step up to the plate to help fill the gap, but trying to understand where there are perhaps a duplication of services. This team of professionals are looking to determine if there is a way to make the system-wide processes more efficient. Part of that is the sharing of data. So we have our technology representatives within the various organizations who are working, trying to understand what that data flow should look like so that we can streamline some processes. But we know that housing and treatment, increasing the number of beds for treatment is important. As a state, Florida still ranks, if not last, near the bottom in terms of per capita allocations for mental health treatment and substance abuse treatment. But today, on today's agenda, I highlighted the fact that as a result of the opioid settlement, there's additional dollars that we will be getting, and with our drug-free office, we're one of the few counties that has something where we're doing proactively on the prevention side to stop things from happening, not just reacting to it once it occurs. So we will continue all of those efforts going forward. So Ms. Teague is watching that, and so I know that over time we'll continue to give you an update. But we'll be bringing something back to the board and giving an update where we are with the continuum of care review that has occurred. Okay. All right.
Mayor, I do have an action request, approval of the overall agenda for the 2023 state legislative session.
All right. With that, do we have a motion for approval?
Motion. Go ahead now. Give it to her.
I believe we're yielding to
Commissioner
Commissioner Moore as the motioner and Commissioner Gomez Cordero as the seconder. On the motion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. Thank you for the presentation. With that, we're going to move forward now. We're going to ask Ms. Lisa Sneed, the Assistant County Administrator, to come forward regarding a presentation on staffing within our various commission offices. And I will tell you that we are looking to make certain that from a budgetary perspective that there's equity across the offices, that your budgets are all similar in terms of size and scope and function. And they've done a lot of research across the state, similar sized counties, some larger, et cetera, with the levels of staffing. And so they have a detailed presentation that they'll be making this morning and looking for ultimately some board direction. With that, Ms. Sneed, you're recognized.
Good morning, Mayor Demings, Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to come today to share with you some of the information that staff has gathered and to provide an opportunity for discussion amongst the board members. So I just want to run through some of the topics we're going to cover. We're going to go over the background, the current policy for staffing our commission offices, the current budget, our comparative data with other jurisdictions, and then what the next steps would look like following discussion today. This item came up this summer during the budget work sessions. Commissioner Bonilla submitted a memo requesting that there be a discussion regarding this item. There was discussion. There were varying levels of interest at that time among the board members. So the mayor directed staff to go back and do research and analysis and to bring this back to the board at a future date. After that meeting, we had several meetings with commissioners, so thank you for the input that you shared during those meetings, commissioners. And then staff has surveyed various jurisdictions. So the current policy in place was established in 2004, and it provided each commission district with 2 full-time positions and 3 staffing options, and it set a salary cap of $135,000 with those 2 positions. This chart that I'm showing now shows that the current full-time authorized staffing level for each commission district is 2 full-time employees. The second column shows that these are the staffing levels currently being utilized in each of the offices. And as you can see, Commissioner Bonilla has a kind of a hybrid model where she's using on-call staff members, even though she does have the approval to do 2 full-time staff members. And then our newest commissioner, Commissioner Scott, is in the process of staffing up. And because of the labor market that we're dealing with everywhere, many of you have been utilizing temporary staff as needed to fill gaps. The next chart shows the budget that was adopted this year for each commission office. As you can see on the second row, regular salaries. The salaries are fairly in line with each of the other commission districts, and this is dependent upon sometimes how long staff members have been, on our staff and our payrolls. With, again, as I had pointed out earlier, Commissioner Bonilla utilizes an alternative model of staffing at this point, and so her funding is not in the second row, regular salaries, but shows up in the third row under the other salaries and wages. So you have all combine your personal services, and then each commission office has funding also for operating and capital. What we did is...
Mind me jumping in real quick?
Sure.
But I also have a temp agency with help that helps me out with stuff that's in the other line item.
That's under
not
the
in top.
operating, right? They're
Yeah.
like contractual.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. So looking at some of the other peer counties, similar size to us, you can see that the number of staff per, per commission district varies anywhere from 5 to 10 in Miami-Dade to Orange and Hillsborough, which are the lowest at 2 per district. The next chart, The next chart is the Central Florida governmental areas, and you can see again that it ranges anywhere between 1 and 3 staff members. And I'd like to point out that the populations in our surrounding areas are much lower than they are, of course, in Orange County. If you were to take the 2004 staffing levels and compare that to our population and kind of extrapolate that out to current day, if you were looking at a per staff member per population, it would support a third staff member. And these are just some of the comparative numbers with other jurisdictions, so you can see that it ranges anywhere between 1 and 3 staff members per district in some of the other counties throughout Florida. So when I met with each of you, the reasons that were stated for needing additional staff were the number of increased constituents, which we just discussed, the needs of those constituents. All of you expressed an interest to respond to your constituents within 12 to 24 hours, and with the growth and the demands, wanting to make sure that you can do that adequately, and felt that adding another staff member would allow you to do that. Also, as we all know, there's many extreme issues that we've been dealing with in Orange County and throughout the world and the state of Florida, COVID, hurricanes, and many of our constituents are facing serious needs, including housing, food, shelter, and so forth. So this chart just shows kind of the type of positions that are currently in the menu of options for commissioners. And you can see that it's administrative assistant, executive secretary, and administrative aide. What we did is OMB ran some numbers with HR to show what it would look like if we were to add another aide to each of your offices, and on an annual fiscal impact, it would be about $566,000 additional dollars for the county overall. And the chart below kind of shows what that would look like if we were to put funding in each of your budgets this year in order to allow you to bring on an additional aide. This next option is a similar but a lower position. This would be with funding for an administrative assistant, and the impact of that would be $487,000. And again, the chart below shows kind of the funding for that if it were to be included in each of the budgets for this fiscal year. And the funds also include funds for retirement and medical benefits. So some of the pros for doing this would be to provide flexibility for your departments. It would allow you to have a permanent position so that some of you are utilizing interns, and after 6 months, even though you love these interns, you can no longer utilize them. So you had expressed an interest in options, and this would allow for that. And of course, the cons are that it would cost money, and some districts may not have space for 3 people. However, I think most of you have stated that with remote work options and flexible schedules that you can accommodate that. The second option is the same as the first as far as pros and cons. It's just that it would be a little bit, it would allow for some hierarchy within your department so that you didn't have all aide level, but it would allow you to do that, and it would be a lower fiscal impact. So if, after discussion today, this board decides that they do want to move forward with adding an additional position to each district office, you would just need to take these actions today, and then this would become effective immediately. And I can walk you through those later after discussion, but it would basically be to approve a budget transfer, to transfer the monies from reserves to each of your district offices based on the charts that I showed previously, and also to amend the current staffing policy to add a full-time position and to remove the combined salary cap as long as the total salaries and benefits don't exceed the amended budget for the fiscal year for personal services. So with that, that's all I have, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
All right. We're going to start with Commissioner Wilson.
Great work on this. I just think it's been such a, the numbers don't lie type scenario where I think we've all felt what we expressed at that budget hearing, and then seeing the confirmation on, the justification for the third based on the growth, and having also do that comparison. I know that we're a very different county, but just it kind of lets us know we're on the right track, that we're not asking for much. I think one of the things that we didn't articulate, or that I maybe didn't share, but I want to make sure that I'm stating, is that partly the issue working for a county government is that many things happen outside of business hours. And that doesn't mean that we don't need to have somebody available and responsive during business hours. So, this upcoming week, there's 2 different, weekend events that I'm going to have to ask someone to maybe be available for, 3, maybe more, who knows what comes down the pipe in the next 2 days. And then in District 1, I know we all have these challenges in some capacity, but it's not uncommon for me to have 3 community meetings because of a development application, a rezoning application, or a transportation initiative that then has us working till 8 or 9 o'clock at night. So just doing the numbers, it's either just me or I have somebody working over 40 hours a week. And I think we are all, this study and tracking sort of from the beginning of this allowed me to see really how dangerous we have been dancing on that respect for the 40-hour work week for a full-time employee of the county. So, I'm going to add that. I'm going to add to that pro column on really supporting adding a position is the retention. I think that we've all seen also the burnout in our staff, and we've lost some great folks from these offices that I think, had there been a way to balance their work life or their continued career goals or educational goals, that we would have been able to have them here still. So that's my pitch. I support it, the additional position.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your presentation, Lisa. I guess I'm trying to understand the options. So we have option 1, option 2. The next steps to B, that would apply regardless of what option that we select?
Well, if you select the higher, the aide position, you would want to take option A under next steps. And I'm sorry, A says 1 or, but you would want to take the higher dollar figure amount. But if you decide to do the administrative assistant, you would want to make the second motion. Does that make sense?
And yes, you still would do, and B is a separate action.
So either option B is going to be attached to either one?
Correct. Once you decide on A, then you need to take action B.
Okay. Copy that.
Sorry, I missed that.
I looked at the 311 calls for District 6, and the numbers steadily increase. And while 311 calls aren't calls that are taken by staff, it is reflective of the need of each district. So you can imagine if 311 is receiving a number of calls, you can imagine the people who don't know to call 311 who call the commissioner's office for anything from a light out to a dog needing shelter or something of that nature. I shared with county staff in my onboarding that the city of Orlando recently added a second full-time aide, but what was not included in that information in the presentation was that for years they would, out of their discretionary funds, something we don't have, they would hire like a staff assistant, so they didn't have an aide. And so the distinct difference in the city is that staffing wasn't coming out of the commissioner's budget, right? Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to amend either option, whether it's option 1 or option 2. I'd like to make a motion to amend that whatever option we amend the motion before us, but whatever option that we select, that we also add a 4th aide effective of the next fiscal year.
I don't think that is appropriate, Commissioner. I think when we talk about budget implications, we do it in the sunshine to make certain that we have all the ramifications. We make it in the context of what the CPI is, what revenues are, so that across the county, there's parity, equity, and so we have a whole process about the budget. I don't know that it would be appropriate for us to today, without the full deliberation of the context of the entire budget, to say we're going to automatically next year increase the county commissioners' budget or staffing by one additional person. We have that conversation across the needs of the entire county. And I think that as electeds, we should hold ourselves to the same standard that we hold the entire county departments, divisions, and respective subdivisions to, where there's a conversation and justification that is made. I will tell you that we never have enough staff to do everything that we need to do. So I think we have to be sensitive to all of that. What is on the agenda today is this item regarding staffing in the current fiscal year. We knew that we began these conversations during the last budget session, and it came towards the end. And when it came up at that time, we didn't have all of the information by which to make an informed decision. We owe that to the constituents. And that's when I directed staff to do a bit of research. We owed that to the public to make certain we had that conversation. So I just don't think that that's, in my opinion, an appropriate option today.
Mayor, may I ask, so whether appropriate or not, I just want to make sure I understand. In reading the rules of procedures, if we were to move to buy a desk, and this is what was presented to me by the county attorney's office, we can also move to buy a table because it's germane to the discussion. I understand it takes a while. We are in the start of our budget year that goes, it's a year-round process. What I'm saying is that we're going to choose one of these motions today, one of these options today, to adopt with immediate effect, in my understanding. What I'm asking is that with the next fiscal year that we look at adding a fourth position, because we're growing. We're one of the fastest growing counties in the state. When I came on, I was informed that our response time was, anywhere from 72 hours or more, but 72 hours is the equivalent of a 3-day notice if someone's calling for help. I believe we have the resources to do it. We certainly have, it's within budget. And so what I'm asking is just because I don't know if I'll have a second, but I think it's appropriate for me to introduce it in this forum because based on the rules of procedure, at least my understanding of the rules of procedure, it's germane to the discussion. And so what I'm asking is we consider one or two options, but as a caveat to amend those options, that we also consider adding a fourth person at the start of the next fiscal year.
It's a conversation that we can have. What I'm saying is that there's an appropriate time to have that conversation. That wasn't part of the agenda today, to talk about adding a fourth person. That was adequately noticed to the public, and we have a process. We'll begin the formal budget process. I'll send out some correspondence here soon, giving overall guidance to all of the funding partners that we have, not just those who report proper under the Board of County Commission, but to all of those constitutional offices that we do fund or provide some funding to. So everyone knows what the rules of engagement are. And if you want to notate that during the budget discussions, there will be a discussion had about adding a fourth person. I don't know that we need a motion. We just can note that that's part of the conversation that will come up during our budget process that will take place starting here soon and go through the summer with the appropriate meetings.
Thank you, Mayor, for the clarification. But I'm trying to understand, am I wrong in my understanding, I asked the county attorney, am I wrong in my understanding of the procedures? Because as a board member, we can present a motion to amend something. This is germane to the discussion.
Well, let me start.
If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I just want to make sure that I understand it, right?
Start with the beginning. First of all, you're making a motion to amend something that hasn't been moved yet.
Okay.
And so just from a procedural standpoint,
Right.
we would have to wait till the board had its discussion on option 1, option 2, and decide which option they're going to go forward with.
Understood.
At that point in time, a motion to amend would be appropriate because there would be a motion on the floor that's been properly seconded, and then you would attempt to amend that motion. And if you got a second, there would be discussion and then a vote on whether or not to amend it.
So based on my understanding, both of you, I want to make sure I understand. So my understanding is I'm appropriate to do this, just not in the time. In terms of the mayor's understanding, this is not necessarily the process and how it's done.
Correct. It is premature.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And one point of clarification with respect to the City of Orlando, that additional funding is very similar to the option that the avenue you have now in terms of on-call. It's not another permanent position, but just like this Board of County Commissioners, some of you use now, you have internships, or you have someone you bring on call, you bring on to assist you in doing certain times, high peak areas. That is an option. That's the option that they had prior to adding the second position.
Right.
It was not another full-time position they had. It was just simply the same avenue that this Board of County Commissioners currently has as well. Nothing different.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Check with Commissioner, former.
Okay, I'm going to move forward then. Commissioner Uribe.
Thank you, Lisa, for all your due diligence and working with us. It's been a little frustrating, and you know, because as I recall during the budget session, our population has increased, and every department, with the exception of one, asked for more staff. So we're kind of in the same boat as every other department. And I also concur with Commissioner Scott. I spoke to some of the city commissioners who actually do have regular part-timers, and they were already overwhelmed. And Commissioner Ortiz sought this effort forward and got all the commissioners to sign on board to secure. I got their memo and their resolution to actually, they actually did it without even bringing it from the board because they have the legislative authority to get all 6 on board and did it. So I think it's great. One of the things I do want to add is, you know, we represent an average of 280,000, each of us. We have, I will just speak for my office, we receive over 300 daily emails that require concerns, between 40 to 60 calls every day, either dealing with staff or constituents. Not to mention every other Wednesday, we get a 2,000-page book that we have 48 hours to read, review, and get ready for briefings all day on Monday. And I'll just speak for myself. I know Commissioner Cordero's huge in this. I do 18 community events a year. So I have lost staff because of anxiety attacks. I have seen my staff overwhelmed. I, too, have been overwhelmed where all of us, because we're also committed, sacrifice so much of our personal life for this job, and it's still not enough. We need help. We've needed help. And I want to thank Commissioner Bonilla for bringing this memo forward originally, realizing that it is difficult. Maybe we have all of my colleagues, and Mike, you've joined us, have raised a level of expectation from their elected official, accessible, reachable HOA meetings, updates. I don't have a night where I'm home before 8:30. My goal is to get home by 8:30 so I can put my son to bed. That's how we are working, and we put a lot of that on our staff. Tomorrow I have 2 meetings at the same time. My aide's going to one, I'm going to another. It is overwhelming, and that extra support staff has been needed. And I'm glad that we're finally discussing it as a board and bringing it obvious, because we knew it was happening. We just didn't realize how bad it was. I think a lot of us, and no disrespect to Mike, we're women. We cope with everything. You know, we have families, we have jobs. We just do it. We tread forward. And Mike, you're a dad and everything else. I mean, it is a lot, and we can't do anything on our salaries because we committed to it. And I remember when I was elected, I asked Randy Singh. I said, "Am I supposed to clock in? What do I do?" He says, "No, you do your job as you see fit." That's probably the deadliest comment I ever received, because I don't know anything below 60 hours a week, and I try to take Sundays off. So that's, you know, we need it. And I strongly support this, and I would love to even see how this goes and see how people feel, and we've got to discuss it further in budget. I would love to discuss it further, but thanks, Commissioner, for doing. You did a lot of research with other commissioners, which I have now had the pleasure of going on further, and their level of what they do. And I love Leon County. They make 110,000, and the whole county is 180,000 people. I could run that whole county myself, you know, like. So I mean, so I'm all for it, and I show support for this, and let's move it. And can we start hiring on Monday?
Just one correction, Commissioner I think the average district is somewhere around 230,000 people, not 280,000 people. Okay.
I did have 238.
Oh.
I didn't have my glasses on. That's a 3 instead of an 8. So yes, 238,000.
You know, I can tell you as an elected official, I've been an elected official a long time. We won't get compensated for everything that we're going to do. That goes with the territory, and that's okay. I share in all of your experiences with the demand for your time. I won't even talk about my time for the entire county, but that's what we signed up for. Okay, and there's conversation in Tallahassee about rolling back the salaries of elected officials, in some regards, saying that they should work for free. This is a conversation. Members of our public, they have their own families and what have you, and I'm very sensitive to the plight of all people in our county, and as well as our commissioners and our county staff as well, who are public servants. The demand for public service when you work for the people, it is an enormous responsibility that you have when you step into this arena. But it's one that we've all chosen to do. And by choosing to do so, you're going to have to sacrifice your families. There's time that you will sacrifice away from your families. I know it. I spent nearly 40 years on call and having to roll out during crises and what have you. And we've had to do that in this capacity that I serve in now on many different occasions where when you work for the people, your time is not your time. It is the people's time, and that's the burden that we do have in public service. With that, I'm going to move forward. Commissioner Moore.
I was sort of opposed to this, but once we got into the hurricanes, the rent crisis, and then the garbage. And I can't even tell you how much time we're spending every day dealing with those issues still. And so I don't think it's so much about us. I agree, we signed up for this. I'm not going to talk about how hard I work. This is not what this is about. This is the fact that we have people with very serious concerns, and we want to be able to address them in a timely fashion. So I would support it. I wasn't at first, but when I've seen the workload go up, I would support it because it's about providing the best service we can to our constituents. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Bonilla.
Yeah, I would say it's probably closer to 280,000 because we had COVID at the time. A lot of people didn't get counted. So, our population is probably a lot higher than what the census says. And I want to talk about, what's not covered in here is the equity versus equal. I don't know if y'all are probably familiar with that image with the fence and then the 3 kids and, the equity versus equal, and how if it was all equal, then it wouldn't be equitable. So there are some of our districts are very different. Commissioner Wilson just mentioned how she has a lot of community meetings because of all the developments that are happening in her district. There's, in my district, it's more transportation and traffic issues because, things were overdeveloped where they shouldn't have been. It's just going to get worse. And also, some of us have more municipalities or incorporated areas than others. So when you have an incorporated area, constituents in your incorporated area, they're calling the cities. They're not calling the county commissioners. Well, you do have some. I have some from Maitland who's complaining about their elected officials. Their elected officials aren't listening to them. I'm like, hey, you voted for them, but there's different issues though that's handled at the city and different issues handled at the county. But if you have a lot of unincorporated areas, which I think 4 of us have more unincorporated areas, we're more bombarded with all these constituent calls. And so we get, I have my virtual assistant agency that I was talking about, they just help me with constituent services. And it's the basic constituent issues. And then I need someone else so I had a on-call person helping me, which that person's leaving, and now I have availability for a full-time person in my office. So this 08 is going to be at least one. So I have someone who can help manage more complex things in my office, especially more complex constituent issues. So, we all have like our different needs. So I just want to make sure that, when we're equal doesn't mean equity in this context, because it's just not. So I want to make sure that we keep that in mind as well. And that said, I would go with where were the options?
Go to the previous slide, Lisa.
Sorry.
Yeah, I would go with the 533,000 because,
No,
I'm.
the A, the slide A.
Because I know
Sorry.
I'm not getting the same increase as everyone else in order to make me equal rather than equitable with everybody else. So I wouldn't be able to add that technically third aid if we didn't go with the 533. An A, because you have like two options in A.
Yes.
So like if we don't go with the 533, then I wouldn't be able to afford in my budget the third aid.
Right, and just to explain this to the rest of the commissioners, so because Commissioner Bonilla has used an alternate model of staffing, her budget is a bit higher than other districts at this point, but she isn't necessarily going to need those dollars because she's not spending them on health benefits and retirement. And so instead of adding the full amount to her budget this year, we discussed with her adding an amount that would bring her on par with the other next highest commission district, which would allow her to hire a third position. And then next year, her budget would be more in line with the other district budgets as well.
And we'll work with, because then that capital outlay, you have substantially higher amount than all the other commissioners. So we'll work with you, the budget office will work with you on making adjustments to that to get to the personal services, so that in the day we still keep a balanced budget going in terms of some equity throughout going into next fiscal year.
Yeah, and I'd be able to do that, but not with the 455. I wouldn't be able to. It'd have to be the 533.
Correct. And so
I've already gone over my budget and everything. So.
Okay. Well, that 96, but I mean, that's a matter that with budget we can work in that capital outlay to make an adjustment here. But overall, keeping all the district budgets somewhat in a similar place.
Yeah. And then one more note, based on process, instead of amending a motion, we could make a motion already with what you wanted to add to it. And I don't know if that makes sense.
I'm tracking.
Just to explain and cover that. But yeah, I think that was all my comments that I had. And, I just want to say that, yeah, I've seen the struggles from all the offices. That's why I included my own office, which is why I brought this up. And, I think us having those options, especially it's just really hard. We do so much in our offices with so many different disciplines and skill sets. It's really hard to find one person who can do all those different things and be successful at it. So this would really help us out.
All right, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you. So my question, Commissioner, if you hire if this is approved and you hire 3 staff, you won't use the term
I will, because I won't use them as much. So I'll lessen the amount of time that I use with them because it's by hour. So I won't use them as much. I'm still going to use them for constituent services. I want to keep them for that because she's just doing a great job with it. So I don't want to lose that. But I will lower that, and then I'll keep my other 2 on-call people, turn them to part-time, because just the on-call just doesn't work out, that whole format. So I want to make them part-timers.
Commissioner, so the way that the item B was written was because what I heard from all of the commissioners was that they wanted flexibility. So what we're doing in this motion is having it be based on total budget for personal services, so that whatever, as long as you stay within your personal service budget allocation, you have more flexibility to utilize either on-call people or actual people that are their aides. And of course, when you're utilizing people who are staff members, you're going to be paying more because you're paying them Florida retirement and so forth. But you may have less turnover. So it's the motion is kind of a guide for you, but was written that way to allow that flexibility that everybody had expressed that they wanted.
Yes, so thank you, Ms. Lisa, for the presentation and the information. And also, I'm not going to repeat myself because I know my colleagues have been, given the same information practically. So thank you anyways.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wilson.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I rang in so long ago that I sort of lost track of what I was thinking. But I do want to say that I think to the spirit of Commissioner Scott's thought about trying to pre-plan, right, where we're not sort of always in the rears, like kind of desperately trying to catch up. I think coming in when you did and sort of seeing the fall in the crisis management that we all endured during that time, that maybe we can discuss at some point a pool staff in those times, right? So I think there was a stretch there with the hurricanes and some of the other things that happened where there was, 70 plus hours from several people in the office that are never going to make up that. And so, just having, knowing that there are times that, the mayor was sleeping at the EOC. So I know that we sacrifice, we have no problem with that. I think when we're looking at how to make sure that our people are paid appropriately and adequately and serve the needs, and especially those escalated needs, that maybe there's a place and a time to talk about some kind of a pool staff for those emergency times. I think the debris pickup, my poor aide Angel started the job, I think, when debris pickup really hit and got something like 700 calls his first week. He's like, is this normal? I'm like, I don't think so. I don't know. But it is, it highlighted really the need at certain times to maybe, in common needs, right? So we're not talking about sunshine issues. We all knew that we were looking at these same maps of routes, that maybe there's an option for some pool needs there to be taken care of down the road.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. Lisa, so I'm looking at maybe option 1B, right? So if we adopt option 1, does it also allow us the flexibility to choose different positions? So let's just say, as a staffing model example, I would have one full-time aide and a full-time administrative assistant and maybe a communications assistant as an example. Because like with the City of Orlando, that position, really it's a third position because they're keeping their staff that they had before. It's a digital communications specialist, as I understand it. But what I'm asking is, let's say I hire someone as a admin aide, I have my administrative assistant and a communications assistant. And maybe after a year or two, the admin assistant is doing such a great job, I would like to promote that person to an executive assistant. Does it give us the flexibility to choose other positions other than the options, other than this? Does it give us the opportunity to pick other positions other than this universe of positions that we have right now?
So these are the available job classes right now for the commissioners' offices, and what some commissioners are doing is they have working titles. So you utilize these job classifications, but then if you want to hire somebody who maybe has a specialty in communications, they could have a working title.
Okay.
So that's how that would work.
Okay. Thank you.
And also to help with that, so did also call my counterpart, City of Orlando, so they created that title, digital special, but actually is at a lower pay grade than their aide. So it's really a support, a clerical. They'll, as some of the feedback, like the feedback a number of you all gave about you'd like to have someone who can help more with communication, outreach, and responsiveness, they just gave it that title, but it really is still functioning much like, in our case, your administrative assistant. It's a position lower than the aide position. They have some different titles, but that, just so you know, that's really the function. It's not an actual a position elsewhere in the organization. It's just created for their support. It's a contract position as well. It's not a permanent position. It's a contract position that runs on a year-to-year contract.
Okay, and then just for my understanding, I think this is going to probably happen later on. Salary, in terms of what we pay people, that is part of a larger conversation across the county, because I understand also that they, with with that, they brought all, for parity, they brought all the aides up, or at least the minimum starting salary for the aides at the city is $65,000. I mean, we have a range in what we pay, and they have some other different rules, but that's part of a larger conversation independent of this. Am I correct?
Sure, looking at that, again, it works a little different. They have, their deal is they wanted to give all their their aides, because they were at some different salaries, so that was really as much an internal discussion.
Understood.
Among what each of the commissioners over there were giving the aides. They get annual contracts. They have to be renewed annually is how their system works. But
thank you.
The issues you're bringing forward, we have more than enough time to have conversations, separate conversations with you.
All right, thank you. I appreciate
it. Commissioner Bonilla.
Yeah, I think this is including those salaries though, right? This conversation here, because.
Correct, but I know what Commissioner Scott is, in probably in the next month or so, we'll be having more conversations with the board about some retention matters related to it, and your administrative aid, your staffing positions were included as part of that. That's the conversation that Commissioner Scott is making reference to that we'll be having in the next, or so, a couple of months, so that Lisa's also, and our team are working on that as well.
Oh, okay, so
we'll be
looking at
coming back to
these-
you on that conversation.
So that conversation would be looking at these levels and the range of salaries for each of them?
Correct.
Okay, got it. What are the benefits that the part-timers get?
So as long as they work 20 hours at least, they could get health benefits, which would be paid at half the rate that the county pays for a full-time employee. And also they would get FICA and FRS.
They get leave?
Yes, they would get half the basically all of the benefits of a full-time employee, only half of what the full-time employee accrues.
What about the 401k or the pension?
They would have, yes, they would be part of that as well.
Okay. 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 All right. Well, I would like to make a motion.
We still have comments for a moment, if you want to hold. Commissioner Uribe.
Lisa, just a point of clarity, because I know we've gone through option 1 and option 2 here, and truly, we're only looking at a $13,000 difference, which would give us more flexibility, because my concern is you meet a dynamic person who can really work hard and is going to require a little bit more pay. You may start off with thinking you want an administrative assistant, so I want to make sure if we go with option 1, and I find someone that they're okay, but they're not at the highest level, I can pay less. But if I meet a great candidate who can come in and do a lot, I have that option for option 1. Okay, so I wanted to make sure, if you want to go ahead and make the motion, because you started this, is fine, but I support option 1.
Okay.
All right, any further discussion, questions, comments? Okay, if there, County Administrator, what were you saying?
No, I'm just trying to get.
He's just trying to get me where I need to be.
Thank
you, Byron.
To the
Okay.
right slide.
All right, so here's potential process. So I will entertain a motion at this time.
Yes. So I would like to make a motion to approval to transfer $533,942 from general fund reserves to Commissioner District Office personnel budget for a third full-time administrative aide, and authorization to amend the current BCC staffing policy to add another full-time position to remove the combined salary cap if the total salaries and benefits do not exceed the amended fiscal year budget for personal services.
Second, Wilson.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Okay, the motion passes and it is unanimous. So I just want to make sure, Ms. Need, you're clear on everything.
We've
right?
got it, yes.
Okay.
Thank you all for your work with this, and thank my staff too, Nanette and Kurt and HR.
Thank you, Lisa.
Lisa, when would this be effective? Like,
Immediately.
So we need to start hiring?
Yep, so I'm
Yeah,
sure we'll
so-
be getting phone calls.
I already have 2 candidates.
So we made that change based upon, again, some feedback, because initially, and I mentioned that because I know yesterday we had a conversation with some of you about the consent agenda, the next board meeting, but after that, Lisa talked with our budget folks and said, if you take this action today, we actually have the authority to go ahead and make this happen today and not have to go back. So just wanted to know that, since several of you mentioned that to me. I mentioned that yesterday during our briefings.
And just work with HR, on the hiring process. Okay.
And I just, if you don't mind, mention something real quick about the pooled person. I think we would need to look at how our offices work with county staff and see if we could kind of work that a little bit better so that, because the staff is our pooled kind of staff, so.
So
Or
let's
311 or
yeah.
something, we need to look at that.
Yeah, let's have that conversation in the context of everything else. So I don't think we have all of the information today on that. With that, we're going to move forward. Mr. Boyce, come forward, sir. We will be, at this time, reviewing Chapter 35, towing rates and fees. This is a presentation. No specific action is being requested today, is my understanding. But Mr. Boyce has been engaged in a lot of meetings and research, and so we want to try to get some board direction at the conclusion of his presentation. And with that, Mr. Boyce, you are recognized at this time.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Mayor Demings, Commissioners, Comptroller Diamond. I'm pleased to be here this morning to present to you our second work session on Chapter 35 towing fees review. While I'll serve as the team's spokesman, I do want to acknowledge key players that are in the room with us today. We have Alan Marshall with the PEDS Department, Scott Chevenot with the County Attorney's Office, Dorothy Burke and Mary Elizabeth Leisenfeld with the Orange County Sheriff's Office are also here today. Kurt Peterson with the Office of Management and Budget, Janika Johnson, one of our staff with County Administration, Jason Reynolds with the Neighborhood Services Division, and former State Representative Bob Cortez and Mike Seaman with the towing industry representation. All of us will be available at the conclusion of the presentation to field your questions and follow your guidance on next steps. This is a brief outline of how we'll spend our time together this morning. We've grouped this content for you into 7 different sections. I'll begin with a little bit of background, go through market research, some proposal analysis, and our recommendations as staff, and then provide a summary and then pitch to you all for your discussion, deliberation, and decisions on next steps. Section 1 consists of primarily our background on this ordinance. It was first established in 1998. It's had a number of revisions over the course of time, 2001, 2008. Our last revision to this ordinance took place in 2014, which was about 9 years ago. Now, real quickly, so looking back to July of 2021, Mike Seaman and former State Representative Bob Cortez did come to us with a proposal that we took some time to do some research and then present to you in a work session that took place on September 27th, 2022. We got a subsequent additional presentation and or proposal from the industry on September 26th, where they asked for a few additional items that we're going to go over in detail today. So to establish kind of where we are, going back to 9/27, which was our first work session on this topic, you all made very, very clear that you all had a mandate to do 4 key things: to establish and ensure and maintain public safety, to protect the health, safety, and well-being of our residents from predatory towing practices, to protect the private property rights of business owners when their rights are violated, and to establish a clear understanding of balanced enforcement measures in place should towing ordinance and stipulations therein be violated. Now, a quick definition of terms that we went over last time, but I'll quickly review them for us now. Private property trespass tows take place when a vehicle that is parked on private real property. The quick example is you park at the McDonald's or the Wendy's, and then you walk across the street to the beach. That would be a violation of a private property owner's rights. For non-consensual law enforcement or police-directed tows, this is when the owner or operator is incapacitated, unavailable, or leaves the procurement of the wrecker service to the law enforcement officer at the scene. A quick example is this is for accidents, arrests, or abandoned vehicles on the roadway. Here are some examples of vehicle classes by weight. Orange County has 4 classifications, A through D, so I'll go over each one, just provide a few examples for you on the size and weight of these vehicles. For Class A, that's from 0 pounds up to 10,000 pounds, and those are your Jeeps, your Honda Accords, your motorcycles, Chrysler 300s, and the like. For Class B, that's 10,000 pounds to 19,500 pounds,
and that's your delivery vans, your F-150s, or your utility vans. For Class C, from 19,500 to 25,000 pounds, that's your school bus or your dump truck. And lastly, Class D are 25,000 pounds and above, which is your furniture truck, your city bus, or your semi-truck that gets towed. Now, Jason Merle's office provided a chart that provides a snapshot on the number of complaints that have been logged with the Consumer Protection Office over the course of the last few years. We started collecting this data in 2019. You can see a spike there of 101. You see a dip in 2020 and 2021 with a normalization last year of 63. The reason for the dip is that was during the COVID pandemic, and it stands to reason with less cars on the road because people are working from home and they're not parking, they're not going to restaurants and or businesses, that you're going to have less cars on the road. With less cars on the road, less accidents, less needs for vehicle tows. All right. Now we're going to drive down and kind of take a look at some of the statewide statistics on the industry data before us. So in Florida, we have 2,800 approximate establishments that are registered to do business in the state. In terms of employment, we have 5,374 employees that are employed by this industry. In terms of revenue and wages, for revenue, the state brings in about $438.3 million in the last year of 2022. And for wages, the state clocks in at about $138.2 million in wages. Now, we'll drill down into the county data here. The most establishments, of course, for our Miami-Dade at 455, they're the largest county in the state. We rank third on that list with 267 establishments. I will make a quick note that we have actually updated data that's been given to us from the tax collector's office as of December 28th, 2022. And we actually have 201 established businesses in Orange County that are registered to do towing and do towing services. Now,
So Lucas, are you saying it's less than 267?
yes, sir. Yeah, so this
okay.
is from a report from IBIS World, which is we collaborated with the OEP on this to get this market data. But that data was given to us as of September 2022. And so I just did a check with the tax collector's office on business receipts that everyone has to report in on. And they gave us a number of 201 with a list of each one of the registered towing companies that they have as of now. The next slide takes us through the key statistics for the highest revenue. And even though we're the fifth largest county in the state, we actually clock in with the most revenue by county across the state at $88.8 million. And again, the most employees. The fifth largest county in the state, but we employ in this industry the most amount. And you can see the rank of the top 10 counties across the state and where they rank and what their numbers are on the screen before you. And we'll do wages by county. The highest average wage in Florida is in Palm Beach County at about $43,636. Total wages, again, Orange County ranks first among the top 10 counties at $28.8 million. And then drilling down, we had a really good conversation and collaboration with Mr. Mike Seaman and former State Representative Bob Cortez on what the industry, the tow industry, looks like in our own backyard. In terms of the life cycle status, we're a mature industry. There's a lot of competition here, but we have a lot of legacy companies, which are mom and pop stores and or establishments that are passed on from generation to generation. There are 6 local barriers to entry. I'll only mention 3 for the sake of time. The capital intensity, not just anyone can decide that they'd like to start a towing company in Orange County or anywhere else. The capital intensity on a building, leasing a building, utilities, trucks and equipment. An average tow truck now costs between $75,000 and $100,000 on the low end. And specialty insurance, which has been noted by the industry leaders in their deliberations and conversations with you all, has spiked considerably, mostly because there are only 3 or 4 specialty insurance companies that provide insurance to the towing industry. You can't just go to Geico or State Farm or anywhere else to get tow truck insurance. There's only a few companies that do it, and they basically box out anyone else on the price. And so the bid that they give you or the proposal that you give you, the industry is basically at their mercy and has to go with what the rate is because they have to have the insurance to do business. Right? The type of compensation structures in this industry are varied. There's hourly employees, there's salaried employees, and then there's a base salary with commission incentives. Determining factors on how much you get paid are determined by minimum wage mandates, longevity, experience working in the industry in total, and then the level of established training that you have on a number of different items in maintenance of trucks and or equipment, which gives you an edge if you have a lot of that experience to get paid more. Loyalty and retention is a very, very good barometer in this industry, specifically in Orange County. As I said before, there's a lot of legacy companies that pass these businesses from generation to generation, and so you're not seeing a lot of the different towing operators or employees jumping ship from one company to another in Orange County. And then, of course, the rate of local unemployment affects how much you get paid as well. The national average for salaries in this industry is about $42,000. The national range ranks from $29,000 to $61,000. Front office staff typically make around $15 plus time and a half when necessary. The light duty operator, which is your basic tow truck that you see kind of going down the road, makes between $17 and $20 an hour. The heavy duty operator, which is doing that heavy wrecker on like big semi trucks and big school buses, city buses, that type of thing, make between $27 and $30 an hour. And commission incentives hover around 30% in this industry. Now, this is a very dangerous industry to work in, and I know that the industry gets a lot of gruff because of the predatory practices, but most of your towing industry and your tow wreckers are really dedicated to their job. They work 24/7, 365, and according to our data that we pulled from car insurance, this is a very dangerous industry to work in, and according to it, the fatality risk of workers in the towing industry is 15 times higher than any other private industry. Now we'll talk about our benchmarking of our private property tows, and then we'll move to our non-consensual trespassing tows. In terms of private property trespass towings, apples to apples, is noted for the charts that you see here. We have first Class A and Class B, then we'll move to Class C and D. From a general standpoint, we benchmarked 9 Florida counties, including the city of Orlando, to ascertain the ranges and fees of how they all compare to Orange County fees right now. From a general overview standpoint, the rates remain close in comparison across the board and by jurisdiction with a few exceptions. Key stats indicate that Orange County ranks above average for all peer counties included for classes A and B. We also rank above average for the median in all classes, and we are on par for the mode in all classes. For C and D, same 9 counties plus the city of Orlando that we benchmarked, reaching out to each of them to get their rates. Key stats indicate for classes C and D that Orange County ranks above average for all peer counties included for both classes. We also rank above average for the median in all classes C and D, and we are on par for the mode across all classes. Now, we'll move to our non-consensual tows, and we've captured for you on this chart all classes A through D. Additional apples-to-apples comparison here shows the consensual tow rates that we again reached out to each county and reconfirmed and relooked at the numbers after our last work session to make sure you have the most updated information today. So additional, as our key stats indicate, there are 7 counties or entities that list fees higher than Orange County's fees. That's Seminole, Polk, Orange County, Sheriff's Office, Miami-Dade, Palm Beach, Broward, and Lake County. There are 5 counties, entities that list fees on par with or slightly lower than Orange County fees, and those are counties Osceola, Volusia, Hillsborough, Brevard, and the city of Orlando. Now, I will note Miami-Dade County because as of our last work session on 9/27/2022, they were a real outlier on the low end with respect to their non-consensual and their private property trespass tows. They have new rates that are effective as of October 16th, 2022, and in their new rate and fee schedule, they haven't actually updated their fees for specifically the private property trespass tows since 2003. They did a CPI analysis and found that it was a 43% jump, so they're now in line with the market. And also for their non-consensual fees, they updated those last in 2016, but they also updated those in their most recent fee structure change in October. The key stats, let me go back to this real quickly. Just the key stats indicate for all classes, A through D, that the rank of fees consistently, Orange County's fees rank consistently below average for classes A and B, and above average for classes C and D. Orange County ranks below the median in Class A, above the median in Class B, and above or on par for classes C and D. In terms of the mode, Orange County is on par with classes A, B, and D, but below on Class C. Now, next we'd like to provide a snapshot of the entities across Florida that have recently or are about to change their fee increases and rate structures. We have Palm Beach, who last enacted theirs in 2015. Seminole, of course, as you've heard in our last presentation, just did this in 2021. The Sheriff's Office did this last summer in 2022. Miami-Dade, as I just told you, has updated their fees as of October of 2022. And in our deliberations and conversations with Hillsborough, who we've been able to share data with as they go through their process, they expect to present a proposal to their legislative body within the next 2 to 3 months. Now, as we drill down into the fees and the proposal from the industry, our analysis and our CPI analysis, we wanted to provide you a quick snapshot of here's where we are in space and time. This is what our current structure is for classes A, B, C, and D. And our next slide, we'll drive down and just drill down, to from Class A, Class B, Class C, and Class D separately to give you an idea of the analysis and what our recommendations are. So, with respect to the analysis, we have for you listed on that far left column the current rate. In the middle, we have Kurt Peterson's from the Office of Management and Budget, his CPI index rate as of November 2022. Then you have the industry's proposed rate, and then you have our proposed rate as Orange County staff for you to consider to the dollar. Now, the methodology that we've used in providing our analysis and our recommendations to you is as follows. If the CPI index rate that Kurt came up with is lower than the industry rate, we recommend that we go with the CPI index rate. If the CPI index rate is higher than the industry's proposed rate, we've recommended to go with the industry's rate. And we've done that for all classes. Class B, again, that far left column is what our current rate is. We have the consumer price index rate as of November 2022, the proposed industry rate, and then our proposed rate to the dollar. We did the same analysis and methodology for Class C, and we did the same methodology and analysis for Class D. Now, there were a number of other proposals and needs and asks that the industry has asked for, and I'll go through each of those as we close out our time with you. The first one is the request for a finance fee to be done or to be applied to the method of payment when it's a credit card or a debit card. Now, the industry proposal was 3%. Our analysis found that this is a standard common practice in businesses. When you pull money from the ATM and it's not your bank, there's a fee. When you make a purchase online or even in stores, there's a finance fee that they charge for processing that through the bank. And so we found this to be a reasonable request with a specific caveat. Yes, we recommend going forward, but we also recommend on the language for the current ordinance that you see on the right of the screen that no other finance fees of this nature will be permitted. The next thing the industry has asked for is for us to take another look at the special equipment exception or services for dollies. Now, this was an industry proposal that we recommended not to go with last time, but in light of the new proposal, they've asked us to take a look, so we took a more diligent look, and we looked through and did some comparison analysis with other counties to see what they're doing with respect to this as well. So, again, our current ordinance does not permit for this fee to take place. The industry proposed a $40 increase, or I'm sorry, a $40 fee for tows that need them. Again, in an analysis of new cars, they immobilize wheels, and you need the use of dollies. Dollies are pretty expensive. They take between $2,500 and $3,000 to purchase, and they require maintenance. They're used when cars are in tight spaces and you can't just get them out. Again, remind you that the towing industry is liable for any damage that takes place to the car, so dollies help them mitigate any type of damage that they might be liable for. We also refer to the AAA insurance, AAA towing manual, which prescribes the use of dollies for vehicles as a standard industry practice. We reached out to Miami-Dade in our deliberations and conversations with them, and they indicated that this is a fee that they've had on the books for a number of years. And so we have recommended a yes for this, but with one caveat, that we add the dolly fee for non-consensual Class A vehicles only. The next thing the industry has asked for that we have considered and provided an analysis for you on is that there is a typical cost of a title search per day and storage. So the industry has about 7 days to alert and or find the owner of vehicles when it's necessary. They have to send this notice by third-party insurance carrier or certified mail, and they have to do it within 7 days. So the clock starts after 48 hours once they've tried to find the vehicle owner, the lessee, or the bank that owns the lien. They have to alert all these parties within 7 days. We reached out to Miami-Dade and found that this is something that they've added to their ordinance. And with new technology, we found that through the National Motor Vehicle Title and Information System, or NMVTIS, that they can look up who owns this vehicle a lot quicker than they used to in the past. And so with Miami-Dade as a precedent, and with the technology that is used to look up the vehicle ownership a lot quicker, we've recommended as a staff that you would consider yes on this proposal. Again, there's an administrative fee for tows that need one, and the current ordinance prescribes this as a $45 fee. The industry would like to increase this to $15, which would make it $60 overall, but that would be a 33% increase, which we think might be a little bit too stringent and or high a price for our consumers to bear. And so as a compromise, staff recommends a $5 increase, which would be only an 11% increase overall, making the new fee $50 for the tows that need this. And lastly, the towing industry has asked us to consider changing the coverage fee from a tarpaulin fee to a cover fee. You see on the left side of your screen there a tarp, and that's a tarpaulin, and it's a basic blue tarp that a lot of people use to cover cars. Again, I remind you the towing industry is liable for any damage that takes place to a car when they have it in storage. And so they've used traditionally and historically blue tarps to cover this. Now, a tarpaulin or a tarp is about $79 to purchase at Home Depot, according to our research. They propose to move to a crash wrap, which is a $39 fee per roll, and which is a lot less expensive. And so this would, of course, reduce their costs. I do note for you that tarps are more sustainable than crash wraps because you can reuse them over and over again. And yes, crash wraps are a lot less expensive, but they aren't as sustainable and or have a leverage or longevity as the tarps do. So I leave that for your all's consideration and debate and discussion. With that, I'll go through the summary of our recommendations for you this morning. We recommend that you revise fees for private property trespass tows and non-consensual tows. We recommend a revisement of our ancillary rates and associated fees. We recommend for your, of course, consideration and discussion, the 3% finance fee for use of major credit cards to get your tows out of the lot, and add an exception for special equipment for dollies, but for Class A non-consensual tows only. We recommend reduce the waiting period from 48 hours to 24 hours before towing companies can charge a storage fee. And we recommend an increase of the administrative fee for tows that need them, only $5, which would be an 11% increase overall and not a 33%. And lastly, we recommend removing the tarpaulin fee and changing the nomenclature of that language to a cover fee, giving the industry more flexibility in how they protect cars and potentially reducing their overall cost burden. There is one additional recommendation that we'd like for you to consider today, and this is applying an annual inflation adjustment to non-consensual law enforcement tows. Now, this wasn't a proposal that the industry asked for, but in our conversations with Miami-Dade, this is something that they've added to their new fee schedule and structure and code to help ease the burden on tow companies that, again, each year sustain increased costs, but also add flexibility and flexibility to you as commissioners and future Board of County Commissioners to not have to open up the entire ordinance every 4 or 5 years when the industry comes back to you and seeks changes, but to have an annual increase no more than 3% that can be done by resolution by the appropriate office or division within the county to provide more flexibility to you all and to the towing industry. With that, our requested action for your consideration this morning is to conduct a public hearing regarding towing ordinance chapter 35, our towing rates and fees. And that concludes our presentation. We thank you for your time, and we're now available to field your questions. Thank you.
All right, very comprehensive. I think before I go to the board for comments or discussions, since we have industry representatives who are present, I'll give you the opportunity if you want to address the board with, you've seen kind of this presentation. There's been some conciliation here, you know, at least at this point as recommended by staff. But I'm just curious, out of the recommendations, does the industry have a perspective?
Thank you, Mayor, Board of County Commissioners. It's truly an honor to be here. My name is Bob Cortez, and I'm one of my many hats that I wear, right? One of them is a board member for the Professional Wrecker Operators of Florida, which is a statewide organization representing the industry and also making sure that good standards and practices are in place to protect consumers. So the association has always gone to cities and counties and also to Tallahassee, not only to advocate for the towers in the state of Florida, but to make sure that there are protections for consumers when their cars are towed. And we've done a lot of stuff, civil penalties and lawyer fees and stuff like that, so that when somebody's car gets towed, they can protect it. And I got to tell you something. Lucas has done a phenomenal job with this. This is better than any of us can put together. And I can say that Lucas has now become a towing expert in less than 6 months. Because everything that he said up there represents everything that we talked about to him when we first met with him to address this situation. And I got to commend him for the yeoman's work on doing this, because it's not an easy job to gather all this information for you so that you have a clear picture of what we're really talking about. And again, we're not talking about when you have your car towed through your insurance or AAA or any of that. That doesn't affect any of that. You can still go and call your tow company of preference to do this. This is only when the person is incapacitated and leaves the procurement of the tow to a law enforcement officer like FHP or Orange County or Orlando, which they all have their own rate structure, as Lucas already presented, or if your car is towed from private property, which, again, in the last go-around, we put protections for consumers when their cars got towed. I don't know if you remember back in 2008, a Coca-Cola truck got booted in downtown Orlando. And we worked with your Board of County Commission back then, and we put protections for consumers so that wouldn't happen. So we are trying to work together with you to eliminate the predatory towing. So we agree with everything that Lucas has presented to you there, to the T, because our industry does need some help. At this point, COVID has changed a lot of the ways we do it. It's a dangerous industry, as he presented there, and it's also an industry that provides jobs for those that are seeking jobs that can't get a job in your normal places sometimes because either requirements of background check, even though towing company drivers are required to have background checks. You know, many people that are down in their luck can find a job driving a tow truck that they could not find someplace else and making $50,000, $60,000, $80,000, $100,000 a year driving a truck. It's a dangerous situation, and as we notice, Johnson's record in the past 2 years has not lost but one, but two drivers that were hit on the side of the road here on the 408. So with that, we ask for your recommendation to accept the recommendation of Lucas to bring it back for a public hearing with what's been presented there, and we support everything that he has, and I'm open for any questions if you have any.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to give you that opportunity. If you'll back up to Lucas to the slide with the summary of the recommendations. Okay, just leave it right there for a moment. All right, we'll open it up for any discussion or conversation. You know, I will say that it's rare where you have the public sector, the government kind of in agreement with the industry through a lot. There's been some thoughtful research done by Mr. Boyce here, and you know, this suggests you didn't get everything you wanted, and the board has this fiduciary responsibility to make sure that we're making public policy with input, balanced input on behalf and the best interests of all of our constituents, and that includes those who are in the industry as well as the consumer who may have to access these particular services. So we'll open it up for a conversation at this time. Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you so much, Lucas. I know that this was a lot of work, and I so appreciate the constant open dialogue about it and what you were researching, and I appreciate the industry representatives have also been really engaged. And I think, you know, for me, this data is very interesting. I had a quick question about the complaints. So when the chart, let me see which slide it was.
Near the beginning. Slide 8.
Slide 8, okay, so just the question was, are those complaints from property owners that need tow assistance? Are those complaints from consumers who have had issues with towing fees? What type of complaints are we talking about?
My understanding, and Jason's here to elaborate on this, is that this is from consumers that have been for whatever reason, they don't believe that they were towed fairly or correctly.
Okay.
I will make the caveat that just because there is a complaint does not mean it was substantiated after there was a review.
Understood. Totally understand that. I just want to make sure I understand. So let me back up. I think approaching this at any government action, right, we want to make sure that we're doing it in a data-driven way, understanding that the market, this is a free market, this is private industry, that there's a need for any kind of intervention, right? We don't want government intervention where it's not needed. And so if those had been complaints for somebody who had been, a property owner who had a car sitting there for days and days and days, couldn't get it towed because there wasn't enough industry out there to support that effort, that tells me something very different than individuals that feel that they may have been non-consensually towed in a situation that either wasn't clear to them or whatever, whether it's their fault or not. It's that supply and demand, right? Do we have enough to help the residents that legitimately, or the property owners that legitimately need it? And then, I think the other part of it that I wanted to kind of hone in on looking at this was the numbers. Very interesting to see the revenue. Orange County, $88 million, which is a state share higher than any other county. which speaks of a very vibrant industry, right? That there is a healthy industry, which then gives me great pause to have any government intervention, right? Because if you've got something that the supply and demand are working, which it appears to be in this case, I don't know what our purpose is in doing this other than that, you know, it would be more profitable. I'm not sure where it provides an additional layer of protection to the residents or the people that work in the industry. And I just want to make sure that, you know, we're all clear that there's still a free market component to these businesses, right? So the non-consensual is because of trespass, the property owner has the right to call and say, come and get the car. But that's not the only business that the wreckers do. They also, a lot of times, do consensual. I need my car towed. I need to get it towed over. I call. Those rates are on them. That's private industry. They get to set those rates. So my inclination is always to allow that market to work, right? If this wrecker has a better competitive rate with an individual that's calling them, then that's the market-driven aspect of that, as opposed to something that we are imposing on a market of people that will have no choice to negotiate, right? The people that get non-consensually towed off of private property are not people that are getting valet. They are people that are going to try to figure out how to finance their use of a major credit card. And my assumption is the additional 3% is in addition to any other credit card fees. Is that the case?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
The additional 3% finance fee, would that be in addition to any other fees, like a credit card? If your credit card was already...
There isn't any, right now the ordinance prescribes that there are no finance fees.
Because those are credit cards
Permitted.
that, so if my credit card that I'm paying 18% financing on, please, young people don't do this. If that's what I have to use, because I've got nothing else to use, what my question is, this is an additional 3% that's added on by the industry. That doesn't come from my credit card, that comes
To
from the industry.
process the actual fee, yeah, that's
Okay.
what they're
So in
proposing.
totality, we're looking at an increase in the rate, an additional finance fee for someone who may not be able to pay right then and there, but needs that car to get to work the next day. Potentially a add-on fee for a new top, a new cover, a potential add-on fee for a dolly.
Well, just for the cover, there's already a $15 fee for cars that need them.
Okay.
They're just trying to change the type of cover that they utilize in order to protect that car.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just those things continue to add up. And like I said, I'm concerned it's not in the free market where people get to negotiate their deal. And I can talk to a business owner and go, you know what, that doesn't work. Can we negotiate this? That's one thing. These are people whose cars are taken and that negotiation's happening here. And so we have to take this, the step in the shoes of that individual. And I'm not saying they're in the right, because if they parked where they weren't supposed to park, then dang it, they should get towed. But what I'm saying is that we got to make sure that we're not making it so burdensome as to really, create a bigger problem than what we have based on what I'm seeing in these numbers. These numbers show a very vibrant, healthy industry based on the number of establishments that are in business here and the amount of revenue that those businesses take in based on these numbers. And I'm so grateful for those numbers. I think they really substantiate my feeling about it, which is that we have to be really careful in setting people up for more debt, setting people up to be without a car, and making sure we're being conscientious of that. So I'm inclined to not support it going forward unless we see something different in the market in the coming, weeks, months, whatever. I know things change, and I know that this is something that we want to be able to keep an eye on, and I appreciate being able to take a look at these numbers. But, if our county is spending more resources right now dealing with complaints about potentially unscrupulous towing companies and not the other side, then I think we've got to make sure that we are appropriately intervening, where necessary and only where necessary.
Got it. I think you had three things there, so I want to make sure Jason just confirms the first question with respect to the complaints and who those are, the universe of people.
Good morning, Mayor Demings and Commissioners. Commissioner Wilson, to your question, these are complaints from consumers who have an issue with the towing company. Just without getting into too many details, the towing company, or there's required to be signage at the site, your car is towed by this, that's a requirement. And when you get to the towing yard, there are requirements of what needs to be there. So these would be people complaining, consumers who had their cars towed, complaining to Orange County, trying to get a remedy to that situation. So these are not the scenario about someone who needs their car towed and can't get a hold of someone.
Right, which
So-
is I mean, once again, it reinforces sort of my position on it. Thank you so much.
So this is the true consumer protection aspect of it, these complaints.
Great, thank you.
And then you had two other things that I'll endeavor to remember them. For the actual complaints, right, we had 200 something, and then it dipped in 21, 22, and it's up again in 2023, right? So according to the sheriff's office, every private property tow that is done within 30 minutes of the tow company getting back to the shop, they have to report within 30 minutes to the sheriff's office on that tow. And so in 2022, there were 24,000 private property and or repossession tows that took place, right? So hopefully that gives you context with respect to the number of complaints that spiked a little bit in years 2019 and then dipped because of the pandemic, that in relationship to the amount of tows that are taking place for private property, our complaints are actually quite low, right? And then I forgot the one other thing that you were talking about, but I'll remember quickly. The industry did want to address some of your concerns, though, okay?
So you brought up the 88 million that's made.
Right,
you know,
the income, right?
Yeah.
So we're the
Just-
fifth
it's
largest
just my
county.
observation that this is a robust industry. I mean, that's a compliment, right? That means that, but I worry about intervening in a place where it looks like, I understand there will be a benefit, right? There will be more income for those business owners, and I appreciate that. But there's also places that they can do that without asking for government to set that. And so I think that that private industry part of it, where if you want to negotiate your rates with the Ford dealership or whoever else out there, I'm good with that. But the ones that we're setting into stone because people have, fewer options when they've been towed from a trespass, we just want to make sure that we're keeping an eye on it.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioner, I'd like to address your concerns. My name is Mike Seaman. I am the Executive Director, Professional Wreck Operators of Florida. And in 9 years, the cost of tow trucks, batteries, tires, fuel, insurance, everything has went up. All of their employees, everything that they do, when they go to the grocery store, everything. My insurance went up. I have properties in Orange County, and they went up. So, but you're regulating what they can charge for law enforcement tows and private property. The rest of the work that towers do.
No, we're not regulating for law enforcement tows. That's a separate contract.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
Okay, but I think the mayor last time was very concerned about emergency. These are not the ones that the sheriff office puts into place for the emergency. It's a completely different contractor rate, according to the last presentation we got.
The Orange County Sheriff's Department has 4 zones that they do for themselves. Florida Highway Patrol, you regulate their rate, our rates for Florida Highway Patrol. City of Winter Garden, if they choose to use Orange County rates, you're regulating their police department. Belle Isle, Maitland, any city inside Orange County, you're regulating law enforcement rates.
But not emergency services type of, you're talking about a non-consensual tow or a trespass tow, but not a.
No, ma'am. If you get in an accident on I-4 and Florida Highway Patrol pulls up, they're going to say, do you have a preference? And if you say no, then they're going to call a rotation wrecker. You're regulating that rate for that tow. If they're arrested, they don't get a choice. You're regulating their rate.
Okay, and I think Lucas, you said that we had somebody here from the sheriff's department. They could clarify at least from their perspective.
Yeah, Dorothy
thank you.
Burke
I
is here.
appreciate you being here. I just want to make sure I understand from the sheriff's department's perspective how this would impact.
This is Ms. Dorothy.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Dorothy Burke, and I'm an attorney with the Orange County Sheriff's Office. I think when you guys are talking about law enforcement tows, you're talking about what Mr. Boyce said, which is a situation where you have a person who's in a car accident and that vehicle is going to be towed because it's obstructing the roadway. That is a tow that is between the driver of that vehicle and the tow company that comes and gets it. If they don't have a tow company that they want to call themselves, then they can just say, call, and they'll get the rotation tow. And this ordinance does control those rates for those types of tows. what I would call a law enforcement tow in my world is where a law enforcement officer requires a vehicle to be towed either because the subject is arrested, it's evidence in a crime, those kinds of things. And for those, we have a contract with a record service that provides those services to us at a contracted rate that is outside of what this ordinance provides.
Perfect. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, and as it relates to the $88 million revenue, that's not net income. That's total revenue. So it doesn't take into consideration the cost. And it may be a function here in Orange County because we had 76 million tourists. A lot of them drive. I know with the rental car industry, per capita, we probably have more rental car uses within our county than Miami-Dade does, even though it has a larger population. It's about how people come here, how they move around, and once they get here. And so you may see that may explain the revenue being the highest revenue, but that doesn't adequately address the bottom line of what they ultimately profit from the services that they're providing. Now, this issue with the 3% finance fee, I wanted to make sure I understood that. Are we talking about a fee that if a person pays their tow bill by a credit card, you as the tow company are charged a fee by the credit card company because that person, you are essentially allowing that person to pay with the credit card, where you charge that, and what you're trying to do is recover the costs that you make. I want to understand that fee.
Yes, I'd like to address that. Every merchant that takes credit cards pays a monthly fee and a processing fee, also for debit cards. If you go to the tax collector's office, you can pay by cash, check, or for a convenience fee, is what they call it. They charge a fee. Lots of places charge a fee to recoup what they're doing, because credit cards do process a lot, and we do take them. We should take them because most people do not carry cash, but it's a fee that we've been eating. We'd like to pass it on. The people have an option, but it's not adding to the 18% or 21% finance fee. If the tow was $100, it costs $3.
Yeah, I would say that this maybe in a description, if it were to come back, needs to be, I think, maybe described as a
processing fee.
Because the perception is that a financing fee, that would be compounded with whatever other financing obligation somebody has.
True.
So I think the language he used was you're charged a merchant fee by the credit card company for the convenience of utilizing their service, and then to the consumer, you get charged and the consumer gets charged on their credit card bill. That's what you're saying, right? And you want to recover your costs for providing the convenience to the consumer who may not have cash. Right. Okay. All right. Commissioner Wilson, did they answer all of your questions?
Yes, thank you very much. Like I said, the information is really good. I so appreciate the research and all the information. I'm very grateful because it gives me kind of a clear picture.
Okay. Commissioner Bonilla.
Yeah, I am so glad I didn't go first and then you did, because I loved all the information you just provided, all the questions and everything. And I just want to clarify what you're trying to say, because I think we're on the same page here. So there's the free market, and then there's the not free market, which is where the government steps in. And we are taking care of this part where the consumer has absolutely no choice. Because the thing is that these business owners, they don't care what the driver is going to pay for being towed.
So, I mean, they might just tow the car. I don't care how much you charge them. You just get it out of here. Like, that's the situation that these drivers are in. So in order to protect them from that and give them some, well, they don't have control, but give them some, well, the way they do have control is they get to elect us, and then we get to advocate for them is the only control they have. So we are making these decisions, advocating for these drivers who have no control over what they're getting charged. So I think that's very important that we understand that. And then I really get the part, I believe, where you're saying, well, now in the free market, which is a whole other sector of their business, there's negotiations between the consumer, because now the consumer's like, oh, well, I get a better deal with my AAA membership than I do with, you know, the sheriff's zoned approved towing company. They get to choose in that situation. They get to choose if their car breaks down and they need to have a tow company come out. They get to choose what company they go with. You know, they could call up a couple different places and then go with the lowest rate. But that's where also the business, these towing businesses, have the ability to say, no, sorry, we can't do it for that price because we can't afford to. Or we can't do it for that price because we're not getting the profits that we want. And so there's the free market right there, going back and forth. And so these tow companies have the ability, like if their truck prices went up, if their gas went up, if their car insurance went up, or whatever, they have the ability to negotiate all this free market prices to be able to cover those expenses. So there is really no, so now I see where Commissioner Wilson's coming from, where there's really no reason to increase all these expenses when they have this whole other free market area to be able to cover all their increased expenses. So for them coming to us, it's just like they want to boost their profits even more. And now I will say with the processing fee for major credit cards, look, I had a business and I took credit cards, and I just like, and what many businesses do is they take that, they know what that expense is going to be, and they set that within their product prices, their service prices, and stuff like that. So, and I mean, almost like there's many countries that are going, you know, contact-free payments where they don't take cash or coins. It's all like chip payments. So, I mean, I would, as a consumer, it would be ridiculous, I feel, for me to have to pay 3% processing fee every time I pay for something, when that should be already considered into the prices of the products and services that are being provided. So I just do not agree with that at all. Also, on top of that, I mean, so if the consumer is paying that processing fee 3%, they're also paying that if they don't pay off their credit card every month, that 3% is going to increase in interest and stuff like that and build up. Just imagine them paying a 3% processing fee at every person, every store, business that they go to. I just think that businesses really need to include that already within their set prices, and not ask for an additional processing fee for that. So, I mean, this is where I agree with Commissioner Wilson, and all the points that she made. And I think I hope I'm understanding it, and we're just, Commissioner Wilson, I'm understanding everything, right, that you were saying?
We have a lot of information. We've just gotten a ton of information, so yeah, I mean.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we are on this, and understand what you were saying, we're on the same page. All right.
Commissioner Bonilla and Commissioner Wilson, I did want to just put for you this that was on the screen before here. You can put that on the screen. Yeah. Just to kind of clarify for you what you all are regulating, okay? This is, you can see the state and local government. That is our non-consensual fees. Any police-directed tow, whether it's the sheriff's office or OPD or a Ocoee Police Department, this is what we're regulating, all right? And then commercial, that's the private property trespass tows. Okay, that's your Wendy's, your et cetera, right? A very small portion of the towing industry's business is the individual market. And you could see there from IBIS World Reports, our market industry research that confirms that. Okay, so just wanted to clarify that we do regulate non-consensual. Okay, all right. And I'm sorry, Mr. Seaman wanted to address your concerns as well.
Commissioner, you regulate our prices, so we can't add that 3%. You're mandating what the price of the tow is. When the person comes and picks up the vehicle, we can't negotiate a higher rate. We have to go by the rate that the county has. And it's not a finance charge that's going to keep occurring. The proper term would be a processing fee. And if the tow, to make it simple, if the tow was $100, the person would pay $3 more, just like you do at the tax collector's office and lots of businesses. We, in our office, sometimes we do not pay by credit card because we will pay a fee. So we pay by, we pay by check naturally. But you're regulating the fees, and in the private industry market, yes, you can negotiate with the tow company and shop around, but when FHP's on I-4 and the road's blocked, you may or may not get your owner's request. Law enforcement will usually let a person have an owner's request, call your own tow company, or they'll call it for you, as long as it's not blocking the road, as long as you're not arrested, as long as they're not taking the tag off the car, all kind of reasons why you wouldn't have a choice. But you do have a choice, and I had a towing service in Altamont Springs. I had an office in Orlando, and we would get owner's request on I-4 at 5 o'clock in the afternoon from OPD, and they would say, what's your ETA? And if we didn't say 5 or 10 minutes, they'd say, we're going to call our contract wrecker. The person didn't get their choice. But if it's just an accident, it pulls off and it's not blocking the road, they will let you call someone. But you're regulating our rates, and the cost in the last 9 years has went up tremendously what it costs a business to operate. And you said you had a business, and you know that overhead it takes a lot out. But you're not just giving it to the owner of the tow company. Every employee there is going to benefit from a rate increase only on the non-consensual tows.
All right, thank you, Mr. Seaman. Commissioner Uribe.
Thank you. Lucas, I see that I know this has been a lot, and I've also spoken to people in the industry. I have a couple questions. Do we have any idea how many people actually pay by credit card to pick up a tow? Because normally, when you're picking up a tow, you didn't bring $200 with you that night when you went out, and if you got towed, you just don't. I don't walk around with $200. I don't know about everyone else, but I've seen this happen a lot, and I want to. One, I didn't even know you could make complaints because I've got a large mine, because I didn't know you could make complaints about towing, because one of the biggest problems I've had in the past is I don't know where my car is when I got towed. We call law enforcement, somebody tries to find out, I get sent up on Old Winter Garden Road trying to figure out, and what worries me is if I've had a medical condition which caused my car to get towed, I'm in the hospital, and then at the end of the day, I got to figure out where my car is, who you even call. It's not like 311. Where's my, I've been towed. But now you've got someone who was, probably in an accident or something, who's going to be paying a daily fee, pay all these fees, pay the tow as they're coming out of the hospital for maybe even being in an accident. So the thing that really got me, and I didn't even know this, but it happened to me in New York, where they quickly start charging storage fees. And I know that you're looking at moving 24 to 48, but pretty much once they haul you away from 48 to 24, it counts. They don't just haul you and it starts, hours later. It's like it starts counting from the moment they got it. And my concern has been finding out where your car is. And heaven forbid if you were in the hospital for 3 days, then trying to even figure out that your car was towed and where it was going. That information is not easily available. But I would like to know what the ratio is of credit cards being used to pick up tows.
All right, I think there were three things there, so let me take them in order, okay? That 3% fee, to get that data, I don't have it readily available, and I apologize for that. There are 201 towing companies that are registered to do business in Orange County, so I would need to go to each one of them and ask them for records of their receipts and how many people were charged that fee. I could do that.
I'm not,
It
no,
might
not
take
the
a little
worry,
bit of
not the
time.
fee. How many people are charging their credit cards to get
Right,
their
the
cars out?
companies would have
Yeah,
that data.
Yeah,
right?
I'm not,
So I-
it's not about the 3% fee. I'm actually trying to see what that ratio is. I don't know if you guys have some of that. Are most people, I know when it happened to me, I had to pay by credit card. And so, and clearly, I'm just saying, what's that data? Is it 20% are paying by credit card, or? So 99% of the people are paying in cash? That's what you're saying?
Adam owns four towing companies here in
You come to the mic.
So Adam owns four companies here, and most towing companies prefer that to not deal with credit cards. They rather, because the credit cards, a person can request a charge back, and they say, I didn't agree with it, they made me pay this, they towed my car illegally, so then you have to deal with that. But most towing companies on the private towing side pay with cash. Now, the consumer protection was added in the last go-around that we did this, that when you went to pick up your car, that you had to accept credit cards. Before this happened, it was only a cash-only business. And it was generating a lot of complaints because, like you said, Commissioner, who goes up at 2 o'clock in the morning to go pick up their car and find out that they've got to come up with $150, $200 to get their car. So it went from a cash to now an option of credit card based on the ordinance, which you guys amended back in, I believe in 14 is when that amendment came. So that's one of them. I don't know if Adam wants to address the.
Well, no, I mean, he's going to have to do the research, but basically, because one of the things that seems like we're charging fees and then we're charging actual fees, so at what point, I'm going to have Lucas, thank you.
Yeah. And
Representative
on your
Cortez.
question on how to find your card, so you got the, okay.
If you want to show this slide. This was in our pre-brief presentations for you. Miles, if you want to. There you go. Maybe make it a little bit bigger for us. Per our ordinance, which is very, very protective of consumers, these are the signs that have to be in place at a
Right.
private property
No,
trespass.
and they
So-
are, but
and
they're
there's-
not that easy. When you call, trying to find your vehicle, I have received complaints of individuals who've had it towed, and they call and they can't figure it out.
In Orange County?
Yep.
Okay, so
Yeah.
here's how it's supposed to go. Within 30 minutes of the tow record getting that vehicle back to their lot, they have to report to the sheriff's office that has been towed and why, okay? And so if anybody has an issue, they can call the sheriff's office and they'll have a record, your vehicle was either towed or we don't have a record of it, so it was probably stolen. Okay?
Or OPD if in the city.
Or OPD if it's in the city of Orlando, right? So, and we have stringent conditions in our ordinance with respect to how you see the tow-away signs and just the arrows, it points to a specific statute. On our signs for Chapter 35, there's not just our website that goes to Jason Reynolds' team with the Consumer Protection Office, but our QR code goes immediately there, which has a number of resources that people can have at their disposal on their mobile phone with knowing your rights, the drop fees, all the way to if you don't want to pay, you can put a bond out and settle it in court and still get your car back. Again, if you have a question, they have literally a number for the Consumer Protection Office to make a complaint and the number for the sheriff's office to find out where your car might
Because only
be.
one of those has it, so we're going to be mandating.
Correct,
that
because
all
they're
signs-
in different places across the county. And I want to remind you that not everybody utilizes our ordinance. Within the city of Orlando, they have their own touring ordinance, which abides by the state statute, which is 715.07. In unincorporated Orange County, it's going to have our code on it in our website. And then the other one on your far right, that's the black one, I point to the towing is regulated by Chapter 39, which is the City of Orlando's ordinance. So depending on where you are in the county, the sign has to change based on whether they have utilized our rates and fees, their own rates or fees, or the state's fees. And that's I should have had that chart for you again for this presentation that we had last time. I apologize for that.
No, and Lucas, that's confusing in itself, just telling us right now. So it's just that we're not, look, I understand rising costs, okay? I'm understanding that everything has gone up for everybody in every industry. But what I have noticed is not every circumstance is the same, and that storage fee gets quite high very quickly. And I honestly feel that you guys represent a situation and a board and interest. I'd love to see this more consistently, because I have for a fact known that people have been charged storage as soon as their car got taken there, not 48 hours later. And there is unscrupulous folks doing this. And I think that I can name you people. I actually even got a text of someone who says as soon as they towed it, they got charged a storage fee, as soon as it arrived to the lot. And so we just, you guys can, I'm going to go ahead.
Commissioner, I know I understand towing really well, and so the 48 hours and the 24 hours has nothing to do with storage. That's the processing admin fee charge to notify the personnel. That's a total different. Florida statute dictates 71378, no storage charge can be charged until after 6 hours. So a person has 6 hours, if they park in the wrong place, have the proper signs, they go get their car, within 6 hours, they, by state statute and your ordinance, they cannot be charged storage. And I like your term, unscrupulous towers. We want to get rid of the unscrupulous towers. And we would love for those to be gone, because no, you can't charge storage the minute that it gets there. It's after 24 hours. So, but when I go to the airport, I'm paying $25 a day, and if I come back and all 4 tires are gone on my car, they tell me when the tow truck takes it out, pay your daily storage rate. We're responsible for your vehicle when it's in storage. And the industry will typically junk 30% of the vehicles that's in the storage yard. So nobody's paying towing, nobody's paying storage, nobody's paying admin fee, nobody's paying anything. But that's the cost of doing business. And we know that, but you're regulating our cost, and we just ask for a fair and equitable rate for the towing, storage, and then when we're talking about law enforcement tows, you're talking about accidents. You're not talking about people that come and get their car in just a few hours. And when someone's in the hospital, if wherever you got in an accident, they're the ones that's going to know where your car is, whether it's Orange County Sheriff's Department, Maitland Police Department, or wherever you got in your accident and you were incapacitated, that's how you know where your car is, because they called the tow company.
Yeah, but most people don't know that, and that's the thing.
Right.
And secondly, I wanted to go back to Lucas. Yep. So he's saying after 6 hours, they can start charging you a storage fee. So basically, you have to know that they took it. So if you're somewhere and they pick that thing up and go, and you don't even know they took it, that clock is cooking. Yes, I just feel that there's just, I'm understanding these fees. I'm concerned about the process. And I think there has to be a balance there, because ultimately consumers, and I didn't even know that half of the information that we've learned in this process, I didn't know. Yes. And there are people who are not as genuine as you gentlemen are and as you are. And you guys know there's people in your industry, but there is a lack of information and proper information that's out there. And like I said, usually if you come out and your car is towed, then you're like, oh man, my car's towed. And then you kind of start from there. You're not watching There's no reason for additional comment. This is my comment time.
No, I just want to correct, he mentioned 6 hours. That's for non-consensual law enforcement.
Okay.
It is 24 hours for private property, so. if
And that's
you are
not happening.
consistent, Then that's when our consumer protection and also the civil portion of it. See, that renders the tow completely illegal, and judges will side with the consumer on that.
Again, you're just reiterating, people don't know, they don't know they can go to court, they don't know they can do all these things. So and there's costs in that, and you're still trying to get your car back. So in the meantime, my whole point is, this is an opportune time to really look out for the consumer and consumer rights. I want you to understand, my understanding is, you do have some rights because you have costs. But this is brought to light is how lack of inconsistency there is, how the consumer's being hurt, and how our residents are going through this. And I speak from knowledge of where we've seen this happen. And I will say the city of Orlando is really bad because their signs interchange. I actually had to prove to them that it was a movable sign to fight a ticket. So it's crazy.
Yes, ma'am.
In the city of Orlando, that's a whole other beast. But I just really think that to feel comfortable, that storage thing is really tough. And also, I kind of go back to when you even find out your car's been towed and what happens, and where we see these happen more often and not. And that's just a concern. The consumer concern education part on this is really tough for me.
Yes, ma'am.
And I feel like we need a little bit more.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Scott?
I'm trying to get clarity with the fee. I think the towing industry, at least here locally, has done a good job, as he mentioned. I wrote it down because it was so significant to me. $126,921.38, and that's one of the young men who's not even 30, doesn't have a high school diploma, made towing. He's been doing it for this is his second year. With the clerk of court, as an example, I go to make a payment. It's $3.50. It's a flat fee. The 3% finance is if my car's been there for a significant amount of time, would the fee or processing fee be increased, or is it a flat fee? I'm trying to understand that, Pete.
So the fee for an increased amount of time is daily storage rates. There's a number of different ancillary fees in our ordinance if you're leaving your car there for a long period of time. When you call and ask for the ability to go get your car, they have to tell you exactly at that moment what the fee is for picking up your car.
No, I'm talking about the credit card fee. So like if I'm there for, let's just say I'm there for 2 days versus I'm there for maybe 10 days, is the credit card fee going to be more? Are they going to have to pay more?
It'd be 3%, so it would be more in relation to what the cost of getting your tow out of the impound lot.
So the fee.
So if
the fee
you're
does
in there
increase
one
the
day
longer
and it's $100, you're going to pay $103. But if it's there for 2 or 3 days, that's a $300 rate, which would mean you'd have to pay more in processing fee if I'm not.
So it's not per transaction, it's for total. So all these other pieces and parts that are now being adjusted would include a total that would be 3% of the total.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay, Commissioner Wilson, you asked the question you had pushed the button for.
Yeah, I can't remember what it was, I'm sorry. It's been a very robust conversation.
All right, Commissioner Bonilla.
I need to write notes.
Yeah, I was just, when I heard that like 99% of the people are paying by cash, that's not traceable. I mean, that just really makes me feel really uncomfortable because we don't know then what they're really being charged. You say there's a lot of unscrupulous people in this business, and who knows what they're charging. They may not be charging what they're supposed to be, but they could be charging way more. Because it's cash, there's no trace for that consumer to be like, hey, this is what I paid. It's just, this whole thing makes me kind of uncomfortable. And then I'm just wondering, the car's sitting there and they're charged per day. What's that per day rate again? The storage? Someone just said too much.
I'm just trying to find it on the graph for you here. Tow storage per day after initial non-fee period $60 for Class, that's Class D. Hold on, stand by. We'll go to Class A to give it a little bit easier. There you go.
All right, well,
So for Class A, trespass or non-consensual tow storage fee per day after the initial non-fee period is $25. Okay, so if it's there for 1 day, it's going to be a $25 fee. For additional days, it'll be $25 according to the number of days.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering, why does that even matter to increase? Because, I mean, the car's just sitting there. I mean, how much is it costing them more just to sit there?
That's something I'm going to have to pitch to the industry. I don't have a tow company.
Because they can't put another car there, which is going to cost the same amount anyway? Like, it just doesn't...
No, Commissioner. Property's expensive. We have to maintain insurance in case you fall down when you're there taking things out of your vehicle. It's getting more and more expensive overhead to operate. No, the car taking up one spot, absolutely. You hopefully have enough room to park all the cars that they need to park. But the daily rate is 9 years old. And the airport has raised their rates. Everybody's raised their rates on basically everything. And we're not asking for anything different than what the rest of the industries, businesses, everybody. No matter if you're an air conditioning company or a tow company, it costs more to operate today than it did 9 years ago. We're just asking for a cost of living increase, basically is what it is. And I think Lucas has those facts, what the CPI for 9 years is. And we're not asking for something unreasonable. And for the credit cards, you have a choice. And like Lucas said,
I think we've already covered the
right,
credit cards as much.
So, but the
as we
storage
could.
is a cost of living increase is what we're asking for.
All right, so you're asking for increase in the storage fee because your property values increased and...
That's just one aspect of it, but yes, insurance has increased. It's just, and we're responsible for the vehicles that's in the yard. If something happens to it, they have to repair it. Or if somebody steals something or steals your vehicle out of the yard, we're responsible for it. And
yeah, okay. Let's try to do this at this point. In preparation of giving staff some guidance on the potential ordinance, first, the reason we're having this conversation is that there hadn't been any increase in a while. We are in the regulatory business. There's current rates that Orange County authorizes the industry to charge. But given the conversation today, I want to try to get us to the point where we give staff some direction on what to bring back. What I'm hearing is that the board at this time is not okay with the 3%.
Go to slide 29, Lucas.
Yes, sir.
It's actually going to be on, I guess, multiple slides, but what I'm hearing, the board say at this point, they're not okay with the 3% convenience fee, finance fee, or what have you, related to the credit card. Am I? Are we in agreement?
Processing fee.
The processing fee. We're
Mayor,
not.
Yeah, what I'm just saying is, I've never known the credit card fee increases with the amount that you buy.
Okay.
I said this is what you said.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if we have some consensus for staff. Not okay with that. What I'm hearing is that the general consensus is that the board is not okay with reducing the waiting period for the ability to start the storage fees from the 48 hours that currently exists to the 24 hours. Okay, it already exists under the current code. They're not okay with that. Debatable at this point whether or not the board believes that any increase is necessary. Now, what staff has done is recommended that if there's an increase necessary, that it be consistent with CPI. And so that's the basic question where we are now. With these other fees Generally, what Lucas's research is and his recommendation is that where the industry recommended something, if it was more than CPI, he's recommending that we go with CPI. Because there is probably, in terms of their business, that we're already in. We're not starting new. There's already a current ordinance that regulates what they can charge in the protection of our consumers. They can charge fees. So we're not trying to reinvent the wheel and say, you can't charge anything, you can't charge these fees. What we're trying to do is give direction on what the ordinance going forward. I believe there's consensus here, I'm checking, that some increase may be necessary, okay, because their costs have gone up. So the question is, how do we get there at this point? Give staff the direction on what that ordinance looks like. What I've tried to do is take out those things where it sounds like you're a no on, okay? I think we're in agreement on the no's. So if you then go back and turn to the revision of the fees for private property tolls and non-consensual and all of those other things, there's multiple slides here. And so I think that what we have to do is to give staff direction is go back to the slides where there's some recommendation. I guess this is like going back to maybe slide 20? Yeah. Okay, so if we go to slide 20, this is the crux of what we have to make a decision on to give them guidance about what to bring back. Currently, as you can see on that top line, they were charging $125. What is being proposed is the $135. Going back now, if we're okay with the 135, that's what I'm trying to understand. That's what we have to give staff the direction to. Does it warrant any increase? We hadn't made any adjustments in years now. With our own staff doing the CPI, in this case, the CPI would have if it had just kept up with inflation, it would have went to 157. So in their defense, the industry has said, we're okay with $135, okay? That's going from the $125 today, they're talking about a $10 increase. And the question is, do we find that adequate just as one category? This is for the, I see Commissioner Wilson.
I was going to say, I think part of what we're hearing unanimously here, at least, is that the least complicated way to get to whatever that end goal is. My concern with CPI is we can't even, as some pretty bright people that have done our homework on this, ascertain what would be an overcharge if somebody was overcharged. To do CPI where it's this moving target for consumers, and I get down there and I pay something and they're like, oh, it's this year's CPI. That is going to be,
okay.
But flat rates are going to be so much easier no matter what we decide to have that set in. We can decide to come back and revisit it, but that CPI.
Okay. So we're not there yet.
That's the additional recommendation, I believe.
Adding the CPI in. These are just the flat rates that we're talking about here.
Okay, so. Okay,
but I'm saying in order to get to the flat rate, what he did was they used the CPI to get to a flat rate. Now, if the board is saying that we don't want to build in an escalator for CPI going forward, that's another conversation that I'm going to get to here in a moment. But this conversation is about the flat rate that already the industry can charge. And do we want to agree that the industry is due some kind of increase there? And if that is yes, that they're due some type of increase, to make it simple for us, do we want to accept the methodology that staff has used here? And, so you know, if you follow that on this particular slide, that's how they got to these numbers because of existing rates. Go to the next slide, please.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So in this case, again, this is a flat rate that for the Class B, these are the heavier vehicles, that there's a flat rate that they can charge today. And the current rate is $250. What is being proposed is not to increase it, to leave it at $250. Right?
Consensual goes up.
Okay, no, I'm looking, take a look at the slide.
Just
You
the
see
first
slide.
line.
The first line. The first line. Today, they charge $250. They can charge $250. The CPI, if they had gone with the CPI, it would have been $315. But the industry said, okay, we're good with charging, let it be. Let it continue to be $250. So on that line, we're not recommending changing anything, okay, that it will remain $250 for the flat rate. So here's the non-consensual toll. Today is $250. CPI, if you applied that rate, it would go to $315, and the industry is proposing $315. Staff, in this case, is recommending $315. If we as a board give staff direction to come up with some other rate, the question is, what is that rate? Otherwise, if we use the methodology that staff has recommended, the methodology is driving what the rate would be today. The consensual toll per mile, you can argue that the cost of fuel has gone up. And so they're requesting, the rate today is $4. That's what they can charge. CPI would be $5.04. What staff is recommending is give them something. $5 is what they're recommending.
And they wanted $8.
And they wanted $8. Okay. This is per mile. So if you follow staff's recommendations, they're giving them modest increases to what the rates are that were going back. Yes, okay. And so now go to the next slide.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So here's this category. This is Class C. Top line again, they could charge $375 a day. What is being recommended is $375. Non-consensual, what is being recommended is $465. And then the other rates are somewhat smaller here. Let's go to the next slide.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so here on this one, they could charge $500 a day. It's still $500. Non-consensual is going up. That's where you can see this rate jumps from $500 to $615, even though it's below the CPI. And so if we wanted to, I think that's the last one, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So as a proposition for the board to consider, if we go with the methodology that staff is recommending, now let's have a conversation about the escalator. The built-in automatic every year will go up consistent with CPI. That would mean that at some point, this conversation is coming back before the board. It might be in a year, it might be in several years, because it has been several years since the industry came in and asked for an increase. So the CPI adjustment escalator was one of these attempts to keep them from having to come back and ask.
And only for non-consensual.
For non-consensual, because the industry regulates other stuff. But so if the board doesn't want to agree to the escalator, that's a public policy decision that the board can give staff at this point and say, no, we're not good with the CPI, the built-in escalator. So those are the issues that we have, and so I'm just what I heard, or what I saw at least, was the nodding of the head that the industry is probably due some kind of increase, right? We could say as a public policy, no to the industry, we're not going to increase your rates at all. I don't know, given the current scheme that they have, if that's fair to them. But if that's the will of the board, that's what we're telling staff, to come back with an ordinance and don't come back with an ordinance. We're not going to increase the fees at all.
Mayor?
Yes.
So, and this is the part, and I know that we're trying to compartmentalize, but the part that I find that I'm trying to reconcile in my mind is that there appears to be a continued burden to the taxpayers in Orange County about the complaints regarding consumer issues, right? That we know this. So, understanding that with all fairness in the ask, then what for the, if we're doing this, right? So we're putting a little bit of burden back on the consumer in order to make sure that the industry is healthy. What do we do on the part where our neighborhood services team doesn't get any additional support to deal with some of these complaints? Because I don't know if there's any.
I hear you. Here's the other issue. We need this industry in our community to move these vehicles. It's a public safety issue here, because if these companies can't be profitable and have enough trucks and to move these vehicles, we continue to clog up our roads. That results in additional accidents. So we really want them to be profitable to the point where they can get in a timely and move these things around. So there's a cost of having the equipment to move these vehicles from our roadways, and that's why a lot of times you see the time built into, they have to respond in a certain period of time. The consumer protections are built in where they're required to notify the local law enforcement agency when they do a tow, when it's from private property, and all these other things are built in. It's going to be somewhat imperfect. There'll probably continue to be complaints. We will do what we can to help say to our public, here are the fees, but, does our board believe that they should have some increase? When was the last time that there was
2014, 9 years ago.
9 years ago, okay. Does our board believe that they should be allowed under the current methodologies to an increase? And if the basic answer is yes, is what should the increase be? And so staff has done their due diligence. They've looked, they worked with the industry, and they got to this point where in some cases it's clear the industry is not even asking for an increase. They're saying keep it what it is. So I'm just trying to kind of take out the part that we're saying is a non-starter for us, and some of what I'm hearing here have been those things that I've tried to speak to as non-starters. I think what we're hearing is it's a non-starter. You don't want to see a built-in automatic escalator, right? Is that the consensus of the board? I see the nodding of heads. Okay. So in terms of the direction to staff, we're not okay with the automatic escalator to be built in. We're okay with some fees. We're not okay with this processing fee. We're not okay with reducing the period of time where they can start charging the storage fee from 48 hours that it is today to 24. We're not okay with that, right?
Can I say something? I
Yes.
think we were okay with the processing, the flat fee, to Commissioner Scott's point, where whether, if you couldn't get out of the hospital and get your car in 3 days, that processing fee, that 3% becomes pretty unmanageable pretty fast. Whereas if it's a flat fee, because it's a credit card, one transaction, a transaction fee, right? Per transaction versus a percentage of the total.
Okay, so
I've never heard of that either, so.
That is a change, that's a departure from the current methodology that has been used historically. That's a departure, that's a change in the public policy. I think what Lucas has done is he's looked across the state at other counties.
Yes.
That's what you see here is kind of the standard, right?
Yes, sir.
In the state, this is the standard. So what you would be saying to the industry is, we're going to do something totally different in Orange County, and maybe even something totally different than what the city of Orlando does. But that's the standard thing that happens across the entire state of Florida.
And we were careful to do peer counties this time, according to Commissioner Wilson's council last time. So we only really compared to Hillsborough and Miami-Dade, which have the population counts that are similar to ours.
In terms of our consumer, they are, because it's been 9 years, and even before then, the methodology was consistent. This was the methodology in Orange County and throughout the state. The only thing that changed was the price. And you all have kind of given a nod to staff that there's some price increase that should be allowed at this point. I'm only trying to get us to the point where staff has clear direction when they go back. I don't believe that we really want to change the standard, the methodology. We are in no man's land at that point, because this is that would become such an arduous, I think, burden on us. And keep in mind, as Attorney Byrd came forward with the Sheriff's Office, Sheriff and FHP and these cities, they have their own contractual kinds of things. I believe that if you looked at what the Sheriff charges for the purely law enforcement tolls, that's when they toll consistent with a crime scene. It might be a vehicular homicide, it may be a traffic crash, it may be a homicide in general, where the vehicle was used as a getaway car or whatever. But in processing those vehicles, they got a contract about how that is supposed to move forward, and somebody at the end of the day pays, and sometimes it's an argument with the insurance companies if it's a stolen car or whatever about what they're going to pay there. But that's separate, and there's contractually they know what that is. So, okay. So, commissioners, okay. I think Commissioner Wilson was done with hers. Commissioner Bonilla.
Yeah. I don't understand why the trespass tow and the non-consensual tows should be different prices. I see our current rates are all the same prices, but then when you look at the proposed, it's like higher. And, when I'm looking at the difference between the two, the trespass towing is on private property. The non-consensual is when someone has a wreckage or an accident or something like that. I'll say I'm really happy with our commissioners here who are advocating for the citizens. That's what we were elected for, to advocate for those residents who are not here to speak for themselves. It's kind of unusual that we're giving the lobbyists, time to speak during an open discussion item. Usually they just come and speak during public comment. But I'm glad they are here and being able to hear that feedback. But I will say that, we really do need to stay with that, making sure we're looking out for the constituents, because it just hurts me. Like, someone's in a car accident, it's not a fault of their own, but yet that's the one. If you park in a place you're not supposed to, like that, that price is staying the same.
Okay,
but,
so do you want? Is that what you want?
I'm speaking.
I'm just trying to get clarity to what you're saying.
But
Are you suggesting keep them the same, whatever it is?
I believe they should be the same, especially when, people, so our Alice report is like people are, even with the federal level in their research, are $400 away from homelessness, or like a financial emergency. This does actually put a lot of people into that position, where now there's this huge cost and they can't afford their rent, they can't afford food, they can't afford their medical bills. So this is why we have this type of ordinance in place to protect people from, this, extortion, which unfortunately I really also want to make sure that we look at
the other parts of this, how are we protecting people? I mean, do they really have to go to court and fight on their own? Are there, and I don't know the answer to this, maybe you do, are there any fines if people are charging them what they shouldn't be charged? How is that process? Do they have to go through, hoops and whatever, loops in order to get that done? I mean, so I really have to think about protecting our citizens here, and this seems to be unscrupulous industry here.
Mayor, Commissioner Bonilla. So I do have the ordinance here, so I'll dig through it. It's towards the end what the violation fees are and the measures that we take when the towing industry exceeds its bounds. I'll just say it that way. And then to your question with respect to why the lobbyists are here, we were very diligent in listening to all of y'all's feedback at the 927 session, and you indicated specifically, Commissioner Uribe indicated that the towing industry didn't come and even ask to meet with her. And you all asked me and directed us as staff to ensure that they were here today. So
yeah, which is why I say I appreciate that they are here, because we get to hear from, their perspective.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Wish it was just kind of equal with the citizens as well.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Uribe?
Oh, I thought he was going to go over the process and the fines.
I got to find it.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Commissioner Uribe?
I feel bad on Lucas right now, because one of the things I wanted to ask is, what are insurance companies paying you guys for tows now? What's the going rate? Because one of the things I have received a lot is when somebody needs a tow, they're waiting up to 3 days to get a tow. When they're calling their insurance company to get their car picked up. Yeah, but this, I kind of go back to the point of that non-consensual, because I will tell you, I opted not to use you guys when my daughter had an accident, and you guys were there right when the police were there, and we had to wait 4 hours, almost 6 hours to get our insurance company to come tow our car, because obviously it's much more financially enticing to pick up off the OPD telling you to come pick it up than my insurance company paying you guys to come pick it up. But the biggest part that worries me about non-consensual is accidents. That fee just went up huge. Uninsured, somebody who made a mistake. You've not only, if you did, and I'm not claiming for anybody to get in trouble, but you've got all of this, plus you're going to be out, up to $1,000 by the time you get out and get your stuff settled. It's just very concerning on the non-consensual. That I have a hard trouble with that non-consensual price, especially if it's an accident.
Yes, ma'am. I want to go back to Commissioner Bonilla's point.
Okay, you ready?
It's on page 23 and 24 of our ordinance, section 35 through 59. I'll read just a few of the first few sentences on these different sections, if that's okay. So each violation of this article shall constitute a separate offense punishable and provided in section 1 through 9, a fine not to exceed $500 or imprisonment in county jail for a term not to exceed 60 days. Fine or imprisonment for the towing industry operator that violates the law and takes advantage of our consumers. The next thing I'll read is violations of this article enforced pursuant to Chapter 162 Florida statute shall be heard before the special magistrate, so it can go before a judge that can make an independent and objective analysis. We also have consumer investigators. That's where we have our CPO office, right? Consumer investigators, this is D on page 24. Consumer investigators assigned to the Orange County Consumer Fraud Office investigative unit shall be considered code inspectors for purposes of enforcing this article pursuant to Chapter 162, Part 1 of the Florida statutes. Any towing or immobilization service or its owner, operator, driver, or representative, or any other person who violates this article shall be liable to the owner or lessee of the vehicle for all cost of recovery, including all towing, immobilization, storage, and other associated fees and costs, plus attorney's fees, court costs, and in addition shall be liable to the owner or lessee of any towed or immobilization vehicle for any damages resulting directly or indirectly from the placement or removal of the immobilization device. And then to Commissioner Uribe's point.
Wait, so.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
So it's not like, so all that can work through the county's processes?
It is in our ordinance, yes,
Like
sir.
they don't have to go to
get their own attorney, go to court, and do that whole
I'll
process?
defer to our county.
Well, they do. They
attorney's
can bring a civil suit as well, and if they want to do that, they can hire counsel certainly to do that. They're not required to do that. But there's also penalties, not just in our county ordinances, penalties as well in the state statute, which range anywhere from first-degree misdemeanors to third-degree felonies if they violate the law. So there are those in place.
Okay, so are they required to give the rights that the consumer has to the consumer?
Well, on each of the towing signs for private property and or other tows, there's a specific number that they can call for the towing company, and a link both written out to our parking section of the CPO, of the Consumer Ordinance Protection Office, excuse me, and then a QR code that goes directly to an Orange County website page that says Know Your Rights. And it goes through a number of different things, which technically goes through a lot of the major provisions of our ordinance, telling the consumer what their rights are in a number of different situations, and who to call if they have a concern, if they want to make a complaint, or any other things. Those are outlined specifically in our ordinance, but are highlighted on that specific page that Jason Reynolds' office takes care of.
Okay, I think we somehow have to look at a way to make sure that people get that information, because I don't know, if I'm parked someplace,
Maybe
my
an
car's
education
towed,
campaign
I'm
we
not
need to
gonna
embark
stay
on.
there. You know, I'm gonna be like
Sure.
calling the sheriff and be like, where's my car?
Sure, I understand. And this might be a recommendation that you have for us as staff to come up with an education campaign as a result of opening up this ordinance and taking a look at it, that we have a countywide way to really inform people about what their rights are. To Commissioner Uribe's point, she didn't know about all these different things in our ordinance, and while it's dense and it's about 24 pages, it might be wisdom for us as staff in collaboration with you all to embark on a community engagement campaign to really help people understand.
Okay, Commissioner Scott.
Emily tells all of us.
I just want to make a point of information and ask you a question, Mayor. So for clarity, my really paramount concern is just the percentage of the fee. I know the clerk calls it a surcharge, the tax collector has a set fee. I don't want to be in a situation where, the more they have to pay, that's my issue there. But Mayor, my question to you is, how do we move this forward?
Okay, well, that's what I'm trying to do. Get assessed. So part of the conversation I think that Commissioner Uribe was bringing up was from the trespass tolls to the non-consensual. She sees, in one case, for example, I think in all of them, there's no increase of being recommended for the trespass tolls. The flat rates are the same, but for the non-consensual, this is where the methodology that has been used is the application of this CPI. In terms of the direction from the board to staff is, are we okay with that methodology or some other methodology? You could flip it. You could say, we think that the trespass tolls, we should institute a CPI adjustment, and the non-consensual should stay the same. Just in terms of a scheme of how we would come up with the rate, or we leave the trespass the same, the trespass rates the same, and we come up with some alternative increase for the non-consensual that is less than what is being recommended. I don't believe anybody is recommending it be more than what CPI is at this point, but there may be some general consensus about, we believe an increase is necessary, but perhaps it should be less than the CPI. So that's a conversation for the board, Lucas, at this point, to try to Commissioner Scott's position is, I'm just trying to get us to the point where staff has clear direction when they leave from here, and then the next time we come back with the ordinance, we'll have the public comment period of time, but we're close. We don't go through kind of all of this, kind of making a sausage at this point. We are kind of closer to where we need to be as a body. Protecting the consumers, but also being fair to the tow companies that they need an increase is kind of what I'm hearing. So I'm interested in anybody's suggestion is what I'm saying here. What's your suggestion to direct staff to? If not, going for the non-consensual from 125 to wait a minute, I'm looking at the wrong line. For the non-consensual, for the Class A, going from 125 to 158, what should the increase be?
$10.
Okay, so we got a $10 going once. Oh, wait a minute, 135.
I'm sorry, where are you at? You're at the non-consensual
tow.
Got it.
Okay, we're talking about non-consensual. On Class A, is it, did I hear 135?
You're going to kill me, but I think it depends on whether or not we can agree that.
I'm not going to kill you.
Okay, well, I mean, like, this is like, I know it feels very circular, but it's, for me, that is, any support here at all is very contingent upon whether or not we can make it streamlined, understandable, and eliminate unpredictable fees like that percentage, the processing percentage, where if someone doesn't show up with a wad of cash, they're going to have a penalty.
Okay, so are you suggesting, make it 135? Yeah. Okay, all right, so let's make it 135, okay. We're on A, that'll be 135, where it says 158. The other fees are really relatively small, I think that's not an argument. So
Well,
if we
I
go.
don't know, the storage per day adds up. I don't even, to be honest, I don't think that
storage
one
per
should be
day.
increased at all, because they don't do much while the car's sitting there. I mean, their property values increase, that, they sell the property to make more money. I mean, so.
It's a modest increase. I don't know that I'm
But
hearing
that adds up for the
consensus there.
person. What if they're in the
Okay.
hospital for 30 days? I mean,
So okay, we'll leave it as recommended at this point. Going to the Class B, the non-consensual, going from 250 to 315, what should it be?
Where are you?
Which
B,
one are
Class
you?
B.
Oh, this slide needs to change.
Yeah, we'll go to Class B. Okay. It's going from 250 to 315. This is non-consensual. What should it be?
$10. The $260 for both.
I'm just trying to get us there. I don't know
It's
that.
possible that they recommend it staying the same, is because there's not many Class Bs that are going to trespass.
Yeah, so, they're recommending that stay the same, so we're talking about the non-consensual.
Which are car accidents and wrecks.
So,
I would default to the industry for this one.
okay, so the industry is saying 315. Okay, so if you default to the industry, then that's,
Keeps the trespass.
right. Okay, so then you stay with the 315. Okay, so then go to Class C. 375 to 465. What should it be for the non-consensual? I'm looking for a suggestion. 400. Okay, we got 400 going once. 400 going twice. Okay.
$399. No, just
We're
kidding.
going to go to 400. Okay. 400. Okay. Class D,
$399.
500 to 615. Okay. Five? What did I hear you say?
550, because they want to go to 615. I say 550.
Okay, 550 is what I'm hearing. Is there anyone thinks it should be lower or higher? Okay, 550 is where we are. Okay, so Okay, so that's the direction to staff at this point. Remember what we said, no processing fee, no reduction in the waiting period before they can charge the fee, and no annual inflation adjustment.
All right, so we have these other things here that they had asked for. Do you want to walk through each of those as well?
Mayor, just for clarification, I didn't say no processing fee, it's just the percentage. I think, businesses do charge a flat fee when they process a credit card. It's just, I don't know that it's appropriate to charge a percentage that you're paying more.
All right, so what are you recommending, Commissioner, that fee be, that flat fee be?
I would really like staff to look and figure out what the appropriate amount is. I mean, I know the clerk of court charges $350. I looked on the tax collector, they referenced that. It was
$3.50.
Okay, so staff, would you come back with a flat fee for the processing fee? Okay, let's see what's across our constitutional offices, if there's a flat fee that, we could get the board comfortable with. Okay, all right, and so, was there another question? Byron, did you ask another question? No?
Lucas asked about, Lucas, was there the other
Yeah,
items
so we
you
have-
asked, like tarpaulin, cover fee,
Yeah,
all
so
those
there,
things?
we have these other
Are you
fees. I'll
good
just
with
go
everything
through them
else?
slide by
At least for the purpose of going forward with the ordinance. And,
Yeah, the cover fee,
There was a more sustainable option that I think within your sustainability plan, you may want to take a look at, because there was one that was considered more sustainable under the, framework.
Yeah, and maybe I shouldn't have provided commentary on that. I apologize. A tarp is reusable, so that's, in that definition, it would be sustainable. It's made of plastic and other things, which.
And currently they were charging a
There's a
tarpaulin fee.
$15
There's
fee
no change in
regardless.
fee. They just wanted to open up the option to use.
This other
covers.
stuff.
To use other things to
Or
cover the
tarp.
car.
Yeah, no change in fee on this one.
I don't know, Commissioner, what was that? Okay. Do you want us to get into saying use a tarp?
I think if they can just keep it the way it is right now, knowing that they reuse those, that makes the most sense for at least our sustainability goals and sort of the overall understanding of, this sounds like a convenience change, right?
Okay.
It'll be a reduction in costs. It's $39 per roll for crash wrap, $79 for Home Depot for the other.
Mayor.
Who is that? Oh, Commissioner.
So, Mayor, so Commissioner Wilson, to kind of reference, I don't think it's, we have the authority to, make rules that govern this profession, but I don't know that we should get into the very, very minute weeds. So my suggestion would be
It's
to
on
get
their,
with staff.
it's on their ask.
No, I'm saying to get with staff, maybe they come back with some sustainable options rather than us tell them do this or do that for the tarps. I'm sure they can look at some other options that, would allow to reduce their overhead, but also be consistent with our sustaining plan without us just telling them.
Part of the ask was a $15 add-on fee for the new
No,
throwaway.
not with the fee, just the
No,
sustainability.
there's not a new
Yeah.
fee.
It's not a new fee,
Yeah.
they just will have.
It says
It's
a
gonna be a $15
one-time
fee
fee in amount
regardless.
of $15 may be assessed when,
Yeah, the only thing changing is the orange wasn't straight. They were just striking through tarpaulin fee. The one-time fee for tarpaulin fee is already there.
and then they can use whatever cover.
Yeah, they were just asking to change the definition, say cover, and make cover whatever cover wants to be it tarpaulin, be it bubble wrap, be it a crash wrap, or whatever else they can come up with.
And what I was saying was just that let them look at some research, some sustainable options so they can be consistent, as opposed to us, because it's just limited here.
It's going to be a $15 fee regardless of what the options are. You just want to dictate what they have.
See if there's some
used. Is that
sustainable
what you like?
options that allow us to reduce their head, but also meet our sustaining plan goals.
Okay. All right. So I think to staff, you got enough direction at this point to kind of, the goal here was to give you some guidance in preparation for the ordinance. And you have that guidance at this point.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, commissioners.
Not perfect for the industry, but not perfect for the consumer, but okay, there's the balance that we struck here today. Okay, with that.
So are we in agreement, are you all in agreement that we would move forward with a public hearing, or would you like?
Yes. And given the feedback you've had today, we'll move forward with the public hearing. It'll be scheduled in the future.
Yes, sir. I think we have it for early March, but
Okay.
I'll check the schedule.
And I think to the county administrator, I believe was that the last item for this morning?
Yes, sir, that's it for the morning.
Okay, so we will go into recess and reconvene at 2 p.m. this afternoon, 2 p.m. All right, thank you all very much. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the afternoon, 2 p.m., a portion of the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of January the 24th, 2023. We're going to begin this afternoon at this time with the recommendations from our Board of Zoning Adjustment, and Mr. Ted Kozak is going to come forward, our chief planner, who will frame this item. And with Mr. Kozak, you're recognized at this time.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. On January 5th of this year, the Board of Zoning Adjustment heard 13 cases. 10 cases were recommended for approval. One, with the exception of the BZA case that was appealed, we request that the BCC accept the BZA recommended actions and findings.
All right, Mr. Kozak, thank you. Is there any questions or comments? If not, at least by the Board of County Commission.
Motion for approval?
Second, Gomez.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Uribe, second by Commissioner Gomez-Cordero. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes and it is unanimous. With that, we'll move to the next item, our first public hearing for this afternoon. This is regarding a budget amendment. We'll open the public hearing up at this time, and we'll call on Mr. Kurt Peterson, the manager of our Office of Management and Budget, to come forward to frame this item. And Mr. Peterson, you're recognized at this time.
Thank you, Mayor, Board, County Comptroller. Yeah, I'm back again this year. This is an annual tradition where I have to close out the prior year and make any adjustments for the mid-year for the current fiscal year budget. I know the Comptroller's Office is busy working on the annual comprehensive financial report to close out and report those results from the prior fiscal year. So today, in accordance with Section 129.062F Florida statutes, the following amendments are being considered. Fund balance, or what we commonly refer to as cash brought forward, which amends the adopted budget for the difference between actual and estimated cash brought forward. And then we have encumbrance rollovers, where we adjust the budget for prior year funding commitments for purchases not received prior to October 1st, 2022 that were paid from the fiscal year 2023 budget. And then grant rollovers, where we roll over unexpected grant funding to the new fiscal year to continue the grant programs. And then finally, capital improvement rebudgets, where we rebudget capital funding that was not expended in the prior year in order to continue those approved projects. So again, the focus of the budget amendment adjustment is to update the cash balance, rebudget the unspent funding in the prior fiscal year required to complete projects and services, and adjust for any unanticipated items and cost increases incurring after the budget was adopted. So the board adopted the county budget in September of $6.2 billion. After encumbrance rollovers, grant rollovers, and other grant budget adjustments that have happened between then and now, the budget raised to $6.9 billion. And now, after this budget amendment, the total budget will be $7.2 billion. This is a chart showing the makeup of the revenue sources of the $7.2 billion. A good amount, $2.2 billion of that, are special revenue funds. And I wanted to point out that within those special revenue funds are $276 million worth of grant funding that we receive from federal and state grants, 143 grant funds. So that's a good portion of that special revenue funds. And then we have the general fund, the enterprise funds, which is mainly utilities and convention center, our debt service funds, capital construction funds, and then our internal service funds. On the expenditure side, this is the breakout of the $7.2 billion budget. 12% for personal services, 27% operating, and then a 1% capital outlay, 15% for capital improvements. And then going around 25% countywide is reserves, which also includes restricted reserves. So focusing on the general fund, we ended fiscal year 2022 with a general fund surplus of almost $23 million, which is 1.7% of the general fund. Some of this surplus was due to extra revenue received and the constitutional officer excess fees. We do always anticipate in our budget some constitutional excess fees when we do our budgeting. On the expense side, we had some staff vacancies that result in some of the surplus, and then obviously the departments are responsible for managing those expenses, so we had some savings there. So breaking down the general fund revenue and expenditure adjustments, again, the surplus was almost $23 million, $22.9 million. We're transferring some state half-cent sales tax into the general fund to cover some of these expenditure adjustments. For the sheriff's office, we're recommending an adjustment of $9.1 million. $6.1 million of that $9.1 million is due to supply chain. It's basically rebudgeting some of the equipment items and vehicles that they didn't receive last year to the new year. So they are able to pay for those vehicles out of this current fiscal year budget. And then $3 million is related to their most recent union contract negotiations to cover some of those expenses. And then rebudgets, we have about $8.3 million in rebudgets for the general fund, and it's in two areas: for children's services funding that was unexpended, and $3 million for the Regional History Center unexpended funds that were rolling to the new fiscal year. And then non-bargaining employee market study adjustment, this is $4.5 million we're setting aside to find out based off what the market study does. So any potential impacts from that market study, we'll have the funding in the budget to cover those expenses. And then health department, building repairs, there was some damage to that building, some water intrusion. So we put $2.2 million in the budget to cover those expenses, and then we submitted that for FEMA reimbursement. So at some point, hopefully, we will be reimbursed for those expenses from FEMA. And then other post-employment benefits, the actual study was done in December, or completed, and it's been determined that we need to include another $1.5 million for the other post-employment benefits trust fund. And then other net adjustments of $200,000 were included in the budget. And then lastly, reserves. We've increased reserves by $6 million, which brings our reserves up to $103.5 million, or 7.6% of the general fund. So total countywide reserves, including all our funds, is approximately 25% of the total budget. One other significant adjustment I wanted to mention is that we did include $20 million in the Public Works Transportation Trust Fund for Hurricane Ian debris removal. This hopefully is on the high end as they pay those bills for debris removal. 100% of those expenses through December 7th should be reimbursed, and then 75% of expenses for any work done after December 7th through March 21st, 2023. And then lastly, we're requesting 3 new positions, 3 under Planning, Environmental, and Development Services, and these are 3 positions to help with the Housing Trust Fund, and then 1 Sustainability Project Coordinator position. No extra funding has been included for that sustainability. We're just using money already within the budget to cover that position. So these are the 3 action items. We'll request from the board approval of the budget amendments, approval of the new position request, and approval of the payment to the Sheriff's Office of $9.1 million. Mayor, I'll turn the floor to you for public comment and any questions from the board.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Peterson. This is an item that is generated internally, so there's no applicant on this. However, I will open it up for public comment at this time. And Mr. Conkle, do we have any members of the public present who have indicated a desire to speak?
I have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
Okay, and with that, then I will close the public hearing for this item, and we'll go to potential motion for approval by any commissioner.
So moved, Uribe.
Second, Moore.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes, and it is unanimous.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mayor.
We're going to move to the next item on our afternoon agenda, and this is for item B2, a petition to vacate. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and we have Mr. Brett Blackadar, our Deputy Director of Public Works, who will come forward and frame this item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a petition to vacate PTV 21-04022 from Angel Anderson. You go to the next slide. The petitioner requests that Orange County vacate a 7-foot wide utility easement that running along the rear property line of the residential lot located at 4415 Bay Breeze Road in Lake Breeze Park subdivision. This is in the Lake Breeze Park subdivision and contains approximately 56.88 square feet. The property lies south of Lake Breeze Drive and west of North John Young Parkway. A shed was constructed near the rear property line, which encroached into the 7-foot wide utility easement. This encroachment prompted a code enforcement action in order to solve the violation. To obtain an after-the-fact building permit, the petitioner is requesting to vacate the 7-foot wide easement mentioned above. The Real Estate Management and Environmental Protection Divisions have no objections to the request. All utility providers have signed letters of no objections to this request as well. Approval of this request will have no adverse effects on Orange County. Staff has no objection to this request. And our requested action is to approval of PTV 21-04022 and is located in District 2. I'm here to answer any questions anyone may have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Blackadar. I'm going to go to the applicant. Ms. Anderson, if you're present and you'd like to make any comments, now would be the time.
Well, currently I don't have any comments in reference to the approval of the vacation. I just would like to add a comment that this property was built in 1977, and it has plumbing, it has electric in that accessory building, and a part of the process to get a permit, we went down this process and found out that it was it was outside of the property line. So that was one part of the process. And then moving forward to the code violation, stating that it did not have a permit. And so as the new homeowner, I'm not aware that it did not have a permit. And it was hard to believe that it would not be permitted and have electric and plumbing in that accessory building. And so with those additional fees to get the permit, I wanted to ask if those fees could be waived in reference to that building has been there since 1977.
Okay, I'll go to the staff on that, but it's really not uncommon that sometimes people do improvements to their properties and they don't go through the proper permitting process to do it at the time, and then sometimes those properties are sold and new people buy them, you know, in the condition that they're in unknowingly. There may be some prior violations of the land use codes, et cetera, within the county. And then there's to rectify that, to make certain that it is consistent with the law and codes. There's a process, and that's kind of what we're going through today. But I'll go to staff on historically if we have waived fees in similar types of situations.
Mayor, thank you. I'm not aware of a mechanism in county code where the fees in an instance such as this could be waived. I will refer you to Tim Boldig, who's our director for the Planning Environmental Development Services Department. At the very least, he can make sure that you've got a good understanding of the permit requirements and ultimately being able to work with both building and zoning on the reviews and approvals that are necessary.
Could you give me that name again?
Tim Boldig? He's in the audience.
Ms. Anderson, if you could stand by for a moment, if you don't have anything else additional that you're going to present at this time, just stand by. We'll work through the remainder of the process.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Mr. Boldig, if you'll stand by, I'm going to go to the members of the public at this time and open it up for any public comment. Do we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
Yes, Mayor, we have one speaker card, Wayne Morrell. Sir, if you can approach the podium over there, and you'll have 3 minutes. State your name and address for the record, please.
Afternoon, Wayne Morrell, 4419 Bay Breeze. I am the neighbor. I approve of this, but I have some questions, and that is the utility easement. I am coming up on 20 years in my house next door. That building has been there since before I got there. But the utility easement was not listed on my survey when I got the property in 2004. I'm wondering if this utility survey runs all the way along all the properties that are down there, which is 6 of them, that go between the Church in the Sun and all of our properties that back up to it, because the Church in the Sun is in the city, we're in the county. Second question is, if that is a utility easement, why is it there? The reason I'm asking that is because you can't build anything on the church's property. That's in the city. You have nothing to do with that. Second reason is, if that is not being used for anything now, will not be used for anything in the future, give her the whole 7 foot, 90 feet long. Let her do what she needs to do to improve her property. Third reason is because if she can get her vacated and that property easement is on my property, I want mine vacated too, because there's not going to build anything there, period. There is no access to anything. All of our power, all of our water, we're on septic, is all in the front yard. There's no reason for a utility access along the back line. There are other outbuildings on the other properties that are on that street that are falling into that 7 foot category. And now all those people are going to have to move their stuff too if something happens. Why can't we vacate it all? Thank you very much. If you have any questions for me, feel free. If not, I'm finished. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Morrell, for your comments. Do we have any other members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
I have no other speakers, Mayor.
If we have no other speakers, then I'm going to close the public comment period at this time. And let me have Mr. Boldig come up. Tim, where are you?
I think you already stepped out. They had stepped out with the
Okay. So I don't know if you're prepared to respond to the initial kind of question that
Sure.
Ms. Anderson raised or not?
Sir, I can give you my card here, and you can contact us. I believe there is a platted easement across all of those properties, but I can verify that. And what we'll do is we'll look at that just to verify. But it's pretty typical of a site and a subdivision to have rear easements for utilities because of planning for the future. A lot of utilities come in the back, so it's not uncommon that when a neighborhood's platted that is put in there for future planning. But we can also, I can direct you to our staff that does the petition to vacate. So if you would like to go through that process as well, we can give you information on how to apply for a petition to vacate for that process as well.
Okay, and with that, I think we addressed the question that was raised by Ms. Anderson initially, and now we have addressed the question that was raised by Mr. Morrell, or the series of questions. Staff will work with him to kind of give him the detailed responses subsequent to today's meeting. With that, I'll go to the District Commissioner. Commissioner Moore, would you like to offer a motion?
I would. I'd like to move the recommended action.
Second, Wilson.
Gomez.
Okay, I think I heard Commissioner Wilson begin to speak first, so the seconder on the motion will be Commissioner Wilson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes and it is unanimous. So Ms. Anderson, where did she go? She stepped out as well. Okay. All right, we're going to go to the next item then. We're going to go to item B3. We'll open up the public hearing on this item, and Mr. Blackadar will frame this item as well from our Public Works Department.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a petition to vacate PTV-21-10-029 from Fenedra Kata on behalf of AK Family Holdings, LLC. The petitioner requests that Orange County vacate a 25-foot wide portion of right-of-way known as Cortlandt Street, which lies adjacent to the petitioner's vacant residential lot containing approximately 1,038 square feet. The property lies south of Cortlandt Street and east of Addington Street. The petitioner wishes to vacate in order to add the land to his property for future development. The real estate management, engineering, transportation planning, roads and drainage, and environmental protection divisions have no objection to this request. All utility providers have signed letters of no objection to this request as well. Approval of this request will have no adverse effects in Orange County. Staff has had no objections to this request. And our requested action is approval of PTV 21-10-029, and it's located in District 5. And again, I'm here to answer any questions that anyone may have.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant on this item present? If you'd like to make any comments, you will need to go to the podium. If not, he's waiving on making any comments. Are there any members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers, Mayor.
Okay. You say none?
None.
Okay. Then we'll close the public hearing at this time, and we'll go to the District Commissioner, Commissioner Bonilla, for a potential motion.
So moved.
Second, Gomez.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. With that, we'll move to the next item on our agenda, and this is item C4. And I'll open the public hearing on this item, and Mr. Joe Conkle, our Director of Public Works, will frame this item. Mr. Conkle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Public hearing C4 is the Hamlin PD, Hamlin SEC Commercial PSP Master Development Plan. The subject property is south of New Independence Parkway and east of Hamlin Groves Trail within Horizon West Town Center Village. The request is to amend the approved development plan to split Building H into 3 buildings, including 1 golf bar and 2 future kiosks, and to add Building H2, which is all associated with the mini golf use for the site. The request also includes a waiver from code to revise the building build-to line along the framework street to allow the main building to be set back 97 feet from the framework main street in lieu of 10 feet. The property is shown as Horizon West land use map as retail wholesale district and is zoned PD as the Hamlin PD Unified Neighborhood Plan. The aerial shows the existing retail shopping center and surrounding residential developments to the south. Here is the development plan showing the relocated building in purple. The recommended action is to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the Hamlin Plan Development Unified Neighborhood Plan, RW2, Hamlin SEC Commercial Preliminary Subdivision Plan, Master Development Plan, subject to the conditions listed under the DRC recommendation in the staff report. This is located in District 1. Commissioners and Mayor have been briefed, and I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant on this item present? If so, would you like to come forward and offer any comments?
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, good afternoon. My name is Jim Willard. I'm the attorney for the owner applicant. I'm at the Schutz & Bowen Law Firm, 300 South Orange Avenue here in Orlando. My client and their consultants, myself, have been working with staff for a considerable period of time on a very important component of the Hamlin market area that is covered by this master development plan. We are in favor of the staff recommendation. I'd like to reserve the balance of my time to address any questions you may have or other speakers may have concerning this recommendation. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Attorney Willard, for your presence. We'll move to public comment. Are there members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
There are no speakers for this item, Mayor.
Okay, then we'll close the public hearing at this time. We'll go to the District Commissioner, Commissioner Wilson, for a potential motion.
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate you being here and all the information. I think this is an exciting part of the sort of the plan that's coming together in that area. And I just want to emphasize on behalf of the residents there that they are desperate for this type of new restaurant business, small business, and opportunities to walk and bike the whole area. So I look forward to future partnerships and making that happen as this moves forward. With that, I make a motion for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Willard. We'll move to the next item, C5 on our agenda for this afternoon. We'll open the public hearing. Mr. Conkle from Public Works will frame this item as well.
Thank you, Mayor. Public hearing C5 is the Trails Neighborhood Retail Center Land Use Plan. The subject property is at the corner of Alafaya Trail and La Conatosa Trail. The PD is currently entitled for C1 retail commercial uses, and the request is to add some C2 uses to the approved uses, including animal shelters and boarding kennels with no outdoor runs, landscaping and irrigation businesses, TV studios, wholesale distribution of durable and non-durable goods, wholesale bakeries, wholesale florists, caterers, and indoor auctions. The property is designated planned development, commercial on the future land use map, and is currently zoned PD as the Trails Neighborhood Retail Center PD. The aerial shows the existing retail building located at the corner of Alafaya and La Conatosa, and surrounding areas developed with a mix of residential and commercial uses. Here is the land use plan. Our recommended action is to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the Neighborhood Trails Neighborhood Retail Center Plan Development Land Use Plan, subject to the conditions listed under the DRC recommendation in the staff report. This project is located in District 5. Commissioners and Mayor have been briefed, and we're here to answer any questions. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, is the applicant or representative present? If so, now would be the time to speak.
Hello, thank you. My name is Peter Traficante with Kimley Horn and Associates. I'm here to represent the project, and we have no comments at the time. We're in support of the requested action.
All right, stand by, Mr. Traficante. Are there members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
There are no speakers for this item, Mayor.
Okay, then we'll close the public hearing at this time, and we'll go to the District Commissioner, Commissioner Bonilla, for a potential motion.
So moved.
Second, Gomez?
I think I heard Commissioner Scott first, so we have. All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous.
Thank you.
We will move to the next item, and this is item D6 on this afternoon's agenda. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and at this time, Mr. Kunkel, are you going to frame this item?
No.
Okay. All right. So Mr. Hall is going to frame this item.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jason Sorensen with the Planning Division. I'll be presenting this next item, which is a board-called rezoning request. The request is to go from C2 General Commercial District to C1 Retail Commercial District. Restricted, the proposed use is vehicle storage and parking. The future land use map is commercial for the subject property. The current zoning map, the property is currently split between C2 and C1 zoning districts. The request is to go to C2 restricted. This is an aerial of the subject property showing it south of Edgewater Drive and west of Mott Avenue. It's currently used for vehicle storage and parking. A community meeting was not required for this request. 141 public hearing notices were sent to an area extending beyond 500 feet from the subject property. To date, we have received no responses in favor or in opposition. At the Planning and Zoning Commission, there were no speakers present during public comment. The Planning and Zoning Commission is recommending that the board make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the requested C2 restricted zoning subject to 6 restrictions. Staff is available for any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sorensen. Is the applicant on this item present? If so, would you like to come forward and offer any comments?
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Shucklett. I'm the applicant. And I agree with all the staff's recommendation.
All right. You want to stand by?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. Are there any members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
There are no speakers, Mayor.
All right. Then we'll close the public hearing at this time. And Commissioner Moore, would you like to offer a motion on this item?
Sure. I would like to move the recommended action.
Second, Uribe?
All right. We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. A motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right. Commissioner Moore, what's your timeline? Are you going to be here for the next item?
Yes, I should be.
Okay, so we'll move forward. I know you have to leave early when we get to that point. If you want to make any comments on the Tenant Bill of Rights issue, you'll be able to do that before you leave. Okay. All right, we're going to move to the next item on our agenda, and this is item E7. With this item, Mr. Sorensen, you're going to frame this item as well?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Commissioners. This next item is a small-scale future land use map amendment and rezoning. The applicant is Allison Yorko. This is actually an appeal to the Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation of approval. The appellant is Maria Hamilton, and this is located in District 1. The request is to change the future land use map designation from rural settlement 1-to-1 to office rural settlement, and to change the zoning district from RCE Country Estate District to professional office restricted. The proposed use is PO uses, including a veterinary clinic without outdoor runs. Again, the future land use is currently RS 1-to-1. The proposed future land use is office rural settlement. The current zoning is RCE, and the proposed zoning is professional office restricted. This is a zoomed out aerial of the subject property, showing it south of Conroy Windermere Road and west of Cleveland Avenue, equidistant between Hutchinson Morley Road and Dr. Phillips Boulevard. This is a zoomed in aerial of the subject property, again showing it south of Conroy Windermere Road and west of Cleveland Avenue. Community meetings were held on August 11th and November 1st, 2022, with 33 residents and 24 residents in attendance. Resident concerns were for noise, site access, incompatibility with the surrounding single-family homes, and potential health impacts. At the Planning and Zoning Commission, there were 13 speakers present to speak in opposition, and none were present to speak in favor of the request. Staff recommendation is for denial, whereas the Planning and Zoning Commission local planning agency is recommending that the board make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and adopt the requested office rural settlement future land use, approve the associated small-scale ordinance, and approve the requested professional office restricted zoning subject to 6 restrictions. Staff is available for any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sorensen. Is the appellant on this item present or representative? If so, we will ask you to come forward to offer any comments.
Good afternoon, Mayor, fellow commissioners. For the record, Brent Spain, Theriac in Spain, 1809 Edgewater Drive, on behalf of the appellant Maria Hamilton. So I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you all this afternoon. And we're here actually in support of the staff's recommendation before the Planning and Zoning Commission to deny the small-scale plan amendment and the rezoning. So again, as I indicated, I represent Mrs. Maria Hamilton. On the overhead, you'll see her property is outlined in blue. That is immediately south of the proposed site of the plan amendment and the rezoning. The bottom photo, you'll see that's Miss Hamilton's home. She's resided there for the past 10 years. As staff indicated in their introduction, the existing land use and zoning, you've got rural settlement 1-to-1. You've got zoning of rural country estates. And as you can see on the image on the screen, essentially all the immediately surrounding property is either RCE or R1AA, R1A. So it's in a predominantly exclusively residential area. The applicant is seeking to change the flume designation to office and the zoning to PO, professional office, for a 10,000 square foot vet clinic, office, or medical dental office, according to the application submittal. We respectfully submit that the application is inconsistent with your comprehensive plan for a number of reasons. I'm going to go through them on the following 3 slides, and then I'm going to show some photos of the surrounding area. One is flu objective 6.2, and I have an excerpt there on the first bubble. As rural settlements provide for a rural residential lifestyle, Rural settlements were intended to recognize and preserve the existing development patterns at the time the comprehensive plan was adopted in 1991. And you'll see that this is in the West Windermere rural settlement. There's been no change to the development pattern. It has stayed rural. It's exclusively residential in this portion of that rural settlement. You have FLU policy 6.2.5, which I've quoted: the permitted densities and intensities of land use within the rural settlement shall maintain the rural character. And that lists a number of factors to consider. And again, that's important when I get to the slides with photographs. You'll see there's been absolutely no change in this portion of the rural settlement. And then you have the two policies at the bottom, which I anticipate the applicant to reference, and those are the ones in your comprehensive plan that in limited circumstances allow commercial or office uses within a rural settlement. I think it's important to emphasize that those policies require that the scale and intensity must be compatible with the existing development pattern of the rural settlement. And again, when we go through the next few slides, you'll see that the existing development pattern in this portion of the West Windermere rural settlement is large lot, low density residential uses. There's absolutely no office or commercial uses on this portion of Conroy Windermere Road. Then we jump to FLU Objective 8.2, which you're all very well aware of, and that is that at the end of the day, compatibility is the fundamental consideration for this board in all land use decisions. And that's important because there are several policies specifically addressing the location of commercial uses in your comprehensive plan. One, you've got FLU Policy 8.2.1, which indicates that future land use changes shall be required to be compatible with existing development and the development trends in the area. And not to be repetitive, but again, you'll see the existing development pattern in this particular area of the rural settlement is single-family residential development. If you go to FLU Policy 1.4.3, and this one hits it home a little more, quote, the location of commercial development shall be concentrated at major intersections and then also in the urban service area. One, this proposal is not at a major intersection. In fact, it's not even at an intersection, and it's in the rural service area. And then FLU Policy 1.4.4, the disruption of residential areas by poorly located and designed commercial activities shall be avoided. And you'll see this site has very limited access on Conroy Windermere Road. It forces people to make U-turns at unlit intersections in order to access the site. It's isolated. And lastly, we have FLU Policy 1.4.6, which is critical, I think, for today's meeting. And this lists 9 criteria that you all are supposed to consider when you're looking at a conversion of a residential use to a non-residential use. And I haven't listed all 9. I've picked 5 of them just to demonstrate that it doesn't meet at a minimum 5, if not all 9 of them. But one, there's been no significant change in the land use character of the surrounding area. C, the site is not adjacent to commercial or office uses. It doesn't adjoin an intersection, and it's not adjacent to any wetlands, stormwater facilities, or other features that serve to buffer it from the existing residential uses. There's a stormwater pond to the one side on the west, but there's residential immediately to the east and the south. There are no features that buffer it from that. We've already gone over and touched upon compatibility. We're going to touch upon G, where the traffic impacts from this site are going to adversely affect the surrounding area. And then H is sort of your all's catch-all, that it has to meet all other applicable provisions regarding non-residential use, and we've already touched upon a few of those. In fact, I would submit that this is sort of textbook example of spot zoning or spot planning, and you'll see on the diagram that's what's proposed. So they're dropping this little square of office and professional office right in a sea of green and yellow. There's no other commercial development along this stretch of Conroy Windermere Road. The nearest non-residential commercial use is down at Dr. Phillips Boulevard in Conroy Windermere at a lit full intersection. And at the other end, you have Apopka Vineland and Conroy Windermere Road has a lot of commercial development. So again, you have an instance where you have an applicant coming in and trying to change this one little small lot. It's 1.54 acres. They bought it in 2018. They may try to claim a hardship before you all this afternoon, but they bought it knowing that it was rural settlement 1-to-1. They bought it knowing that it was RCE. So what does this neighborhood look like? Well, the site is in the Windermere Heights subdivision. It's adjacent to the Wingrove Estate subdivision. In fact, it's 25 feet, and you'll see a picture. It's 25 feet from the rear property lines in Wingrove Estates across Cleveland Avenue. The proposed use is substantially more intense than the low-density residential uses. You have the potential for a 10,000 square foot building. That's 3 times larger than the average size of the surrounding homes in the area. You have hours of operation, which are much more intense than a low-density single-family use. You're operating 6 days a week, and you got noises that are not common for low-density residential, whether that's dogs barking. The commercial use on the site is more intense. You have cars coming and going all throughout the day. You've got deliveries coming and going all throughout the day, and you have the beloved garbage truck coming in and getting the dumpster. And again, I've touched upon it already, and we're going to see it in a picture, but the existing development pattern along this portion of Conroy Windermere Road is all low-density residential. There's no commercial uses on this segment. So here's an aerial of this segment. You can see the site outlined in sort of greenish yellow. Again, everything around it is single-family residential. The closest non-residential use is on the far left side of that picture. There's an existing church just past the intersection with Lincoln Avenue. That's within the rural settlement. You can see the red and black hash line. That's the rural settlement boundary. It's also the rural service area boundary. Here are some pictures of what this area looks like. The top photo is looking across Conroy Windermere Road directly at the site. So the site is behind the white wall. It's heavily wooded, as you can see, which is pictured in the bottom right, is Cleveland Avenue, which you can see is an unpaved roadway. And then the measuring tape there shows that the property is 25 feet from the back of the Wingrove Estates lots. This is another picture. The top one, again, is Cleveland Avenue. You can see the rural nature of the area, and then the bottom photo is turning back into the site, heavily wooded and rural. This is what the folks experience on a daily basis out on Conroy Windermere Road. The left photo is rush hour congestion. That's right in front of this site. You can see their white masonry wall. That's backing up all the way from Dr. Phillips Boulevard, which is the nearest lit intersection when you're heading east on Conroy Windermere Road. The picture on the right is right in front of the Wingroves Estates subdivision. So traffic backs up and actually blocks that subdivision entrance. And just by a way of comparison, the top bullet, I've got the ITE calculation for a vet clinic of 10,000 square feet. It generates 215 daily trips. You got 36 AM peak hour trips, 39 PM peak hour trips. It's even greater if they did a medical office, medical dental. By comparison, a single family home generates 1 PM peak hour trip and about 8 daily trips. And this site was previously developed with a single family home. You'll see some pictures probably from the applicant of that house while it was being demolished. This is the difficulty with the traffic access. The top photo is, I tried to zoom in on Conroy Windermere Road, but you'll see it's a 4-lane divided highway. If you're heading west on Conroy Windermere Road, you can't access this site without going down to Lincoln Avenue, which is the middle photo, and flipping a U-turn at an intersection that has no left turn arrow. If you're coming the other way, when you leave the site, you have to turn east on Conroy Windermere Road, which means if you want to go west, you've got to either flip a U-turn in front of Wingrove's Estate, which we've already seen gets backed up, or you have to go down to Dr. Phillips Boulevard to the full intersection. Your only other alternative is what got brought up at the P&Z meeting is cut-through traffic. And the applicant had indicated at the P&Z that there was no way to access this site by cutting through on Cleveland Avenue down to Dr. Phillips Boulevard, which is just respectfully incorrect. As you can see on the slide, the red arrows are leaving the site. So you go out of the site east on Conroy Windermere, you go right on Cleveland, you take Cleveland down to Oak Park Road, and you jog around to Oakland Place, which goes directly out to Dr. Phillips Boulevard. You can come to the site exactly the opposite way with the blue arrows, and you loop through that residential subdivision, which has had to put in speed bumps to deal with the cut-through traffic, and you loop up to Lincoln Avenue. I believe the applicant's representative claimed that Oakland Place was walled off at Dr. Phillips Boulevard, which it isn't. This is actually a picture of the intersection of Oakland Place and Dr. Phillips Boulevard. You can see that it's fully accessible. And again, those streets end up having speed humps on them to deal with the cut-through traffic, which I'm sure some members of the general public will talk about. The last thing I want to touch upon before introducing Ms. Hamilton very briefly is the applicant had mentioned at the P&Z hearing that this is very similar to their site, existing site in Longwood. And I know you all don't have jurisdiction over the city of Longwood, but it's important to point out that that's apples and oranges. You can see the aerial there highlights their site in Longwood. It's shaded in green. The colored picture on the left has a blue star where their site is. So you can see that their site in Longwood is red on that map. It's zoned commercial. It backs up to the purple is actually light industrial, and the white rectangle behind the site is a lake bottom owned by Seminole County. Immediately to the north of the site is a VFW hall, a commercial nursery, a tree trimming business, and an aluminum welding facility. Those are all in the red and purple. And then the brownish orange color is medium density residential. But again, that's not adjacent to this site. So this is not a rural settlement. And in fact, I'm going to show you the streetscape. The top picture is the Longwood site. You can see the applicant's existing buildings on the left is sort of painted orangish in color. Straight ahead is the vet hall, VFW hall. To the right is the commercial landscaping business. The streetscape on the bottom photo is what's before you this afternoon. Nothing about those two pictures are similar. The top photo is a commercialized portion of Ronald Reagan Boulevard in Longwood. The bottom is the entryway to a rural settlement enclave in Orange County, which your comprehensive plan urges you all to protect. So at this time, I'd like to introduce Maria Hamilton for a couple minutes, and then we would reserve the rest of our time for rebuttal. Mayor.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Hamilton. My address is 4474 Cleveland Avenue. I reside on the south side, directly next to the property. There's only a skinny lot between their property and our property. I did my due diligence when we were looking for a home in this area. In fact, it took 2 years of due diligence before a home became available to purchase in this sought-after neighborhood. You see, people don't move out.
Just pull the mic down to her.
Thank you. People don't move out of our area. We love our unique residential area. Here we have the best of both worlds. We live a unique lifestyle in this rural settlement, yet have all the conveniences of the city. Let me explain uniqueness. Our neighborhood has no street lights, no sidewalks, no water utilities, just wells, no sewer. We have big yards, people walk in the street, they get to know their neighbors, and we still talk to one another. Nowadays, that's a very hard thing to find. This is why I object to changing the zoning to allowing business into our pristine, sought-after neighborhood. I can give you many more reasons why not to change this proposed property to business. The most important one is these properties are residential, and we were promised by the city that it would stay that way. So please, I thank you for your time. but please vote no to the veterinarian business. Thank you.
And with that, Mayor, this is just my concluding slide, and it has the 6 bullet points. As one, we would respectfully submit that the request is inconsistent with the county's comp plan for the reasons stated in my presentation and also in the staff, which again, your professional planning staff recommended denial of this project. And again, it's not similar with the existing development pattern. This neighborhood is extremely unique. I looked at this enclave part of this rural settlement. There's not a single non-residential designation anywhere in this little portion of the West Windermere rural settlement. And I'd submit it would be a detrimental intrusion into this rural settlement to approve this use. So I appreciate your time and patience, and I'll reserve the remaining 2 minutes for rebuttal.
All right, thank you, Attorney Spain. We're going to go to the applicant, and I believe Ms. Attorney Allison Yurko is representing the applicant on this item, and she's coming forward.
Do the PowerPoint, yeah. And thank you, I appreciate it. My name is Allison Yurko. I'm the attorney for the applicant, the Love and Care Vet Clinic. I'm here today with Dr. Singh. He's got his team up here in the second row. We've got our folks from McCree Development. We're handing out a packet for you all that shows the post-community meeting concept plan, the immediate population data, that North Cleveland is not a cut-through, the comp plan policies, and our expert planners report that concludes that this request is in fact consistent with the comprehensive plan. I did want to just, before I go into my PowerPoint, I did want to just point out a few inconsistencies with the comments I heard. First of all, the references to 1.4.3 and 1.4.1 and one other section of the comprehensive plan address requests for commercial projects. This is not a commercial project. This is a request for an office use. It's an office rezoning, and it's an office future land use. That is a textbook transitional use between commercial and high-intensity uses in residential. So I just wanted to clarify that for the record. Also, there were a couple of references to the fact that the staff has recommended that you not approve this. In fact, your professional staff, Alberto Vargas, the manager of the planning division, in an email and memo of December 29, has requested to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and adopt office rural settlement future land use map designation and approve the PO restricted professional office district. So that is in fact the staff recommendation here today. With that, I wanted to show you a little bit about what we're doing here. This is an existing use, an existing business on Conroy Windermere Road. It's about a half a mile from the site. It's at a major retail center, but like so many people, they are getting priced out of their lease. And it is not a sustainable situation. They've been there since 2013. They purchased this 1.5 acre parcel a couple of years ago to build the center, to build their vet clinic here. They're about 1,000 feet away from a major retail center that includes a grocery store, a Centricare, a bank with a drive-through teller. This retail center spans the entire east side of Wingrove Estates, and it's way more than the 8,600 square foot use that we're requesting today. This site is buffered by a huge county retention pond to the west. It's buffered by a 4-lane arterial road to the north, Cleveland Road to the east. The Hamilton parcel is not adjacent to it. There's an intervening single-family lot that's 0.7 of an acre between the site and the Hamilton residence. The Robalina residence is impacted by 1/3, except there's a 50-foot unopened, basically right-of-way there, so there's an additional buffer there. This is the county retention pond. This is Conroy Windermere Road. This is what it sounds like to live on Conroy Windermere Road. This is how loud the traffic noise is. This is why no one wants to build a single-family home with a residence with this in their front yard. This is not enhanced. I took this with my cell phone. This is what it sounds like. In fact, one of the residents at the zoning commission hearing who lives behind us, Robalina, had the same type video, the same noise, and she lives behind the site and hears this noise. That's why this is what the site has looked like for the last 10 years. It was an abandoned house with squatters. In 2019, a predecessor came in for a special exception for a daycare, but it was withdrawn due to the neighborhood opposition. And so Dr. Singh ended up tearing this house down at the request of the county. You can see here that white vinyl fence is North Cleveland. That was the view that the residents from Windgrove, in that first home, had of this site. Again, 10 years. This is not a place where you can have a single-family residential home. Again, you might have a development with this in your backyard, but not in your front yard. North Cleveland Avenue, let's talk about that. It is not a cut-through. I tried doing it. I took my car and I tried it because I was worried because I heard all of this testimony about how it's cut through traffic. I couldn't do it. If there's a double secret way to get through, then so be it. But it's a pathway. It ends in grass there. The day I was there, you couldn't even get through the grass. There are dead-end signs, stop signs. I lost track of where the fences and the walls and the dead-end signs were. That's in your packet. Again, I couldn't do it. Plus, you're not allowed to use that anyway. The requirements from the Planning and Zoning Commission are that you can only access on Conroy Windermere Road. So this is basically going to function as an additional 25-foot buffer from the site and that house that's there at the corner. Let's talk about the rural settlement. This is in the West Windermere Rural Settlement, that's correct, but it's a disconnected enclave. You see where that arrow is? It's not even in Windermere. It's closer to Dr. Phillips Boulevard than it is to Windermere. And if you look at this little enclave and the uses there, I don't know how you could create a precedent because it's either built out, there's a church there, there's schools, or it's underwater. The county has their retention pond, and then you have Lake Floyd there. And then if we drill down even more and we look at this rural settlement, we see that there are existing small businesses within this rural settlement. It is not a residential rural settlement. Rural settlements contemplate non-residential properties, and a vet clinic is a textbook example of a residential, an agricultural type use that's expected in the rural settlement. If we drill down even more and look at our site in comparison to the huge retail center that is on the other side of Windgrove Estates, that retail center is at the corner of Dr. Phillips and Conroy Windermere. It spans the entire easterly border of Windgrove Estates. Compared to our site, we're an acre and a half on Conroy Windermere Road with a street in between us and Windgrove Estates. This is the retail center that spans the entire east side of Windgrove Estates. And it's 1,000 feet away, by the way. So let's look at 6.2, and I think I'll bring your attention to the staff report there and to our report from expert John Smoger. FLU 6.2 says you create rural settlements to recognize the need to maintain residential areas. Chapter 38 of the code allows vet clinics in residential areas that'll have livestock, or they're permitted as a special exception if there's no livestock. Textbook example of the type of non-residential use that you would expect to see in a rural settlement. FLU 6.2.5, the permitted densities and intensities shall maintain their rural character. You look at the lot size, the open space, the tree canopies, the building locations, compatibility with existing uses. We're down to a 0.13 FAR on this site, folks. It's an acre and a half property with an 8,600 square foot building per conditions that we've agreed to after 2 community meetings and 2 Planning and Zoning Commission hearings, the second of which lasted over 3 hours. We have ample space for trees and views and canopies. 6.2.9 and 6.2.10 are the most compelling FLU objectives. We drill down on the data here. We have to be able to establish that we are supporting the immediate population. We drill down on all of these postal codes. 74.4% of his patients are in the immediate population. He's only moving effectively 3 blocks away, half a mile, however long you want to say it. It's the same patient base. And we're entitled to rely on your provisions in your comprehensive policy plan. We again, are a textbook example of the kind of non-residential use that you would expect to see in a rural settlement, particularly one on a road like Conroy Windermere with a 35,000 per day trip count. The demand for vet services has only increased since the pandemic. Dr. Singh's leased space he leased a space in 2013 due to the significant need for vet services. The need has only increased over the years. The leased space is no longer sufficient. He has a strong commitment to the area and the community. We have a petition in your packet there, I think it's number 3, with 120 signatures in support of this use. Dr. Singh has a clinic on the other side of town. This is what it looks like. It's a textbook example of something that maintains residential rural character, open spaces, canopies, landscaping. That's the existing residential neighborhood. It has only been kept nice. We have a couple of the neighbors from that area that are in support of this. And if you look at the sound, this is me walking around his building. Those are my footsteps. Those are birds in the tree. Those birds are not in the building, they're in the tree. And that's the road traffic. So again, this is a low impact use that does not make noise. 8.2.11 compatibility may not necessarily be determined to be a land use that is identical to the uses around it. The other factors you look at are the design attributes of the project, the physical integration of a project, the function to the broader community, and the contribution towards the goals and objectives of the comprehensive plan. A balance of considerations is required, and these 6 conditions from the Planning and Zoning Commission ensure that compatibility. At our second community meeting, they hired McCree. We went over several concept plans. We came up with this one. It's number 1 in your packet. It is exactly a textbook example of what you'd expect to see in a rural settlement. We've got our additional 25-foot green space buffer. When it augments with North Cleveland to give you 50 feet and gives you 75 feet from Robalina. There's a vinyl fence on the eastern and southern boundaries. We're saving trees. We move the retention over to the front so that we're even going to help the situation with the road. And we don't have any access on North Cleveland. And there's no outdoor dog runs or dog uses, our dog facilities. So with that, I'd like to reserve the balance of my time, and we appreciate the board's attention and support of this project. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Attorney York. Are there any members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
Yes, Mayor, we have 29 speakers. So I'll begin with the, let me reset the clock.
So with the speakers this afternoon, are they all like individual homeowners from different households? If not, if some of you, husband and wife or spouses living in the same house, you may, for the benefit of time, you may yield your time to the one person in your household or what have you. But we want to try to move through this process as efficiently as we can. And so with that, we'll start with the first speaker.
All right. So thank you, Mayor. I'll call off a few names in a row so you can move over towards the side of the wall there and be prepared. Gary Davids is our first speaker, followed by Michael Orliansky, and to be followed by Susan Stucker. Please state your name and address for the record, please. You'll have 3 minutes.
All right, my name's Gary Davids, address 1477 North Ronald Reagan Boulevard, Longwood, Florida. And Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, I thank you for the opportunity to go forward with this kind of a process and give the voice of the people a chance to be heard. I want to say that I can say that, speaking from the heart, I don't really have any of this written down, but I can see both sides of an argument like this, but what I'm going to do is speak in favor of the project because I am a neighbor. I have been a neighbor for 22 years. So it's not like I just moved into the neighborhood last month or last week. 22 years of listening to the traffic on Ronald Reagan Boulevard. And I can say that if it wasn't for, living there for the whole time, I wouldn't even know that Love and Care Animal Hospital is there. That's how quiet their facility is run. going back to one of the slides, I didn't even know some of the stuff that I was going to talk about, so I just made a couple of notes right here. There was one presentation talking about the differences, how they're not similar at all. And what I can point out, the similarities that are exactly the same, is when I moved into my house 22 years ago, it was single lane each way, and it is now a 4-lane road with a median in the middle, which has been for the whole 22 years, right after I moved in. And there is no traffic light leading into the clinic that exists in Longwood. You have to make a U-turn, either when you've gone past it or from either side. I can say that by the amount of traffic that does go into there, I feel in a way it makes it safer because the speed limit there is 45 miles an hour. If there wasn't a driveway apron to access the property, people would be going well over 45 miles per hour. So in a way, people expect to see traffic coming and going from there. I think that makes it safer. The other thing is you can't get, from my knowledge, you can't have a commercial or professional office facility if you don't have a dedicated driveway apron, an ingress and an egress, to come and go. So I don't see how this would be affecting the property behind the property.
Mr. Davis, I hate to stop you right now. 2 minutes?
I had put 3 minutes up, Mayor.
So they should all be given 2 minutes this afternoon. Mr. Davis, I'm going to ask you to kind of wrap it up.
Okay, no problem. So U-turn accessible is what that is exactly. A vacant lot would invite more crime, and I know that. Anybody knows that a vacant lot is where people hang out and do, who knows, we won't even address that. The barking issue, I never hear any barking coming from his
All right,
property.
so Mr. Davis, I hate to tell you, but you're out of time.
Okay, well, I thank you very much.
Okay. And just for the record, it's my understanding you're a neighbor at the present location in the Longwood area, not the Conroy Windermere Road area. Okay. All right. Thank you for your comments. We're going to go to the next speaker, please.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Next speaker is Michael Orliansky. All right. Then Susan Stucker. And Ms. Stucker will be followed by April Holtzman. You'll have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you. I'm Susan Stucker. I've lived in the Windermere area since 2000. I've been a patient client of the Love and Care current facility in that area for just about 5 years. They need bigger space. There's a huge need for the work that they're doing. So I fully support the relocation. I really don't. I respect the people in the neighborhood, but I don't really understand the fear of a vet office. I think it is very compatible. And there are large retail walking distance either way to that property. It's not an isolated rural piece of property. And I mean no disrespect, but I really think this would be a great move for the community, and I fully support it.
And you live in the Conroy Windermere area?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. All right. We'll move to the next speaker.
All right. April Holtzman, your turn's up. You'll have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
April Holtzman, 4815 Lincoln Avenue. My home is on the road that would be a cut-through, or you would be making U-turns at the light at the end of my street. We purchased our home in 1994. We plan to live the rest of our lives in that house. It's my son's only family home. He will someday inherit it. We've seen a lot of development in 29 years. New shops, schools, residential senior living communities. Restaurant Row is one such result. That has improved the enjoyment of my home. But if even one of those restaurants went across the street from my home, instead of Kensington Park, my home would be devalued, my enjoyment would be destroyed. I've written each of you about multiple concerns. Today I speak to you about one, noise. The property in question is surrounded on all sides by single-family homes. No transition, even to 1 acre, 1 house, 1 horse. which is what my property is zoned. The closer a home is to the property, the more noise they will hear and the more variety of noises they will hear. From my home, I expect to hear barking dogs. The barking of just one dog interrupts your conversations, your TV viewing, your sleep. Grates on your nerves. A 7-vet facility, one unruly dog turns into 5, 10, 20, or more. Guest dogs who cannot be trained, who cannot be quieted. They can bark and they will bark anytime, day or night. My husband works from home. I work nights and sleep into the day. The dogs will interrupt his work and disturb my sleep.
All right, thank you, Ms. Holston.
Next up is Paul Van Wormer and Bridget Van Wormer. Are you here as well? All right, so you'll have 1 extra minute, and Mr. Van Wormer will be followed by Warren Woodward.
Commissioners, Mayor, thank you very much for the opportunity to address the commission. I am a resident of the neighborhood where the proposed zoning change, and I live on Oakland Place. Oakland Place is a direct route to Dr. Phillips Boulevard. My home is on the corner of exactly where cut-through traffic would be coming through. I know that Ms. Yurko has, done a great presentation, but she's not a resident there. The people from Longwood are not a resident in my neighborhood. The person from Windermere is not a resident in my neighborhood. There are many residents here willing to speak. The bottom line is, I moved to my house 18 years ago from a mixed-use neighborhood. The reason we moved is because of the detrimental effect a mixed-use neighborhood has on my wife and my young children, who are now grown. It's not an inexpensive neighborhood. The benefit of this neighborhood, the beautiful residential feel you get from the large lots and no traffic, is the reason we moved there. It just boggles my mind that there's even a proposal to have a business come in. I thought, well, there's no way this can happen. This is a residential neighborhood. So I could go on, but I beseech you to please think about, if this was your neighborhood, if you had a home, I can point at 2 or 3 of my neighbors that will live directly next to this plot of land. Think about if you were a resident and, whether they call it commercial or not commercial, it's a business. It is commercial. Think about having a commercial business moving in next to your home. I don't care what they say, there's going to be increased noise, increased cut-through traffic, a disruption to the quiet residential neighborhood that my neighbors and I all enjoy. So I beseech you to please deny this request. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Warmer. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Warren Woodward, to be followed by Robert Hamilton, and to be followed by Mary Hurley Smith. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Mayor Deming and Commissioners. My name is Warren Woodward. I'm a neighbor of Dr. Indrajit Singh. He's a wonderful neighbor, a wonderful person. He does have a veterinary office up on Ronald Reagan Boulevard, and like one of the other people said, it lives up there. For a long time, I didn't know he was a veterinarian. I didn't know he had a veterinary office, and I passed by it all the time, probably 2 or 3 times a day. If you've ever, I'm sure everybody here, or most people here, even the commissioners, you have animals, you have dogs. I figure at least half of you. If you ever take your dog to a vet If you hear dogs barking from the outside, that's a poorly built building. I have never heard a dog, I've been to 2 vets since I've lived in Florida. I have never, when I pulled into the parking lot, heard a dog bark. When I opened the door and took my dog in, I heard a dog bark because they hated going to the pets. But I just don't think noise is a problem. When I moved into the neighborhood next door to Dr. Singh, the first thing they told me when I built it is, you know how close you are to I-4? I says, oh yeah. They says, you hear noise in trucks all the time. After 3 days, you don't hear no noise in trucks. They're there, the noise is there. If you want to hear it, you can hear it, but it's like people who live close to airports. After a while, you don't hear airplanes coming. I mean, you adjust to whatever you have to adjust to. Now, the thing that to me here is that the dog barking thing, because go to a vet and stand outside and tell me how many dogs you hear barking. So I don't think that's an issue at all. And as far as character, Dr. Singh, when I found out he was a vet, I went next door because I had a Great Dane that needed to be put down, and I asked him if he could put it down. He said, I can't get there till after hours. So I said, oh, okay, I'll be waiting for you. So at 5 o'clock, he and his assistant came, went into my backyard, and put my dog down. I mean, he's a great guy, great neighbor. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Woodward. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Robert Hamilton.
Yeah, Mayor, and we're going to consolidate. My wife was the one who brought the presentation, and Sarah and Rebecca are my daughters. We all live at 4474 Cleveland Ave, so we just combine our time into 2 or 3 minutes. That'd be fine. We can say it very quickly. I live just south of the property. Our kitchen window will be 150 feet from this facility. There is a vacant lot between this facility and our home. However, that's also owned by Dr. Singh. He also owns that vacant lot. And one of our concerns is eventual encroachment through that lot. And will that lot remain residential, or whether it will just be an expansion of this business, or what will go there? He's in control of that as well. And so that's one concern. The distance is a concern. The noise on the site of the garbage trucks and things coming in and out is a concern, and the parking. And then with that, my daughter wanted to bring up a point that she researched.
So there are already 37 veterinarian offices within a 10-mile radius of this property. And as you can see on the map, I put a few of them on there, and on the last page, you can see that there is one 0.5 miles from where this new property would be. There's already one in that commercial lot that they keep bringing up where the fresh market is. There's already a vet there, 0.5 miles away. There's no need to have another one 0.5 miles within distance away from where there currently is one. Even if he were to close the current area he has there, again, then that would be 36 within a 10-mile radius. So there's still plenty of vets in this area. We don't need it to have another one. And also, by having this built here, we would be getting a lot more light exposure to our neighborhood. I mean, if we shut all the lights off in this room and had one candle lit, the entire room would be lit up. Imagine putting these light poles in your backyard.
Can you tell us your name also, just for the record? The daughter.
Oh, sorry, Rebecca Hamilton. Sorry.
Okay. All
Sorry.
right. Thank you, Ms. Hamilton. All right. Thank you all for your comments this afternoon.
Thank you.
All right. All right. I'm going to ask you all not to clap, not to make our noise. It's the only way we maintain decorum. All right. So at this point, we'll go to the next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Mary Hurley Smith, to be followed by Carol Yortella.
Hello, my name is Mary Hurley Smith, and I am a client of Loving Care. We have been with Loving Care for over 6 years. All our fur babies have been going there. My daughter's fur babies and my other daughter's fur babies have all been going to Loving Care. We have basically gone through different other sites for veterinarian care, and we found that Loving Care has been phenomenal with all of our babies. And We know that the facility does need to be enhanced and grown because their practice is building out, and we would love to see more doctors. Their staff is phenomenal. Dr. Singh is phenomenal. And, you know, we hope that they have a chance to move into a bigger location. We do live in Windermere, so it would be a facility that's still close to our home. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Smith, for your comments. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Carol Yortella. You'll have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Carol Tortorella. My address is 8282 Oakland Place, Orlando, Florida, 32819. A petition has been placed before the board to change the zoning of this property into a rural settlement, from rural settlement to professional office. If this change takes place in the future, other changes may be requested, such as commercial property, which will be even more detrimental to the residents in this area. We saw this happen recently at a recent zoning board meeting where they tried to change it from professional office to commercial. Once you open the door to these changes a crack, the floodwaters of change are going to rush in and overwhelm this neighborhood with commercialization. Surrounding properties will fall like dominoes to the lure of increased profits on their land. We are asking you to keep the door shut on this kind of encroachment into our neighborhoods. Do you know why Conroy Windermere Road, if you look up here on this thing, why Conroy Windermere Road is only 4 lanes wide from Dr. Phillips Boulevard to Apopka Vineland Road? It's because when the residents who live along this road heard it was going to be widened to 6 lanes, they cried out to their elected representatives. They didn't want a 6-lane road running through their neighborhood right past their homes. Those elected representatives heard the cries of their constituents, and the road was scaled down to 4 lanes as it passes through those homes, and it is still 4 lanes to this day. Now, a massive veterinary clinic with 7 doctors working there is planned to be placed right in the middle of a neighborhood that is zoned not just residential but rural settlement. With this requested zoning, the applicant's property value will increase, but the value of nearby homes will be decreased. Who wants to live next to that? The noise and disturbance and traffic and dogs and barking and exhaust fumes and more will permeate this area. Is this what we want for our neighborhood? No. Would you want this next door to your home? I think not. The question is, will the cries of these homeowners be heard as they were before? Does it matter what the constituents of this board want? Or will the property be rezoned in the name of progress or the collection of more tax dollars? The people are crying out to you today as they did before. The question is, will you hear them? Will you heed their cries? Or will you turn a deaf ear to them, allowing them to be trampled down in the dust of progress, marching on to their destruction? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Tortorella. We're going to move to the next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Lisa Horan. Is Richard Proctor here as well? Thank you, sir. You'll have 3 minutes, Ms. Horan, to be followed by... Did you fill out a card, ma'am? Yes. Okay.
All right, thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Lisa Horan. I am at 4706 Windgrove Boulevard in Windgrove Estates. I oppose this rezoning, and I support Maria Hamilton's appeal. The facts, some of the facts that you've heard from Mr. Spain and the information that you've heard from some of my neighbors about safety and traffic noise and other issues justify the opposition. But I want to emphasize something that may otherwise get lost, and that's the human element of all of this. This is not just about a piece of property. It's not just about a vet clinic. It's about people. And in this case, it's people that you represent. If this rezoning were to happen, it would have crushing consequences for the people impacted, and that's my neighbors and myself. Those consequences would ruin our quality of life, they would devalue our financial investments, and honestly, they would be devastating. When I purchased my home, it was a huge leap of faith for me. I moved from another state with my 3 boys to start a new and better life. I was on my own for the first time in 20 years, and I had never bought a home for myself, and it was terrifying, to be honest with you, but I made a promise to my boys that I'd find a house with a backyard with enough space for them to play football and have a quiet place for us to relax and spend time together as a family. I had to make a lot of sacrifices to keep my promise, but I did it. By the grace of God, I found a home in Dr. Phillips with a half-acre lot that I could actually afford, which was a miracle in itself, and it was close to great schools. My backyard was the reason I bought my home. It was the one thing that set it apart from all the other houses I found, and it's been a huge blessing for us. But here's the problem. It is 25 feet away, if this will move. Not working. There's my backyard. And by the way, I don't know if the video will play, but my backyard, you can hear the sound of birds chirping too right now. But that's my property. That's the back of my property right there. And it's 25 feet away from this property, as I mentioned. I did my due diligence when I purchased my home. I made sure it backed up not only to a residential lot, but to a rural settlement. I had no reason to believe it would ever change. If I did, I never would have bought it. This is what my backyard looks like. Doesn't want to cooperate with me. There we go. This is what my backyard looks like right now. Those trees that you can see just over the fence sit on the property in question. That's how close it is to my house. This is the narrow dirt road, which does go through to Dr. Phillips Boulevard, by the way, and I have video of that if anybody would like to see it. But that's Cleveland Avenue. It separates my house from the property. As you look at this map, and you can see how close my backyard is to the property, I would really like you to imagine the unrelenting sound, which will happen from barking dogs, trash trucks, delivery trucks, hundreds of cars per day, and everything else that will coincide with a very large clinic with 7 veterinarians operating out of it. There is no way that I would be able to enjoy, much less tolerate, this kind of environment for my family, and I don't know who would want to buy my house with it being so close to all of that. I've invested my life savings into my home, and it would be catastrophic to lose it. The rezoning would also have catastrophic effects for my next-door neighbors, David and Jean Riddell. David is a Vietnam veteran who suffers from PTSD, and one of the primary reasons he purchased his home is to enjoy his peaceful, quiet backyard that, like me, he thought would stay that way because it backs to a rural settlement. There are many other personal stories that my neighbors, some of whom have lived in our community for 30 years, have and will share. For them and for me, there is nothing good about this rezoning. It's just plain wrong on every level. So the question is, who will hold more weight here? A business person who knew full well he was buying a residential property and can choose to build on a commercially zoned property, or the hundreds of Orange County residents who call this home now and who would be impacted in extremely negative ways. I would ask that you please put yourselves in our shoes today, protect our community, and vote no on this rezoning. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Horan. Okay. Okay, let's go to the next speaker.
Next speaker is Sandra Bartholomew, to be followed by Jagtar Singh and Nirmal Shengwa. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Sandra Bartholomew. I live at 4872 Canelan Circle. That's in Kensington Park, which is just west of where this request to rezone is. I am part of the HOA board at Kensington Park. Our concerns are mainly traffic, because the county has worked really hard to ease up the traffic going into Windermere from Conroy Windermere Road going into Windermere at the Pock of Vineland. It backs up tremendously. We also have the issue of the traffic coming from Apaka Vineland headed out to I-4. There's a lot of traffic that comes. We're concerned with the property in question not being able to have a crossover from the divided freeway, or from the divided highway. We feel like it's going to cause a lot of more traffic and make it more difficult for us to get out of our communities to get onto Conroy Windermere Road. The question about whether or not we are a business-friendly area, we want to keep the businesses at the traffic lights. So the traffic light at Apocrypha Island, there's a lot of businesses there, both on both sides of the road and on Dr. Phillips. To congest our road with a business of coming and going and having to take U-turns to get into there is just going to make the residents not be able to access the road the way that they need to. So on my request, I hope that you reject this rezoning and keep it residential. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Bartholomew. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Jagtar Singh. Jagtar. Okay. Followed by Nirmal Shangrel. Thank you. To be followed by Steve Dename.
Okay, you can come to the mic.
Hello, my name is Nirmal Shargil. I live on Windermere Road, and I actually was a realtor broker trying to sell this property at the time. We were not able to sell it, so Mr. Singh had to tear it down, and we still couldn't sell it as nobody wanted to build a home over there at that time. And I do want everybody to know that he's a neighbor too, and he already has a clinic that's down the road, so he's bringing in his same customers, same neighbors, same cars, same traffic, not overnight business grows, and I'm here to say that I approve of this. I don't know if you've been to a veterinary clinics. They are not like 7-Eleven where people are in and out. Every time there's an appointment and people come and they leave and then more people come. It's not like a crowded area, and I believe it will benefit Windermere and a lot of the customers that are already there, and dogs and pets. We need to respect them because they need to bring their pets to somewhere where they already trust. If it's possible, please approve this petition.
All right, thank you for your comments. We'll go to the next speaker.
All right, Steve Dename, and is Donna Massall here? Thank you, and Robert Massall? Great. Right. As well as Robert Holtzman? Okay, thank you. You'll have 5 minutes, sir.
Hello, I'm Steve Denemy. I live at 4843 Windgrove Boulevard. I'm the president of the Windgrove Estates Homeowners Association. We've got over 100 signatures opposing this rezoning. I'd like to tell you a story. On Wednesday, October 15th, 2008, I was exiting the Windgrove Estates subdivision, turning right or east on Conroy Windermere on my way to work. I was waiting at the stop sign, and morning traffic was heavy. This is back in 2008. I waited what seemed at least 5 minutes, and when I saw a gap, I stepped on the gas to enter traffic, and I heard a thud. I looked behind me. There's a boy on his bike laying on the ground. I did not see him coming. I had hit the back of his tire and spun him around, so his injuries were minor. However, if I advanced sooner, he would have been under my car. I'm not a bad driver. This is the only accident on my record. Conroy Windermere is separated by a boulevard with 2 lanes going in each direction. There are 3 schools to the west of Windgrove Estates subdivision, and kids going from each one to one of those schools. Same children that pass our subdivision will be crossing the entrance to the proposed veterinarian office. Also, people leaving the proposed veterinarian office who need to travel west will be using the same boulevard split to make U-turns as Windgrove Estates residents are heading to work or to drop their kids off at school. This will create serious traffic issues and more chances for a child heading to or from school to be injured, not to mention the many walkers and runners. I thank God every day that the accident I was in wasn't worse. Rezoning to allow the veterinarian office will create many dangerous instances daily with people leaving the vet office, some of them still thinking about the sick pet that they had just dropped off and not realizing school children pass by every morning and afternoon. I sincerely request that you reconsider the rezoning of this property to prevent children from being hurt. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Denemy. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Antipal Sazwi. And then, thank you, sir, Francia Vassini.
Good evening, good afternoon. My name is Amarpal Singh. I live on 11315 Windermere Road. I approve of Mr. Singh's proposed clinic. I come here to speak for those who couldn't make it today. We rely on the clinic in the past, and I believe that this will just move the clinic further away from the school, because currently where it's located, it causes a lot of traffic. So I think that would be good, and I thank you for the time today.
All right, thank you, Mr. Singh. We'll move to the next speaker.
Next speaker is Francia Vassini.
Hello, how are you? I represent several of the rescue groups that Dr. Singh helps immensely in our community. I have been a client of Dr. Singh for 7 years. He helps around 200 of our dogs annually. There's many other clinics all around Central Florida that could probably do the same thing, and the only people that I truly trust is Dr. Singh and the staff. There's a reason why we go there for 7 years. There's more to Dr. Singh and his clinic other than just a location where you can take your pets. It's trustworthy, it's clean, it's quiet. We don't go to any vet clinic and just get what we get at Dr. Singh's office. We have on many rescues that go there, we go because we trust them, because he has a great amount of clients that actually, after we see the dogs, they go to him because they want to be with the same vet. Right now, we're facing an epidemic where close to 300% on an increase of people abandoning their animals, their cats, their dogs. We pick up the pieces for all those animals, and we need a reliable person and a reliable vet and a reliable office that will be able to help these animals, and that has been Dr. Singh in his office. I also want to mention that I go almost on a daily basis to Loving Care, and you cannot hear a dog from outside of the building. This is not a boarding facility. This is not an entertainment area where you go. This is a vet office. When you go outside, you have to make an appointment and everything, so it's very quiet. I myself go there 5 times at least a week, and I understand the community and I understand the noises and everything, but you don't know what's going to come tomorrow, what's going to be across the street in a year or two. Orlando is growing so fast, and we need reliable people and reliable vets that will continue to help us rescues as well to help the animals in need. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Massini. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Julie Kloft, to be followed by Gurveer Singh and Punit Singh.
Julie Kloft, I do live very close to the area. I just wanted to say that as a client of Love & Care, they provide a very valuable service. When you that have pets, the time that you need to wait to get an appointment with a vet is significant. I would like to say that I personally believe the traffic would just stop a little sooner, drive a little further. They're in the same area. They're 2 blocks away. I don't think that it's going to cause a significant difference in traffic. While I understand the concern about the traffic in your backyard, it's not really your backyard, it's a lot. The lot that's there is currently trees. If they choose to sell it, they'll build something else. It's not really your backyard exactly. Your backyard stops at your fence. Dogs don't go to the doctor to bark. It is a business, but it's not commercial as far as the traffic that would be generated from other types of facilities. Love & Care has provided tremendous care for my pet as well. Nemo is very needy. But the care that we get there is very important. The service provided is very important, but I don't see it being additional noise. They're moving a couple of blocks. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker is Guver Singh. Please state your name and address for the record, please. You'll have 2 minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Gurveer Singh. I live at 436 Parish Avenue. I live very close. I've been a client for many years, and I think having this clinic would improve myself. And the main complaint I keep hearing is like it's going to be a lot of traffic and a lot of noise. I've gone to school in that area. There's already a lot of cars that go there. The school buses go down that road. It's already very loud enough as it is, and it's a vet. It's not like it's going to be super crowded. You have to make an appointment, and it's very quiet. I've been there multiple times. They have taken care of all my animals, and I think it will greatly help the community if we do have that there. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Singh. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Mr. Hart, Hart, and is Patricia Duvant here? Patricia?
Yeah, combine the time.
Yeah, can you just recognize? Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'll try and be short as I can. Mayor Demings and the Commission, how are you all? I hope it's not been too much repetitive, the same information. I'm a neighbour there. I moved from Windermere for the very, very reason that Four Corners has become existentially busy, and the cut-through traffic from Apopka, Conway, Windermere, right through to Colonial 50 has got crazy. So I sold up there, moved to this area, Windermere Heights, which is a very unique area, 1.5 miles, 69 neighbours, up to 2 acres, minimum 1 acre, because it's residential, 1 acre minimum. I looked at all the ways around I could move and make a profit like this client is looking to do and split the property up. It's not going to happen, okay? Can't do it. And that's because the neighbours that live in there want to have a rural residential, and they pay the taxes for it and everything. So you're now going to open up the window and the door to something crazy, because you've got a traffic light at the church, you've got a traffic light further up by the plaza you've heard about, where the fresh market is and all those businesses. Now you're going to have to add another traffic light, surely, because you can't have all 200 people a week perhaps coming to see 7 vets turning in off Cornbury Windermere, 3-lane road. You can imagine how many accidents you're going to get. There's already a lot of accidents. We know Orange County is one of the busiest, most increasing areas in the whole of America, and we know that change is the only thing we can't change, right? It's constant. We know change is going to happen. So things have to change. 30 years ago, they changed it from orchards to a residential R1. And now here we are again looking at to change it again. It is a for-profit business for this client and his family. He's done it before. He owns lots of properties. He owns 3 right there. So once you get this approved and the health inspectors come, they do all their stuff, he's going to be able to do all sorts of things. He's going to be able to add another boarding house. He's going to be able to add runs. He's going to have an animal hospital. That's his plan afterwards, once you guys do this. The other problem, of course, and you've heard Dr. Ming, a resident, you've got the documents. He's a board-certified doctor. He talked about the potential for diseases. We all know. Mayor, I know you've been right involved in this craziness with corona, these influenza diseases that have turned up, and most of them are spillback or spillover and zoonosis, which animals to humans. And that all occurred for one reason, because we had too much contact with animals and humans. And now you're going to have this right in a residential area. Forget what's on the corner, Four Corners. We have a shopping plaza there. Forget what's at Fresh Market. This is 1.5 miles of residential only. The only businesses in there are people that have a private business registered at their home. There's no business like this. It's going to be busy, accidents, noise, potential for diseases. You don't want to be approving something like this. I, along with all the other residents in there, implore you, forget the other people that have turned up here, and they don't live in the area. They're clients from Longwood. He's done this before. They're clients that do not live in Windermere Heights. All the people they've asked to come up today. You've heard many misfacts from the lawyer. Our attorney for Ms. Hamilton will get up here and refute some of those facts as well. You heard a tape. Thank you. That's the end of it. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Hart. Next speaker, please. Okay, I'm going to warn those of you in the audience for the last time. No outward making of noise. Otherwise, if that happens again, I'm going to ask the deputy to escort you out. Okay, if you want to stay in for the proceedings, follow the rules that I've laid out. All right? All right, so next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Ajit Kohli, be followed by Suspal Singh and Mark Spinelli.
My name is Ajit Kohli, and I live in Dr. Phillips area for the last 25 years. And before that, I lived in New Jersey for 25 years. I figured out to live to Central Florida is a good idea. And a lot of things change. Like 35 years, there's so many dirt road, Highwasi Road, Babka Weiner Road. The things have changed so fast. When we lived there, Dr. Phillips figured out what the good areas. I feel there's improvements on that property, and that's the big land. It's very good things for that, for the city and also for that Windermere peoples, because a lot of people, I have auditions of British Bulldog 3 weeks ago, and I pay attention how much demand. For the last 30 years, we want a dog. They said no dog. Finally, they love the dog, and we got a British Bulldog, and I think they will need more clinic. Right in the front of Dr. Phillips Boulevard, Phillips Landing, there's another clinic. They have so demand. They have to put another addition of 2,000 square foot. How they get the permission, I don't know. But there's a lot of demand, and this is a good improvement for the community. Thank you, and thank you, Commissioner.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kohli. And we'll move to the next speaker.
Next speaker is Suspal Singh.
Yes, my name is Sukhpal Singh, and I'd just like to share my experience of actually going to that lot. I went when the structure was there, when it was present. And when I entered there, I saw nothing but empty spray cans. I saw needles, broken windows, and everything. Apparently, there were a lot of homeless people who were squatting there and staying there. And I just feel like the alternative is what? To leave it alone and, have those people coming back? Is that what the alternative is? So, I guess from my perspective, it's just I don't see any reason why it shouldn't be developed. I think it'll probably actually increase property value around the area just to see there's new development going on. And that's just my experience of actually going there and seeing it for itself, unlike the neighbors. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Singh. Next speaker.
Mark Spinicelli.
Mayor, we miss you at Scouts. Mark Spinicelli, at 8235 Oak Park Road. Ladies and gentlemen, our residents that are here, I'm one of them. They've done a great job of presenting their case. Dr. Singh is a very smart man. He is also a businessman. This man is no idiot. He knows that it's a good piece of property in a good location, but he also knows it's residential. He's playing the long game, and he's making all of us go along with him. You know, as all of us do when it comes to variances and various things with zoning, the more you hit it, the more you hit it, the more you hit it, you have a chance of getting it eventually. I put a lot of credit to these people who have stood here and defended their position. Our residents really love our area. There is property available on Hiawassee. There is property available next door to the brand new, they're building assisted living facility, which is right across the street, but it has to be done. We give back to our community. I think at this point, think about your tax revenue. Think about if there was houses on that property, how much revenue would be generated for Orange County if we had houses there and not a commercial building. There's all sorts of neat things at play here, and plus, and finally, you're setting precedent. If we do this, if you approve this, we wind up opening the doors for other things down the road. And it may not stop on that road, and it's a busy road to be on. I appreciate the commissioner's time. I know it's a tough job. We hope you rule in our favor. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Spinicelli. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Amitpal Sazwi, S-A-Z-W-I. Right, then our next speaker is Jatanur Guraya. G-U-R-A-Y-A. You're not speaking? Okay. That concludes the speaker cards, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you for those of you who came for a public comment. At this time, I'm going to offer the appellant any rebuttal comments. And after the appellant concludes his rebuttal comments, I'll go back to the applicant or the applicant's representative for any closing or rebuttal comments as well.
Appreciate it, Mayor, fellow commissioners. Brent Spain again for Mrs. Hamilton. There are about 8 points I want to briefly touch upon. One, we're not here today about whether or not Love and Care is a good vet or Mr. Singh's a great business guy or even a nice guy. It's about whether the intrusion of a commercial activity into this rural settlement is appropriate. Policies 1.43 and 1.44, Ms. Yurko indicated it refers to commercial. I'd emphasize it's commercial activity with the little c. It's not commercial with the big C, which would reference a future land use designation. This most definitely is a commercial activity. It's a for-profit business. It's a vet. The staff recommendation, Ms. Yurko indicated that Mr. Vargos had recommended approval. All Mr. Vargos' memo did was convey what the P&Z recommended. The staff's professional recommendation is to deny it. In fact, there would be no way for the staff to say it's inconsistent with the comp plan at the P&Z, nothing's changed since then, and suddenly, poof, miraculously it's consistent. That simply is the P&Z's recommendation. Fourth, cut through. It absolutely is possible. Ms. Yurko's own image she put up is inaccurate. She went down to Oak Park instead of going down to Oakland Place. So you've heard from the residents. They experience cut through now. You most definitely can do it. There was a comment that, well, it's prohibited to use Cleveland. No, it's prohibited to have direct access to Cleveland. All I have to do is turn right onto Conroy Windermere and do an immediate right on Cleveland and cut through the neighborhood. The Google map Ms. Yurko showed you saying there are businesses in the neighborhood. Those are home-based businesses that Google's business service just drops on a map. There's absolutely nothing that has commercial zoning or commercial future land use. The fresh market at the corner, what Ms. Yurko left out is it has commercial land use. It has PD designation on it. And then lastly, policy 1.1.4, she indicated that office uses can serve as a transition. When you look at that language, it says office uses can be considered a transitional use between two different types of land use. There are no two different types of land use here. It's residential and residential. This isn't a transitional use, it's an intrusion. And for the reasons on this slide in front of you, we ask that you deny it and uphold the staff's original recommendation.
All right, thank you, Attorney Spain. We'll move back to Attorney Yurko as rebuttal on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Could we queue up to slide 19 in the PowerPoint, Miles? And I've got the map I just want to review again. To set the record straight, we do not have any adjacent single-family residential next to this site. We have a large pond that's the size of a lake. We have 50 feet of right-of-way. Ms. Robolina's not even here today. I think she's finally figuring out this makes a lot of sense. The intervening lot is 7/10 of an acre. The predecessor in title had to get a variance. We had to drill down on this to figure out what Dr. Singh could do with it. We can build one single-family residential home of at least 3,000 square feet, and it's got to meet that survey. It's got to be right there into the middle of the road right-of-way. I can assure you, he's not coming back for a rezoning after this. He's going to be selling this for a single-family residential home or building one there. It will be the buffer between his site and the rest of the residential area. We keep hearing about 7 vets. I don't know where that's coming from. He has a total of 6 or 7 vets that work in his practice. There will not be 7 vets at this site. There will probably more likely be 2. And we hear about the fact that there's no demand for this. He wouldn't be asking for this site if there wasn't a demand. Obviously, there is a demand and a need in this community. With that, I want to touch on something that was mentioned by Ms. Horan, the human element. That is, I think, one of the most important considerations you have here today. We have 120 people that signed that petition. We have a lot of people that are relying on these frontline workers who are out there benefiting the community and servicing the immediate population of this community. That's what we're entitled to rely on. That's what he purchased the property in reliance upon, those provisions in 6.2.9 that said you can have these type uses that are traditional agriculture agricultural uses. Again, we've shown you a vet clinic is a traditional agricultural use. If it serves the immediate population, there could not be a better example of this than this proposed use. Let's talk about the distance from this building to, we heard we're 150 feet from the bedroom window of the Hamiltons. We've got about 200 feet from the building to the end of our first property line, and then about another 200 feet from the intervening single-family residential lot until you ever get to the property line of the Hamiltons. So I don't know how we could say, they can say they're 150 feet from their bedroom window. We've heard a lot about cut-through traffic. I couldn't do it. I don't know why you would want to try to go down that tiny pathway when 1,500 feet away is a signalized intersection. And good luck. If you can find the double secret way to get to Dr. Phillips, good luck. I couldn't do it. I almost was going to come back on my bike, but I thought it was a bit ridiculous to try that hard. You know what they said about that cut-through issue? They said it's a red herring. It's a red herring. That was exactly the term they used. And they voted 5-2 in favor of this. And your staff is recommending that it be found consistent and that you approve the rezoning. There's 6 conditions of approvals. There are no outdoor animal runs. We don't need animal runs. They're not even allowed in your code. That's note 54 of chapter 38. They're prohibited when you have a vet clinic. You can't have outdoor uses. There's a condition, no animal containment facilities outdoor. The landscape buffers, oh my gosh, we had hours and hours and hours of testimony and debate over that with your professional zoning commissioners. I think 7 of them were in favor of this. There is significant buffers. The vinyl fence, the 25-foot buffer, there's not 25 feet separating us in that lot. By the way, Ms. Horan's lot her backyard is Conroy Windermere Road. That is the one house there that is on Conroy Windermere Road. She's 50 feet away with the road right-of-way and the 25-foot landscape buffer. Robalina is 75 feet away. Hamilton is hundreds of feet away. No vehicular access on Cleveland, none on Edmondson. Development is limited to 0.13. We have 8,600 square feet max. That's about the same size as some of these homes. The Hamilton residence is 6,300 square feet. This is just the beginning, by the way. They have to go through a commercial site plan review. There's probably going to be a traffic study required. They're going to drill down on that. It will inform exactly where that access point is. And by the way, we have your traffic analysis from your professional staff, and they are estimating that there will be a total of 25 peak hour trips. Let me just hand this out if we could. And that was based upon the assumption that we'd have 10,095 square feet. We're only going to have 8,600 square feet. So we're talking about 20 p.m. peak hour trips. And that's before we even do our traffic study and figure out all the trip capture. I'm sure the number will be much less. And they're not going to get a building permit until we figure all of this out. And so that is, with all due respect, another red herring. The traffic counts on Conroy Windermere Road. This segment averages 34,767 trips. The building is now down to 8,600 square feet, so we're talking 20 p.m. peak hour trips. Even if you take their number, the 200 trips per day or whatever they came up with, it's less than 1/2% of the total number of trips on this street. We've got this medical issue. Vets don't spread vet clinics don't spread diseases. They help with them. You heard about the noise here. I guess with that, Dr. Singh, if you want to add any final comments, I guess the one last thing I would say, we're here today. We've got people that had planned to talk in favor and in opposition. I think one of the best comments I heard, we found this online from a lady that lives in Windgrove Estates. And she said, here's some things to consider. This property hasn't been inhabited for at least a decade. It's in disrepair. It was an eyesore. She has the photos for a number of years. And she says, if not a daycare or a veterinary clinic office, What are the other feasible choices? And that was a comment that your P&Z, one of the commissioners said, if you can't build a vet clinic here, where can you build it? With that, Dr. Singh, do you want to have any closing comments?
Respected Mayor and Commissioners, my name is Dr. Inderjeet Singh. I'm the owner of Loving Care Animal Hospital. I started this clinic in 2013 just by myself and with one of my associates. We've grown over the last 5-6 years quite a bit, but now recently with COVID pandemic, pet ownership has gone 78% higher. So there's so much demand for veterinary care in this area. Like we are struggling to provide that now in the space that I have. I have 2,000 square foot space to provide for 2,000 clients that I serve. So we need a bigger area. So this, with this, your help, we can move into this bigger building, provide better care, and still serve Orange County residents, with the top-of-the-line veterinary care. Now, also, I want to mention that I'm a USDA and Animal Plant Health Inspection Services accredited. So we are there to prevent disease to neighborhoods among animals to people. So we're not there to spread the disease of any kind. So being a veterinarian, USDA accredited, we're the first people to respond to any emergencies with any disease spread or anything like that. So we're right there with that resource. Finally, the thing is, veterinary clinics are like an asset to a community. We not only serve animals, we serve people. The people come with their kids. We motivate their kids. We inspire kids to go to some schools. We're also affiliated with high schools, with kids come and volunteer. They learn about the profession. They move on to higher things, higher education. So we are the resource for the community, not only veterinary care, but all kinds of things. A lot of my students have gone to best schools. They're doctors today that I inspired many years ago. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Singh, for your presence. At this time, I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'll go to the district commissioner for a potential motion.
I was going to say, I'm willing to bet there's a few questions. I also want to make sure that I have some also at the end, so I want to make sure that we're walking down this.
Okay, thank you. Jason, this is for you. Thank you. My question is, do you have a map again of the where this property is located within the rural settlement, please?
Yes, so the property here shown in the aerial, the boundary of the rural settlement is actually better shown on this map here. The red dotted line is the boundary of the rural settlement, so it is on the edge of the rural settlement.
Okay, and so in this immediate area, is every house at 1 unit per acre?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Because of the rural settlement rules where we typically like 1 house per acre, so is everything right around here one unit per acre?
Correct, yeah. In this map, it's the future land use map. In green is the rural settlement 1-to-1, that stands for 1 unit per 1 acre.
But what about the area that's just adjacent to the east?
To the east, the area that's in the urban service area, that is low-density residential. It's up to 4 units per acre.
4 units per acre, just next door. Okay, let's see, what else did I have? There was one of the folks said, could they add more buildings later? So in the conditions, do we have a condition that would limit it to what they're proposing now?
Restriction number 5 limits the floor area ratio to 0.13. It was originally, so the rural settlement policies limit already, it's in our future land use element, 0.15. The Planning and Zoning Commission lowered that to 0.13 to cater more to exactly what their request is, which is equates to a little bit more than 10,000 square feet. So that's what they would be capped at.
So they're capped at 10,000, so they could potentially figure out a way to add about 1,700 more square feet?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. All right. What's the other question I had? Yes, in rural settlements, and when we're transitioning, I'm very familiar because having Claricona and Tangerine. And the out parcels, we have it on Claricona COA 441. What are the typical transition types of uses we see where we advocate or is allowable?
So the professional office district, it can be used and typically is used as a transition between commercial uses and lower intensity residential type uses. For example, on the map here, you can see on the far right portion of the map, that's the PD That is a commercial area that's oriented around Dr. Phillips Road and Conroy Windermere Road. Adjacent to that would be what staff would see as an appropriate area for professional office uses to transition from the more intense commercial uses to the lower intensity residential uses.
So you're saying that then this area is applicable to be a transition area because it's on the edge of the rural settlement?
In this particular case, it's all single-family residential, including what the subject property used to be. So for placement of professional office at this location, there's nothing to transition from and then to.
So it really isn't an appropriate transition then?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I was trying to understand. That's all I have. Thank you.
I'm going to go to Mr. Weiss. I think it was brought up that staff was recommending approval. What's staff's official position? Is it denial or approval?
The staff was recommending denial. What you see in the staff report is basically our responsibility is to bring forward the recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Commission. And so we were presenting their recommendation as part of that request.
Okay. But staff's recommendation is denial.
The staff's position was denial.
Okay. Commissioner Bonilla.
I think that was one of the questions I was going to have about the staff. Yeah, that was one of my questions too. But I mean, I definitely, there was no transition here, which was another thing I was going to bring up, which Commissioner Moore brought up. But I will say another concern I do have rural settlements in my district as well. I think many of us do. And setting a precedent of doing something that is not in line with what the rural settlement policies are is very dangerous. And this is one of those that's not in line. And not that, I mean, I love veterinarians. I think this would be great, but that doesn't matter here. What matters is the policies, setting precedent, and this is not in line with the rural settlement policies.
All right, Commissioner Wilson.
Yeah, so I think, it's the staff report, they do a really great job of trying to capture, but this was time and energy and emotion from everybody. And I just want to say the very first time that we went out, actually I heard about this before I even got an application or any information about the application, because residents were in an immediate panic, because residents in rural communities all over Orange County constantly feel like they have to be on the defensive. And as soon as the posting goes up, they immediately have to start doing research. So when I finally did see the staff analysis and that there was a recommendation for denial, so we'll go out and talk to the community applicant, have a chance to talk and listen to the community. Let's see what happens from there. And I think, really the tone was set that day because we couldn't get into a school, and the applicant's attorney tried to push through a public meeting in a parking lot. And I said, this is not an appropriate place. Can we try to schedule this somewhere that the people can come in from the heat? It's July in the afternoon, getting a storm. We finally got inside, and it was, I know you've heard a lot of emotion today. And you all know District 1, a lot of emotional cases. This was heated because there was no budging from left to right here as far as what the residents were saying, which was, we love a vet clinic, just not in a rural settlement. We are surrounded by opportunities for a vet clinic here, but not in the rural settlement. And at the end of that, I thought, well, the applicant will hopefully be able to see that this may be not a great fit. There's plenty of opportunities out there. It's still a gorgeous lot and will make a beautiful, I think, either investment or single-family home. That's not the case. We kept moving forward, had another community meeting, got to the PZC. If you watch the recording from the PZC, it was not, it wasn't clear. I think the members there were very confused about what that FAR ratio was going to mean. As you can see, I think the District 1 appointee at some point made a motion and then voted against his own motion because I think there was just a lot of confusion. It was a day that they had a makeup day at PZC. So, for my perspective, and what I want the applicant to know is that we want you in the community. We just don't want you in the rural settlement portion of the community, because there has to be things that we put into our planning and our zoning that mean something. And one of those is, the predictability of a rural settlement. And I think that, serving a community is part of this analysis. And if people are coming out in droves on a work day, then that's not what the community wants there. And that is part of the analysis, is what the community wants there. So I think, as far as for the perspective I have, I really, want to see them successful in their vet business, just not in the rural settlement, and I want the residents to be able to predict what's coming in these zoning districts. So with that, I would like to make a motion for denial.
Second, Bonilla.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Scott, okay, he's good. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
Okay, we have one no. Two no. No, Commissioner Moore, and a no for Commissioner Gomez-Cordero. All right, the motion does pass. Let the record show 5-2. All right, with that, thank you. I know we're going to move to the next item. Before we do that, Commissioner Moore, I believe you're going to have to leave, but I know we wanted to give you the opportunity regarding the Tenants Bill of Rights ordinance, to give you the opportunity to at least opine before you left.
I'm sorry to have to leave, but we're in District 2, we're having a large discussion about South Apopka annexing into the city of Apopka, so I really need to be there. In fact, I'm late. I stayed for that meeting. But I do support the Tenant Bill of Rights. We've worked on this long and hard, and I had some objections early on, but I think we've worked through all of them. And if I was here, I would absolutely be voting in support.
Is there anything you'd like to see changed?
No, I'm fine.
Okay. With that, we're going to move to the next item on our agenda for this afternoon, which is item F8. And I'm going to open the public hearing on this item and ask Mr. Kanata to come forward from our Utilities Department to frame this item.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners.
Afternoon.
And Comptroller. Mark Kanata, Deputy Director, Orange County Utilities, and I'll be here to present the revisions to Chapter 37, Article 20, commonly known as our Sewer Use Ordinance. Please find the topics I'm going to walk through today: background, audit, findings, resolution, and requested action for this ordinance. So the Sewer Use Ordinance provides the necessary regulations for use of public and private sewer systems in the interest of protecting the public health, safety, welfare of the citizens and residents of Orange County. This surcharge program was added to the ordinance in 2002 and evaluates charges for some commercial monitoring of sanitary sewer system by doing inspections and taking samples. The surcharge program is primarily designed to protect the sanitary sewer systems, the environment, and our wastewater treatment processes. This particular ordinance has been brought back to the board several times for significant updates in 2009, 2012, and 2022, with a user manual added for guidance to our customers. The Comptroller's Office recently did a follow-up audit on our particular program. This was a follow-up audit that covered the period of January 2020 to December of 2020. And I'm going to go through those audit findings. They identified that there was no clear procedures for removing customers from the surcharge program, as well as it expressed concerns for the reduction in revenue from removing customers from the program. However, as mentioned earlier, the primary purpose of the program is to protect our treatment processes, the sanitary sewer systems, and the environment versus creating revenue. As a result of these audit findings, we worked with the county's attorney's office to go ahead and clearly define the primary objectives of the program, address the ability for the director or designee to remove customers from the program that do not pose a threat to our treatment processes, the sanitary system, or the environment, as well as commercial properties that are residential in nature, for example, like apartment complexes that have domestic wastewater. So we work with the county's attorney's office, and they determined the Development Advisory Board and Planning and Zoning Commission reviews were not needed at this time. We also worked with our staff on developing standard operating procedures for clearly defining how customers can be removed from the program, and we've conveyed those standard operating procedures to the Comptroller's Office as well. One item I have to make a correction on that I just received, the draft ordinance that you have in your packet today, the current definition shows that the director in Chapter 37 includes his or her authorized designee. Therefore, the addition of the words "or designee" shown on lines 36 and 42 is unnecessary at this time. This revision has been reviewed and recommended by the county's attorney's office. So that's the only change in it. So the requested action today is the approval of the proposed revisions to Orange County Codes, Chapter 37, Water and Wastewater, Article 20, Public and Private Sewer System Use Requirements, commonly known as the Sewer Use Ordinance, with the noted additions to lines 36 and 42 that I just mentioned. Thank you for your time. I'll take any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kanata. This was generated internally, so there's no applicant on it. However, I will check, are there members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
There are no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right. I'll entertain a motion for...
So moved to review.
Second, Wilson.
All right, we have a motion and a second for approval. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, the motion passes and is unanimous. And I guess we'll let the record reflect that Commissioner Moore and Commissioner Bonilla are not present for that particular vote. At this time, we're going to move to the next item on our agenda. This is item F9. This will include items that were pulled from this morning from the consent agenda, B5 and H11. Be heard pursuant to the conversation at this time. I'm going to open the public hearing on this item, and Ms. Amy Michaels will come forward, our chief planner from the planning division, and she's going to frame the recommendations related to the ordinance at this time. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. This is the public hearing for the Tenant Bill of Rights ordinance. As the presentation outline is the background, the ordinance review, and then the action requested. So as you are aware, there have been many board discussions addressing the housing crisis in Orange County. There have been work sessions for the housing supply issues, and we are focusing on the tenant services piece of that crisis. The Tenant Bill of Rights are intended to provide an overview of rental protections for tenants. The Bill of Rights can offer additional protections beyond those found in Chapter 83 Florida statutes in the Federal Fair Housing Act. The Tenant Bill of Rights is not intended to modify leases or provide legal advice. The Tenant Bill of Rights is often in the form of a notice and includes resources for tenants' assistance, and there are many local governments that have created an office to provide tenant services. So from a summary from the November 29th discussion, we reviewed the Tenant Bill of Rights concept. We were asked to do additional research to include victim of domestic violence, dating violence, or stalking. We went over the draft ordinance review. We gave an update to the board of the Office of Tenant Services, and board directed staff to prepare a draft Tenant Bill of Rights ordinance. And then on December 13th, the board approved 4 new positions for the Office of Tenant Services on the consent agenda. So the proposed framework of the Tenant Bill of Rights is consistent with the September 27th board direction, and these are the 8 items that are in the ordinance. And so the ordinance itself, this is the ordinance outline. Section 1 is the recitals. Section 2 is the amendments to Chapter 25, Article 13, Division 3. Section 3 is the enactment of the new Chapter 25, Article 13, Division 3. Section 4 is the amendments to Chapter 11. Section 5 is amendments to Chapter 22. Section 6 is repeal of laws in conflict, and Section 7 is filing of the ordinance and the effective date. So section to assist Orange County tenants that are facing challenges. We learned that many tenants in Orange County are unaware of the laws that protect them, and the Orange County BCC desired to establish an Office of Tenant Services and adopt a Tenant Bill of Rights. And so section 2 is amendments to Chapter 25, Article 13. This will change the name of Article 13 from rental notices to residential tenancies, and will create a new Division 1 titled Rental Notices Ordinance. Section 25-372 is enforcement and penalties. This will take, the Orange County Office of Tenant Services will be empowered to investigate situations where there's a violation of the ordinance, and it will take this out of the Neighborhood Services Division. County employees that will be assigned to this office will be considered code enforcement officers that will be authorized to enforce the ordinance and do that through a civil citation. Section 3 is enactment of new Chapter 25, Article 13, Division 3, Section 25-410. It will be titled Tenant Bill of Rights Ordinance. Section 25-411 is the applicability, and it is effective in unincorporated Orange County. Section 25-412 is definitions. This is just some of the definitions that are listed in the ordinance. List of tenant fees, that's the itemized list of fees that include the description, the amount charged, and the frequency of those charges. The notice of tenant rights, this is the document that will be published by the Office of Tenant Services in English, Spanish, and French-based Creole. A tenant is defined as a person or persons who shall occupy, attempt to occupy, or inquire about a rental unit. And tenant fees are charges of any kind that the landlord levies against the tenant, with the exception of the rent. Section 25-413 is the Office of Tenant Services. This will establish the Orange County Office of Tenant Services. The powers and duties of the office will be to investigate complaints and related disputes. The office will refer matters and complaints to federal, state, and local agencies or organizations. This includes Legal Aid Society, who is one of our partners, and other agencies within the county that can provide assistance. It will publish and disseminate information and educational materials. The office will conduct trainings and outreach for tenants and landlords. It will serve as an advisor on housing-related policies. The office will work to secure grants and other resources to support tenant services. It will develop resources for both landlords and tenants to promote housing stability. The office will serve as the county liaison when engaging with community and professional groups, and it will perform other administrative duties as assigned. Section 25-414 is the Notice of Tenant Rights. The Office of Tenant Services will create, maintain, and publish the Notice of Tenant Rights. The notice must include at a minimum. And so the 9 items that I'm going to go over, those must be included in the Notice of Tenant Rights. They cannot be amended by the office or removed. The only way that they can be amended is if we come back to the board and amend the ordinance itself. So one is the right to notice of termination and notice of rental increases. That's a 60-day notice ordinance. Reasonable notice prior to a landlord's entry into the unit. Maintenance of the rental unit is in accordance with applicable building, housing, and health codes. It will prohibit discrimination in housing. Reasonable accommodations and modifications for those with disabilities. The right to the return of the security deposit or a written notice of the claim describing what the claim is for. It will prohibit a landlord from interrupting utility services and preventing a tenant from gaining access to the unit. It will also prohibit the landlord from retaliating against a tenant for purposes including seeking services. It will give the tenant the right to raise defenses to an eviction. Those, like I said, those 9 items must be in that Notice of Tenant Rights and cannot be modified by staff. The only items that will be modified are the resource section, which if we had a phone number change or we added a new resource for the tenants. It shall be unlawful for a landlord to allow a tenant to rent or occupy the unit without first providing a copy of the Notice of Tenant Rights. It must be provided prior to the commencement of the rental term. And for any rentals that are month-to-month tenancies, the notice must be provided no less than once per year. The burden will be on the landlord to retain a signed copy of the Notice of Tenant Rights signed by the tenant and for the duration of the tenancy. Section 25-415 is the list of tenant fees. Landlords will be required to provide tenants with a list of tenant fees. The list of tenant fees must be agreed upon prior to the commencement of the rental term. And for those month-to-month tenancies, they're required to provide 60 days notice for any new or additional tenant fees, and they must be agreed upon by the landlord and the tenant. Section 25-416 is enforcement and penalties. The Office of Tenant Services will be empowered to investigate any situation where there's a violation to this ordinance. County employees assigned to the Office of Tenant Services will be designated as code enforcement officers and be able to issue civil citations. And there is a resolution in front of you today that will give them the authority to do that. And then all violations of this division will be considered Class 3. Section 4 is amendments to Chapter 11, Article 3, Section 11-62. This modifies Schedule A so the Tenant Bill of Rights ordinance may be enforced via a civil citation. Section 5 is the amendments to Chapter 22, Article 4, Fair Housing, and this is where you will start to see the minor changes made to the ordinance. This modifies the Fair Housing article of the Human Rights Ordinance. Section 22-50 adds lawful source of income and victim of domestic violence, dating violence, or stalking to the list of protected classes. Section 22-51 adds a definition for a lawful source of income, which is a lawful profession, occupation, or job, government or private assistance, or a housing assistance program such as Section 8. Section 22-51 adds a definition for victim of dating violence. It's defined as a person who's been subjected to acts or threats of violence during a relationship. Section 22-51 adds a definition for victim of domestic violence, a person who has been subjected to acts or threats of violence by a family or household member. Section 22-51 adds a definition for victim of stalking. This is a victim of acts that constitute or are deemed under state law to be willful, malicious, and repeated following harassing cyber stalking of any person where there's a reasonable fear of death or bodily injury of the person or person's child, sibling, spouse, parent, or dependent. Section 22-52 adds lawful source of income and victim of domestic violence, dating violence, or stalking to the list of protected classes in the sale or rental of housing and prohibited practices. Section 22-53 adds lawful source of income, victim of domestic violence, dating violence, or stalking to the provision of brokerage services. Section 22-54 adds lawful source of income, victim of domestic violence, dating violence, or stalking to the list of protected classes in the financing of housing or in residential real estate transactions. Section 22-55 is exemptions, and it will create an exemption if accepting a tenant's source of income would require the landlord to alter the rental unit in a manner specific to that source of income, and the example of that is Section 8. Section 22-57, complaints and filing. This also adds lawful source of income and victim of domestic violence, dating violence, or stalking to the list of protected classes. Section 6 is the repeal of laws in conflict. And Section 7 is the effective date that the ordinance would take effect on March 1st of 2023. And so the action requested today is approval and execution of the ordinance for the Tenant Bill of Rights, authorization for county staff to correct any Scrivener's errors, approval and execution of the resolution that will designate Office of Tenant Service staff as code enforcement officers, and the approval and execution of the amendment to the service funding agreement with Legal Aid Society. And Legal Aid Society is here with us today if there are any questions for them. And that concludes my presentation.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Michaels, for the presentation up to this point. Stand by. This is an action that was generated from internal to the county, so there's no applicant per se on this. However, we are going to go to members of the public for any public comment. And we'll begin. Are there members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
Yes, Mayor, I have 3 speaker cards for 2 speakers. First up is Cynthia Laurent, to be followed by Carmen Torres, and is Maria Murillo here? Okay, you said you're donating your time, right? Thank you. State your name and address for the record, please.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Cynthia Lolan. I am the Housing Justice Campaigner with Florida Rising. Address is 200 East Robinson Street, 32801. Good afternoon, commissioners, staff, county attorney. We just thank you so much for this Tenant Bill of Rights. We know it's a lot of hard work, a lot of conversations, and we're just grateful that this is actually going to be enacted today. We would like to especially highlight our appreciation for the creation of the Office of Tenant Services. We think that is such a necessary department that will help tenants and landlords have a place to go to address any concerns or issues. With the Office of Tenant Services, we do believe there should be an addition of an additional function. We know there are 9 functions listed, but we think it would be especially necessary for there to be research done that would include qualitative and quantitative data that would provide tenants' experiences with the office and referral services. With this creation of reporting, we think there should be an annual report where they would present to this Board of Commissioners on the experiences that tenants are having using the Office of Tenant Services and the referral program. In tandem with this annual reporting, we think it would be crucial that Florida Rising and community organizations continue to work with the Board of County Commissioners in developing a more robust enforcement mechanism through what is a landlord registry. But we just want to take the time to thank you again for the opportunity to speak and continue to partner with you on the further development of this Tenant Bill of Rights. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Lauren, for your comments. We're going to move to the next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Carmen Torres. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Carmen Torres, and my address is 12159 Homestead Park Lane, Orlando, Florida. Good afternoon, Mayor Demings and commissioners. It is with great joy that I speak to you as one of 12 co-founders of Hablamos Español, Florida, to congratulate you today as you vote to approve Orange County Tenant Bill of Rights. To us, this community government victory serves as an example of yours and our shared commitment to renters, working families, and Orange County communities. And more than that, it also serves as an example of our shared commitment to the democratic process designed to give its residents a voice and vote within their government and its elected leaders. And that is what our organization is about, ensuring that all residents, including monolingual speakers, have a voice, vote in what happens in their lives and opportunities available to progress. 5 years ago, next month, as part of our community coalition, Vamos for Puerto Rico, I and many others spoke to the Orange County Commission along with monolingual Spanish speakers who fled Puerto Rico after Hurricane Maria, and presented a list of housing policies that, if changed, would help them leave their hotels before their FEMA housing ended. And while the names of the organizations and elected officials have changed in these 5 past years, the coalition and community were successful at getting the times needed for the families to find housing, but the housing crisis has remained. Today, we celebrate those partnerships born out of the actions and needs of the Puerto Rican survivors and also the community relationships that ensured their voices were heard and our communities and democracies were strengthened. We are grateful for your partnership in listening to their voices and the voices of many other renters that have come before you to share their rental challenges and experiences. However, I do want to point out that there appears to be an oversight in line 276. You included the distribution of the Notice of Rights in Spanish and Creole, but you accidentally left out wording that ensures the Office of Tenant Services would also provide services in Spanish and Creole. So please make sure to bring that back. We are grateful for your local leadership of organizations like Organized Florida, Florida Rising, Jobs with Justice, Community Justice Project, and Unite Here. And of course, those of us in Hablamos Español, Florida, who regardless of resources or names, never gave up in our communities. We are delighted that this bill includes language justice and Office of a Tenant Advocate and guaranteed right to repairs. These are solutions our communities deserve. We look forward. I think I have an extended time.
All right, thank you, Ms. Torres.
I think I have an extended time. That I'd like to finish.
I think he actually did give you the extended time
Was
already.
it?
Yes.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
You already had
Well,
it.
thank you so much.
Yes, all right. Thank you. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
There are no other speakers, Mayor.
All right. If there are no other speakers, as we move forward, I'm going to close the public hearing at this time, and we'll open up for questions or comments by commissioners. But let me just start off by saying that I believe that this is a good opportunity for our county to provide tenant services, and I'm excited about opening the Office of Tenant Services here within Orange County. We'll be one of few counties within the state that have such an office, and we're really looking forward to selecting the staff and getting the office open so that we can begin to provide the services during that process. Also excited about the Tenant Bill of Rights that will certainly come as a result of the action that we will take today, and looking forward to the Tenant Bill of Rights and what that really means to the opportunity for us to engage with the Legal Aid Society that really has operated within this space for an extended period of time, and if all goes as I believe it will, be an opportunity for Orange County to use taxpayer dollars to assist in the effort of providing services to our tenants, and even assisting our landlords and others who will come forward during the various processes or different issues that may arise here in the near future. So with that, we're going to open it up for questions or comments by members of the board, and I'm going to start with Commissioner Uribe.
First of all, I want to thank you for all of your hard work and diligence in meeting with us, going over this, but more importantly, since this has come to light, helping our constituents that we have referred to you quite plentiful, okay? And because it's been difficult. You know, we were sending people to 311, but they had nowhere to go, and you were it. So you have been the Tenant's Bill of Rights officer. So I want to thank you. I feel you don't get your just due because you have helped us get through things and get information, and it is greatly appreciated. I have a couple things I wanted to just ask. This is great. I'm so excited. My thing that I wanted to discuss, and I know there's a memo, and I'll let you bring that up when you do, but when we set this ordinance, will we be setting this for future, like in our future budgets and so forth? There is not a timetable on this of 5 years or 10 years. This is going to be now part of Orange County Services.
Absolutely, it's part of Orange County now.
Fantastic. I just want to make sure, because we'll all leave and want to know that this will live on for the future. My other thing is, I did want to follow up. Have we at all discussed having information, like just from our cases that we've had people who speak Spanish, who contact us, who need help, is there going to be somebody in the office? Will there be an opportunity for bilingual or trilingual, resources to help? Because the phone call, with all honesty, it's our minority and financially challenged people who are usually the ones that are the biggest victims in this situation. It's been surprising, like some of the cases we're hearing where they won't fix our washer machine. If there is a way for us, or for Byron, I guess it would fall, to make sure, if not an officer, some sort of translation or information, because they come to us speaking a language and we're just equipped to handle it, but I don't know if this office will be. So I wanted to make sure that will be considered as you guys are hiring, at least having somebody bilingual. Secondly, because this is what we have, and we do not have, the rental ballot initiative that went through, so there is no we have seen what we predicted is an increase dramatically in rents across the board. But we've also seen a little bit of abuse where companies have taken applications, I think we might have just sent one to you. They've done the application, they've done everything, they've transferred their light bill, their water bill, and then the unit says, oh, yeah, you were approved, but we don't have any units available. And so that person, unfortunately, there really isn't anything to protect them. But I think it comes down to knowledge, when you're looking at leases sent to you electronically that you may initial, but if they never initialed it or signed it, you really have nothing to stand on. And those are such imperative information to be shared that I feel like this office is going to be so educational prone that just people knowing their rights. But I wondered if we can possibly try to find nonprofits, there are a few in town who used to do this, that actually help having their finger on the pulse of what pricing is like in certain areas. Because what we've seen a lot is they raise my rent by $400 a month. I can't afford it, but I don't know where to go. And we used to have an agency in our district who had a worker who all they did was call apartment complexes and get pricing. And I don't know if as we build this office that we consider that as a resource, because there's nothing wrong that happened to this person. They've just been priced out, but they don't know where to go. And that is a challenge in itself, trying to start calling and finding and who has units and who has units in this price range and so forth. So I don't think it needs to go into ordinance, but it would be nice to see the direction of this office to consider that, because I think a lot of times we're going to find people without any violations just needing help on, what area of town are there more price point apartments and things like that.
And Commissioner, I can answer both of those. For deceptive practices, if you're advertising an apartment and you're taking in several applications and you only have one unit and that happens where they're transferring things over, we can send them over to consumer protection within the county. That's considered a deceptive practice and have it looked at through our consumer protection division. And then on the other, absolutely we can partner, and we plan on partnering with many agencies out within the county to provide those resources to the tenants. So if there is somebody who does keep the pulse on prices, rent prices, absolutely we would partner with them to make sure that we're providing the best service that we can for the tenants that seek services through our office.
That's great. And then the bilingual opportunity for...
Absolutely. We are working on that right now, that we are trying to have all the languages that are in the ordinance in that office so that we will be able to assist.
Sounds great. Thank you. Thank you for all your hard work.
All right, Commissioner Bonilla.
Thank you. So I did bring up some possible edits in a memo that I sent out, and I put some reasons for those. I think you did a great job on the ordinance, so these weren't like really big edits to add. So, I'll start through the memo in section 1. And this one, I'll just read it. The section to add is county employees assigned to the Office of Tenant Services shall have an adequate background of work experience in tenant advocacy and shall not have ever served as a paid or unpaid lobbyist or advocate for real estate agents, developers, management companies, or landlords. The reason for this is because we don't want this office run by someone pretending to be an advocate, but instead is out to sabotage the office and the board's efforts. And this really came out of the issue that we had with the consultant that we had hired. The biased opinions that he had made, the statements that he had made in that consultant's report, where at least 5 of us on this board had disagreed with. And then later to find out, and I'll admit I have not verified this information, but that he's a landlord himself, and that he works for all these developers and real estate agents and everything. So he was not someone who is qualified to write a consultant report on tenant advocacy. After talking to some staff too, they mentioned we probably would have been better served finding a consultant who did work in that space. And so that's where this idea came out of, we don't want someone working for this office that had come up here in some time in the past and, advocated for landlords against tenant rights. We don't want someone like that working in this office. I will say that, a question did come up to me about well, if I was a real estate agent, will I not be able to work in this office? No, it doesn't mean that. I was a landlord before, and look, I'm fighting for tenants, right? Doesn't mean that, and I've never advocated for landlords or these developers or anything like that. So this wouldn't disqualify me from working in the office. So I just want to make sure you understand that these are people who specifically, or if you're a paid lobbyist or unpaid lobbyist or advocate, who has come up and said, you know what, we don't want this to happen because it's important that the landlords have this and this and this, even though it's at the expense of a tenant. So I just wanted to kind of clarify what this means and why it's important that we have that in there. So when staff or whoever's doing the hiring is looking for someone, this is directed by the board that you don't go hiring some lobbyists from GOBA or something. And then the next one is a section to edit, and this is editing rather than adding. To add to the end, well, I'll just read it. Performing other administrative duties relating to this 312 division as may be assigned by the county mayor or their designee, and then to add through the direction of the Board of County Commissioners. And the reason I'd put is we want to make sure that anything that is assigned is in line with the board decisions and not that of any staff or mayor who want to push things in their own direction. This will also prevent the problem of the office spending too much time on an agenda that the board may not agree with, but that may only be the agenda of staff or the mayor. If staff or the mayor wants to give any duties to office, these should be transparent and discussed with the board and get board approval before moving forward. And the reason why this one came up is because, according to our charter, if you look at our charter, the mayor is supposed to execute the will of the board. And any additional duty, responsibilities that the mayor has is given to the mayor through the board. And this is one of those items where it's new. It would be a new responsibility given to the mayor, but it's open-ended. It's, so, and no offense to you, Mayor, but if he has just some idea, or any mayor that's here in the future has just some idea of direction that they want to go in, and they start assigning those duties to this person, and then that person doesn't have the time to give to what we had put them there for, then that's taking time away from what's important. And so I feel that if the current mayor, future mayor, whatever, believes that there's something else that person should be doing, they could be transparent, bring it to the board, and say, hey, is this something that we want to do, and get the board's direction on it. And the last addition is, accountability. This is great that we have this whole Tenant Bill of Rights. The problem, the biggest problem with it is that there's no accountability in there. So we don't know, the way it's written, we don't know if we're going to be successful with anything. We don't know if it's affecting anything, good or bad. We just won't know unless we add something in there that provides accountability. And so the section to add is collecting quantitative and qualitative data formatted in an annual report to share with the Board of County Commissioners that demonstrates the issues tenants are facing and how the office is helping to solve the issues with goals and objectives and action steps. And the reason I put here is having the office is one thing, actually measuring the success of it is another. We need to collect data, and the office is the best ones to do this, as they'll be working directly with tenants and can provide us with insightful information on what the issues are and suggestions for solutions. So I definitely would love to have an annual presentation with an annual report from this office on the data that they collected, what they're finding are the problems, and how they put together a plan on how we could solve those problems based on what they're getting and the data that's collected. So those are my three additions, and, you know, I agree also with what was said about adding, you know, it says providing literature and stuff like that in Spanish and Creole, but, you know, we do need to provide the services as well in those languages. I'm not sure how that could be done. I mean, it might be hard to find someone who's trilingual, but I mean, I think, I don't know how many people we could have in this office. You know, maybe one person speaks Spanish, one person speaks Creole, or maybe we contract with the service that provides those translation services.
We are currently, Commissioner, as we are looking at the office, we are trying to get a staff person that is fluent in each one of the languages that's in the ordinance.
Okay. And so I feel like, I mean, if we're going to put in the ordinance that we have the literature in that language, perhaps we should also put that the services are provided in that language as well? No? Okay. All right, well, that's all I have.
Okay, Commissioner Wilson.
Yeah, so that actually, it leads me to my other thought, and I know the intent is good for what you're looking at, and conflicts of interest are an issue, and we need to make sure that we keep an eye on it. I think we have to be really careful when we talk about hiring processes in a space that we're trying to make sure that there's not discriminatory practices, that we're applying discriminatory practices, right? I mean, some of the best prosecutors out there used to be public defenders. Some of the best, you know, if you could build it, you can take it apart type thing. So to say that somebody who ever worked in that space would be prohibited, I think would be discriminatory, and I don't support that. I think if there's any effort in, you know, making sure that the conflicts are, you know, vetted through whatever process that is, I think that's a different thing. And so I support the idea, but maybe not the mechanism. And I certainly think that anybody, and this is, you know, my concern that when we started looking at this, returning citizens is a concern, right? So anybody that walks in and goes to a job interview for anything, you know, they need to be evaluated on their ability to do that job then and there. Now, if they're getting paid by someone else, that's okay to ask about. But if it's something that happened 5 years ago or 10 years ago, and they are now taking that expertise and moving it into a different position, I think that we should welcome that. I also, just as far as the languages, I think there's a lot of ways to get there without baking it into the ordinance in a way that narrows the ability for that program to work. And I think right now, knowing that there are still things that we really wanted to see baked in here, having a starting point, having a place that I feel like provides an educational and substantive outline for our tenants and for our landlords, I think it's really important. We start this, we look at it, and I think continuing the dialogue, I'm so excited to be working with legal aid and having their expertise. I'm so excited to see that this is going to be, you know, the people that call will have a place for us to send them. And so I think that, you know, provides a great deal of comfort for our office, and I want to thank you all so much for the work on this. My question about actually the legal referrals is that knowing that some of these people are going to be fearful of retribution, is there going to be the confidentiality portion that happens once they come into a legal office, you know, is triggered, right? And we have that confidentiality. How far out can that go as far as the ability to protect the confidential conversations that happen in our advocacy office?
I'm not sure about that.
On a legal question, so we'll go to Dylan or someone else from the county attorney's office.
Sure. I think if they're meeting with the Legal Aid Society, they'll have, you know, attorney-client privilege to some extent. The one issue to keep in mind is, if I recall, there was a recent statute enacted about code enforcement and not making anonymous complaints anymore. And some of these employees will be designated as code enforcement officers to enforce the Tenants Bill of Rights. So that may not be confidential.
I guess, you know, my question is then, is there a mechanism whereby that intake can happen in a, you know, on intake, really, so that those, you know, individuals aren't subject to that type of, you know, potential exposure, public records, the things that we all accept as part of our lives, knowing that their goal is to eventually end up getting some legal counsel.
Let me add that the lawyer for legal aid, I don't think is going to be housed there at the Office of Tenant Services. And so I think there's going to be a handoff from the point in time, tenant comes into the Office of Tenant Services, explains what all the issues are, what the problems are that they're having. And if it's in the realm of legal issues that don't get resolved through some discussions, mediation, what have you, it then gets handed off to legal aid. And I think once that is handed off to legal aid, aside from the little problem we talked about with respect to being designated as code enforcement officers and who made the initial complaint, that the privileges and of attorney-client privilege is probably going to vest, if you will, at that point in time.
Okay, and I mean, and it's just something maybe operationally keep in mind that we make sure that we have that conversation with individuals that, under our Tenants Bill of Rights and under our policies that we're, acting in this protective space, but this is still not yet the Legal Services Division, and we want to make sure that that it's a public record that comes in through here. And I think that works both ways, right? Because I think we've had a lot of conversations about making sure we're keeping our eye on the bad actors in the landlord space. Well, it's all public record, and being able to vet, looking at the data that comes in and understanding how we can track those things is why we want to be able to, keep that in the public realm. So I understand the need. I just want to make sure that people are aware of their potential exposure or not as they start that process, and if the part of it that they're disclosing early on isn't the part that causes them the most concern, then, maybe there's some mechanism to say, what, before we get into sort of some of these specifics, let me get a hold of somebody at Legal Aid Society and figuring out how to transition that so that they understand that we aren't the same, that it's not in-house per se.
Okay, that's it? Okay. Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you. Thank you. So many meetings. Thank you for taking our suggestion, really. Thank you for your hard work. And you don't know, this means a lot for the community and the residents. They do. And I know there are some here somewhere. So I have 3 questions, and it's more in regards to the office. So I wanted to know, if this is approved today, when will this office start operations?
March 1st of 2023.
Ooh, okay. Okay, thank you. These other questions, I think Commissioner Uribe also asking is how long this office was going to operate, but it's going to be part of Orange County Services, so.
Correct, it's permanent.
It's permanent, woohoo, okay. And my last question is, will this office be considered to help in the future or whatever, that we had a lot of crisis and then, grants money came in and all that process take a lot of time, and Diane Arnold was, chicken with no head. So will this office in the future maybe be used to help with these grants to assist?
That is something that we can look at the future. Since this is the beginning, so we have no idea where this office can go, and it could probably grow into a bigger,
awesome,
a bigger mission.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Awesome. Okay.
But we're fortunate to have a very robust social service area as well. So we have a lot of resources there. So we also don't want to expand their scope or stretch them beyond going back to. We don't want them to lose their focus too.
That's what I said, in the future, in the future.
All right, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your time. So let's have a couple of things. Commissioner Uribe kind of touched on it, and this was in part of my conversation that I had with staff yesterday. I asked them about the language in the contract, specifically as it relates to language, English, Spanish, and Creole, knowing that we have a large concentration of those populations, knowing those populations are growing. In my meeting with staff, I asked about changing the draft to be able to allow for Portuguese, given my district. And so I'm coming to you. My question would be, are we able to make that change via consensus, or would I need to, once the motion is put, maybe make an amendment just to add the Portuguese language in the actual ordinance?
Well, I think, Commissioner, it was alluded to earlier that we could explore the opportunity for translation services and some other things, because I think that we're a multicultural, multilingual community. And with large populations that speak other languages. And so it could be, we're beginning with a very small staff, okay? So I don't know that the staff, with the 3 people that would be in the initial office, will have the breadth to be able to have all the languages. So we would endeavor to look within our county employ, okay, because we have a large employ with individuals who speak multiple languages. So they have the opportunity. It's just not their office that we're talking about. We're talking about the county providing these services. So it may be a way for us to look within our existing employment staff to support what they're doing without codifying that necessarily in terms of the ordinance and enumerating every language that they will serve in that office, if that makes sense to you.
No, I
but
understand.
I think there may be a way to say in other languages that that come into the office, that they will endeavor to serve those specific languages with a presence in the office, but in other languages through whatever means that, you know, as we get started here, we'll learn from that process.
No, so I wasn't speaking specifically to the staff and their ability to be able to speak in that language. I'm talking about the actual language in the ordinance. I mean, I like your suggestion in other languages, but, you know, when you look at the Spanish and Haitian Creole populations, those are significant and they're growing far more than others. But the same would be true of the, you know, Brazilians. So that's what I was talking about. Not necessarily for the ability staff, because we can find translation services and things like that, but actually putting it in the draft. Should we say in other languages, or should it be?
Well, Commissioner, let me also add, Mayor, that I think part of this is also understanding who it's most likely, or certainly initially, who would be coming in for the services. I think that was the connection, the correlation made between Spanish and Creole is, it was a reference to the population of kind of need. I think this gives us opportunity to see, and if there is any significant number of those who need or speak Portuguese or need that language, I think it gives us the ability as we're coming back or expanding to note that and then make that correlation. Not make that change, but right now, I think the nexus of those languages is based upon what we believe, what we've seen today, and what we believe are those populations who have most need of these services.
Understood.
So I think this is a good opportunity. Let us get the experience on us and see who's coming in, what those experiences are, and then we report back. I think we'll have data then to support whatever changes the board may want to make.
Understood. And so then when we talk about reporting back, and I don't know, Byron, if you may go back to you or whoever is appropriate to answer this question, at what frequency? Is it a year or 2 years? What we look at to be able to maybe add or remove certain provisions of it? Because I can see, you know, laws change with every year, circumstances change. And so if we look and see that this ordinance isn't meeting the need more effectively, can we look at revising it? My example would be, as I talk with staff and, you know, it's just to share for the benefit of the body, I said, okay, so if someone is going through an eviction within 60 days and they get a notice in 30 days, and a landlord ignores all the provisions that we've laid out here, they could still evict someone. And granted, the code enforcement violations may slow it, but it doesn't stop it. And so they pay a fee to code enforcement. The person's still evicted. And so this would, in essence, have really done not much of nothing. I think that it is a step in the right direction, but I just want the board to know that from my perspective, there should be several more steps. Just even recently, Friday, I got a call while I was at a wedding. I left the wedding. And I wound up speaking to a property manager on a Saturday. And so she called the property manager, and he texted her like a map telling her to do some plumbing stuff that she couldn't do, and clearly I couldn't do. And so the fire department was there. And their only recourse was to turn off water to the whole building. Granted, this was a much older property, but just things like that. I mean, we can't plan for everything, but I just want, for the benefit of the body, know that there's a lot more work to do, because like I can just see for those that have the resources to be able to just, okay, I'll take the code enforcement violation, but I'm still going to get you out. And then, you know, the people are homeless or, you know, in the coalition or other things. So that's just my biggest thing. The other question for what we talked about yesterday, you gave clarification about, you know, Section 8 housing, Can you just clarify, maybe as an example for the benefit of the body, what you shared with me is like why someone like wouldn't want to, or how they'd be discriminated against if they had like Section 8 or some type of income assistance?
We, doing research, if you look, you could see on some of the listings for units, it would say, we do not accept Section 8. And it was right there in black and white. And so when we did the lawful source of income, and Section 8 is a lawful source of income, that you cannot just automatically say, I don't want Section 8 tenants.
Okay.
There are background checks, there are credit checks, you know, they can still do their due diligence, but you cannot, we had seen where, you know, they just said, I'm just not going to deal with Section 8, and that's not acceptable. We're not going to discriminate just because they receive a Section 8 voucher, because they are vetted through Orange County and, you know, have to adhere to strict rules to receive that voucher. So the county or one specific you know, apartment complex in the county, it gave them the choice to go anywhere in the county and not be turned away just because it was Section 8.
Okay. That's all I have, Mayor.
So Commissioner Scott, he raised the issue about the reporting back. You know, perhaps the ordinance can speak to the annual report, but I think that as we start this office, we want to get some feedback sooner than a year from now. So I think that doesn't necessarily have to be in the ordinance, but the ordinance can certainly require the annual report, and I have some additional comment is perhaps in 6 months, you all would have gone through enough of an experience to give us some feedback about how the office is proceeding and advancing. So I think that is what I would say is that we would, within 6 months of initiating the new office, that they would come back to the board and give us an update, and if we need to make some adjustments or what have you, we make adjustments at that point. But the ordinance can speak to the annual report. But I have some comments also in terms of what Commissioner Bonilla was recommending with her language, and let me just go to that. First, the first point here to add the language about essentially a prohibition of certain individuals with certain backgrounds from the office. I do join Commissioner Wilson in that I don't believe that that's appropriate language here. The Office of Tenant Services, I believe that in order for us to be successful, the goal is to come up with some solutions, and the solutions are going to require the cooperation of landlords outside of the legal processes. And I believe that, like all of our other officers that we operate, code enforcement, et cetera, when we begin to enforce our respective laws, the role of government is to be really an objective arbiter in that process and not necessarily put our feet on the scales of justice or what is just and equitable one way or the other, but certainly codify what the rights that tenants have, that so that landlords understand what those rights are, and we want them to comply with those rights. But I believe that that is inappropriately putting our feet on the scales of justice. That's something that the county attorney certainly is welcome to opine on. So I don't believe that that is appropriate language for us to write into an ordinance. I don't believe we write language like that into other ordinances. So I believe that we should be objective in whatever language that is there. The second issue with, I'm not parochial, I just happen to be the mayor now. So it's really not about me. In terms of the language of regarding the administrative duties under 312, et cetera, that the mayor has. My role, or the mayor's role, is codified in the charter in other ways. We don't enumerate in our ordinances what the mayor can do or not do, because it already exists in other places, and I don't believe that it would be appropriate here. In fact, I believe that it might be in conflict with, in terms of the recommendation about an annual report. I believe that what has been proffered here, most of which I think is okay. However, I think that there should be a period at one point before where it is, and where the language says collecting quantitative and qualitative data formatted in an annual report to share with the Board of County Commissioners that demonstrates the issues tenants are facing, period. That the rest of that, I think, is something that report will pick up. It doesn't need to be placed in an ordinance to enumerate all of what should be in that report or not. I understand the intent of what you're trying to get after there is to make sure that the work that is being done is effective in meeting the needs of our tenants. But I also believe that we don't know what we don't know at this point. This will be a new office for us, a new experience, and quite frankly, we are in the state of Florida. And the state of Florida current laws and what have you, I think, are probably insufficient in this space to give us everything that we would need. I believe that this is going to perhaps at some point have some legislative impacts going forward. So I want to understand really the dynamics of everything that we're going to be doing as a county going forward. So I would, my advocacy here is that let's just stop there before we get to the and part of it. I believe that the language will be sufficient. And if in 6 months after the office begins, they come back and they give us some feedback, we certainly can make modifications, but I don't believe that the language as written is necessary. So that would be my feedback at this point. We can certainly continue the dialogue about it today, but at the end of the day, you know, my excitement is getting this office up and operational, providing the services to the tenants, and doing so with the spirit of cooperation from all parties, and not to create the community culture of one of it's us against them. No, I believe that we all win with this office. If this office is effective in doing what it's supposed to do, we all win. To me, the problem that we have in America today is we don't work collaboratively to solve issues. We politicize issues along partisan lines and other lines that does not result in the best governance. It doesn't result in the best service from government. And so I believe that if we really want to accomplish what we're trying to accomplish here, then we have to create this spirit of cooperation and collaboration with the landlords, and not create the situation where it's an adversarial role from the very beginning, because the landlords, this office is going to be dealing with those landlords. And for the staff that is going to be assigned there, I want them to be successful in dealing with the landlords and the tenants. And if we start out creating us against them type of attitude, it's not going to work. We're going to have failure. We will not reach the goals that we set out to be. So I want to be careful not to do that, by writing language that appears to put us against one another as a community and as taxpayers. You know, all of them are taxpayers within our county. And so those will be my comments to you that, you know, I think one is clearly not appropriate that you recommended. I think that two conflicts with potentially with the charter and the way we have codified things in other ordinances and or not. And three, I think, needs to be modified in terms of the language that is being proffered today. So we'll go back to Commissioner Bonilla.
Yes, Commissioner Wilson, I thank you for your comments, and I understand where you're coming from. So I agree. And you know, with the name of tenant services instead of tenant advocacy, you know, as a former landlord, it would have been great to have an office like this at that time to be able to call and ask questions and get help as a, you know, I only had one house landlord. I wasn't like some big landlord or anything. But so there are going to be a lot of, you know, mom and pop landlords who are going to get help from this. So I just wanted to put that out there. I do want to ask some questions of the county attorney. So in our county charter, it states that, you know, the mayor shall, and I'm just paraphrasing here, enact the powers and will of the board, and that the board may assign other, you know, responsibilities to the mayor. I see this as one of those areas which has happened historically throughout all of our ordinances where the mayor is given more power than the charter had originally given that position. The way this is written without my edit, does that mean that the mayor gets to go beyond what the board had already directed, or does this kind of still keep the mayor position in line with that he could assign duties to that office, but it still has to be within line with what the board direction has been?
Well, I think the mayor has to follow the ordinance, just like the Board of County Commissioners have to follow the ordinance. I think what's at play here in terms of the charter provision is a provision that indicates, and I think it's part of the duties of the mayor, and it indicates that the mayor is responsible for the supervision of county employees. And supervision entails the duties that you assign to those county employees. So you know, that language would definitely, impermissibly, in my opinion, infringe upon those responsibilities of the mayor to supervise employees. Secondly, there's another section of the charter dealing with the non-interference. That section also basically says that the mayor is responsible for the supervision of employees, whether they are direct employees or indirect employees. So I think in both of those instances, which are very specific, not general like that first part about execution, in both of those instances, I think the language that's been proposed would run afoul of the requirements of the charter. I think that provision that deals with executing the laws faithfully. If there is an ordinance that is passed that sets forth certain things that should be done, if the mayor starts to run afoul of those things, I'm going to be one to tell him if that question is asked. And this board can actually bring up the issue and have that discussion as to whether or not he has run afoul of the ordinance that has been passed by the board.
Okay, so thank you. I think that really clarifies it for me. So the language without my edit does make sure that the mayor still has to follow whatever the board had directed within this ordinance and not go outside of that.
Yeah, this is a collegial body and always has been. And so I think the mayor is going, whatever it is that is set forth in the ordinances of this county, that's what the mayor has the responsibility of following through and executing.
I can't speak for any other mayor, but I can tell you that, you know, I take very seriously my role and responsibility and the role and responsibility of the Board of County Commission to give input. And when our staff can tell you when I meet with them numerous times every week, sometimes every day, there is a sensitivity to the direction that the board has given. Sometimes, you know, interpreting what the board has said, can be a bit of a trick, and because sometimes the board is not clear, and so this is why we, in the sunshine, have these conversations back and forth about what is being said to make sure that we have clarity. And the county administrator will sometimes interject into that, as well as the county attorney. And even the clerk will say, it's not clear what was just said or done. And so I don't exceed my authority. I'm not here to abuse it. I can't speak for mayors prior to me or mayors that will succeed me. But that's the will of the people when they elect a countywide mayor, and that was the will of the people when they, 4 decades ago, decided that they wanted a strong county mayor form of government for a reason. And so, I walk within that space. And there are some, I will tell you, that there are times when commissioners, pursuant to the charter and the direction, overstep or attempt to overstep their role and responsibility. And you will hear me say, wait a minute, you're going into a space that you're not supposed to, and the arbiter there is the county attorney to kind of look at that and say, wait a minute, do I agree or not agree? So we are a collegial body. Well, I'm not here to work in opposition to our commissioners. I'm here to work with you. And I hope vice versa. You're here to work with me, not against me, and create this an atmosphere that is adversarial. That's not what this should be about. And so I know that perhaps that's not your intent, but this is where I think you have to be careful about the language. The written word, it does have meaning, and people will read into it what you're trying to get to there. It's not about the personalities, it's about the function and the duties of these various offices that we are held accountable to. So I just think that the language there is not necessary because it's codified in the charter and it lays it out what that is. We don't need to recreate the wheel in this ordinance, because of positions that we take or we don't take regarding the administration of our duties.
Thank you, Jeff, for answering those questions for me. Byron, I have some questions for you as well. Typically, when we get an annual report, it usually comes with goals, objectives, and action steps. Is that, if they do an annual report to us with this data, is that the type of format it would, because when I wrote this, I was like, annual reports typically come with this, but I thought I'd spell it out anyway. But do we really need to spell it out, since they typically come with that anyway?
Correct. So it is the custom. If you've seen on a number of occasions, we do annual reports. The mayor's made that kind of part of our practice as well. And what we talk about is and cover what are those metrics? What are the goals and objectives? So the ordinance lays out certain goals and objectives. We have certain things that we're supposed to perform. We know what the intake will be. And so that's what you'll see. You'll see that standard information. And in the course of that conversation, in the course of briefings, you may have some other questions, and we try to be responsive to that as well. So the short answer is the annual report, I think, will be more than sufficient in terms of giving you a sense of what the level of activity has been, what's working, what's not working in terms of how this was envisioned when approved today.
Okay, thank you. So, all right, so after that, asking some questions, getting some clarifications, and hearing some of the feedback from the commissioners on the board, definitely I'll give up on section 1. The edit in section 2, I think, thank you for clarifying, Jeff, what would be expected from that. So then that edit's not necessary. And Byron, thank you for answering that question and with the annual report. That way we have a good idea of what to expect when that comes. Like I said, I added that and how the office is helping solve, because they typically come with that, and I thought I'd just go a little bit further and spell it out. But it works just ending right before the and. So I definitely want to go ahead and still ask for that section to be added, number 10, collecting quantitative and qualitative data formatted in an annual report to share with the Board of County Commissioners that demonstrates the issues tenants are facing, period. I believe that's under, I mean, the attorneys will tell us how to add this, but I just suspected it might be in section 25-413 and then add section 10.
Mr. Schott, will you share with her the language that we had previously drafted?
Yes, so we had put together some language. So we would add a section 10 in that same place Commissioner Bonilla proposed, but the language we would write is collecting data as necessary to prepare and submit an annual report to the Board of County Commissioners that summarizes the activities undertaken by the Office of Tenant Services pursuant to this division, period.
So as necessary?
Yes.
So what does that mean?
It means that you don't have to wait a year if you don't want to. I actually think you get much more flexible. Sorry, I'm speaking.
Yeah, so I mean, just for continuity and consistency, I think an annual report would be good. I definitely like the idea of getting a 6-month kind of presentation report earlier to see.
And that's what it gives you the ability to do. That's what it gives you, the language gives you the ability to do that in 6 months.
Yeah, so the problem I have with the as necessary without having an annual report is that in some other instances, the other ordinances that we've had, and I've been here for 6 years, so I've seen it, we haven't had the annual reports come before us, and we've had to, request information, and it's just so much easier as a commissioner to just know to expect that rather than us having to request it.
So Commissioner, just to be clear, the language we proposed does include an annual report. So
Sorry, I missed that. It did say annual report?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, okay, thank you. So, but when Commissioner Wilson said, that means at any time, I was like, what does that mean?
What it does.
Yeah, what does as needed mean?
It means as needed, which means it's board direction in light of something that triggers a need. I mean, it can't be any more clear than that, but I think if you identify something so narrow as to say an annual report, then you have less.
Dylan, read the language one more time so that they hear it all.
So it's collecting data as necessary to prepare and submit an annual report to the Board of County Commissioners that summarizes the activities undertaken by the Office of Tenant Services pursuant to this division.
Yes, I don't see as needed as being part of the annual report coming whenever. Can you clarify again what as needed means? I'm not really understanding what you mean by that.
Well, so with the language your office proposed, Commissioner, is qualitative and quantitative data. The question that rises is, as determined by who? Who's determining what data is going to be presented? Exactly. So it gives the discretion to the mayor and the county administrator and the Office of Tenant Services to, decide what data they're going to collect, what data they're going to present. So in my view, that's the need for that language, is to clarify that it's the office's discretion to determine what data is necessary.
Okay, thank you. Now that clarifies what that means. And so you mentioned also that if we see the need for certain types of data, then what do? We just request that? Well, I guess, but if we can.
That happens all the time. We come to the board.
Yeah, I was about to say we do that all the time, asking for information and data.
And the board says, I don't have enough information, please provide us with more data. And we just go back and get the data.
Yeah, so what if it's, the reason why I added qualitative, because what if the data isn't being, because quantitative is easier to collect as things come in, but if we want more qualitative data, that's kind of things like surveys that you have to, go out and survey people and things like that. So how do we go about then asking for data that hasn't already been collected?
We don't know, but I think
Kind of again, part of our
that's something that they're going to develop
We've
in
got to
the
open the
office.
office and see what direction is being actually handled
Those
there.
reports are developed by
I
them.
mean, it's kind of a little bit of a premature conversation, because I think that once we get our study and we're getting calls, complaints about tenant rights, but then other ones are, hey, it's too high, help me find a place. I think the office, and I think ultimately that's the guiding principle in starting this position, because I feel as needed, they could find out it's very slated one way and not another, and then that totally can change a perspective. And also, economic cycles could change. If we get enough apartments, it could not be as big of an issue. You know, there's so much that can happen. And I feel, and I don't know if I'm interpreting, but I interpret it as needed. We're going to know what's going to happen once you open.
But, so you're saying the language that Dylan is proffering is sufficient?
Because I think
No,
in
I
6 months,
think it's
the
fine. I'm
conversation
just
could be
trying to
different.
understand and make sure that it's, you know, as needed. I just wanted to make sure I understood what that meant.
Mayor,
Okay.
Mayor, if I may, so Commissioner Bonilla, and I'm just using an example. In my briefings with staff, we talked about you guys were working on a software. It's still kind of in process to integrate to be able to track what's going on. Am I correct in that statement?
That was the information for being able to look up code enforcement cases, permitting, and those type of items on the system that is in the process of being worked on.
Okay.
We will be able to, as the Office of Tenant Services, with the software that we're using, at any time, any commissioner, the mayor, Byron, anybody wants information, we can pull that information for you by district, by what the case type is at any time that you request that, and we are prepared for that. So, you know, we don't, it's not going to be limited to a time frame. It's whenever you request that, we can pull that information for you.
So, Commissioner Uribe, I'm sorry, to underscore what Commissioner Uribe's point is for Commissioner Bonilla, I'll give you an example of a timeline for me, and this may not be the exact software that we use, but it is the ability of county. And so the county as an entity uses crystal reports, but I'm going to use the jail for purposes of this conversation. When I started mentoring in 2004 with the juveniles that were there, I worked with just juveniles who were adjudicated as adults, direct file, under 18. But as I spent more time there, I started working with 18-year-olds who were still going through the process. So the first report I would get was a crystal report. It was Admin 101, under 18. As I continued to work in this work with young people, I started getting a second report, JMS 121. And then as I continued into the work, I got another report, IMS 080. So I had all these 3 reports on demand. I didn't need to wait or mandate for an annual report. So I guess, you know, what Commissioner Uribe is saying, what Byron is saying is that, you know, as we're building our foundation and as we grow in this process, we'll figure out what reports we need as we grow in this work, as we go through the journey. Am I correct, Administrator Byron and Commissioner Uribe? Does that make sense? So you wouldn't even have to necessarily do it. You can just log in and pull whatever reports you want and get the information you need, maybe specific to your district or zip code or whatever the breakdown ultimately becomes. But there is a mechanism to be able to do that without having to make changes in the language. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Okay. So as needed means just like download me a report whenever.
Ad hoc. I mean, because I used to pull those reports all the time. I just go in and I pull which report I needed based on, you know, if I needed the under 18, I pulled that. I didn't have to necessarily go through anything. And so it may not be crystal reports, right? But I'm sure they're working to provide some level of technology where we can pull something. Because if we're able to do it automated, then they don't have to have staff do that work, and it saves everyone's time. So I know they're working on it. It's coming. But that was just an example of how something started from nothing. And as I grew, I needed more things. I was able to pull what I needed, but I had those crystal reports to be able to pull information I needed to be able to be an effective mentor, case manager. Does that make sense?
Okay, so we can move forward.
The
language that
has been presented.
County Attorney Dylan just proffered is sufficient, it sounds like, for the board at this point. Okay. Commissioner Uribe, did you have anything else?
I actually have some questions I did want to ask. Kind of wrapping up what Commissioner Scott said, I think that when we open this office, we're really going to find out what the needs are out there. You know, we're getting a lot of calls, we're getting a lot of things, but what is it really going to focus on? So it's going to be really nice in 6 months to see the trend you're seeing. My question was, what division is this office going to fall under? So who would be that would it be under Neighborhood Services? Have we?
Current Commissioner Uribe will be under
PED's
office as the
director's office.
Okay. Okay. And then I think something that's really important here too is Commissioner Scott brought up that scenario that he went through in his district. But then when the hurricane hit, I had an apartment complex where everyone on the first floor got evicted in less than 30 days because state law, if something is not livable, precedes any ordinance we have. So I think one of the things I am worried about is that there is this idea that we have, and I got involved, actually, Mayor visited the complex, where these people thought they had rights, but when something is unlivable, state law does allow for them to remove the folks from there. And the only thing that I hope that, will be clear for us, because I feel just this conversation since we've started it has really had a lot of people write us with an array of issues. And what I worry is that there is precedent set by the state that our ordinance can't change. So in that scenario, if that happened and this woman's apartment got completely soiled and ruined and had to be redone, she would have to move out. And our ordinance would not have anything to do with 60 days because she can't live that way for 60 days. So I think that all of us have to be cognizant of that, because I learned the hard way after the hurricane, and lots of people in this community who lost their homes, is knowing that this does not overreach what is allowed by Florida statute. So appreciate that, and something for us to keep cognizant as we go forward.
So Commissioner Uribe brought up the 60 days. I know that there were a few people who wrote in who were advocates that they thought it should be 45 days. But if the board is, we have consensus around the 60 days, that's what we're going to write into the ordinance. We don't have, so it'll be 60 days. Commissioner Scott, lastly, did you?
So I talked with staff about was there predating me, was there any conversations about an advisory board or amending the duties of one of our existing advisory boards? I don't know whether it be code enforcement or affordable housing, to be able to have this conversation. Because obviously via email and in-person meetings, we've had advocates on both sides, industry, individuals, and organizations. So maybe at some point later on in the future, we look at potentially having an advisory board so that maybe the meat of this discussion can be hashed out between industry and individuals and advocacy groups, and then they bring it to us for, further revision or what have you. Just something to think about for the future. That way, it reduces the burden on us to figure out what they need, and they can collaborate, industry, advocacy groups, individuals, on what it needs to, how we balance that landlord-tenant relationship. So that's all I have, sir.
Okay, let's get into it. And
I file a motion for approval.
Okay, so I make a motion to amend that motion to add the edit of the section 10.
What is that? We were good with it.
No, this is the action requested here, but you have to add in the language of the section 10.
Need to be amended to include the language.
Yeah,
that,
the motion has to include that.
Okay, so
I'm making a motion to amend the motion that was just made and seconded to add the section 10.
And we'll provide the clerk with the written language.
We had a motion. There was a second. Okay. Commissioner Bonilla is recommending, because in your initial motion, it did not include the language that the Assistant County Attorney had recommended. So at this point, Commissioner Bonilla is making a motion to amend the language to include.
It was section number 10. Yeah. State the section that it's in on the record, Dylan, so we'll have it.
I want to make sure it's clear for the clerk.
Yes, so it would be,
Section 25.
25-413. Yes, subsection 10, I believe it is. And I did provide the clerk with a copy of the written language.
Okay.
So I'd like to adjust my motion to include.
You could give us all a chance to make the motion, and Maribel seconded my motion, and we all had a part in it.
I don't think it's that serious.
I think we're getting caught up on.
But I just want to amend it so we can move forward.
Do you accept the amendment, Commissioner?
I accept the amended.
No, that's fine. That's sufficient.
Second by Commissioner Scott.
Okay, so we have Commissioner Uribe is amending her original motion to include the language, and we have a second. Who was the second?
It was Commissioner Wilson. Oh, yeah. Well, do we need someone to second?
Listen, I think this is a good problem.
Okay.
It's fine.
We'll go with Commissioner Scott this time. He spoke up quickly. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, the motion passes and it is unanimous.
You got one more, you got two more.
So, okay, so now, we're going back to the funding agreement that was pulled from this morning, B5, that was in tandem, and this is for approval of the execution of Amendment Number 1, Service Funding Agreement Fiscal Year 2022-2023, by and between Orange County, Florida, and Legal Aid Society of Orange County Bar Association, Inc. This, as you may recall, is for an additional staff attorney that we will be funding through legal aid.
So moved, Wilson.
Second, Bonilla.
We have a motion by Commissioner Wilson for approval, a second by Commissioner Bonilla. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes. And
The resolution.
the next item is H11.
The resolution.
The resolution.
Yeah. Can you put it back up
Go
on the
back,
screen,
Amy.
please?
Put the resolution back up then.
There you go. There you go.
Okay, and
The top one.
okay, we're going to approval and execution of the resolution of the Orange County Board of County Commissioners regarding the designation of certain county employees assigned to the Office of Tenant Services as code enforcement officers. Is there a motion?
So moved, Scott.
Okay.
Maribel has it.
I'll second it.
I think Commissioner Scott was technically first. We'll go second, Commissioner Gomez-Cadero.
You always put me.
All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes and it is unanimous.
Got me quick.
All right. At this point, we do have other work before us this afternoon. We're going to move on to the final item for today's agenda. This is a B1. I'm going to ask Mr. Tim Hull to come forward, the Environmental Programs Administrator, to make a presentation regarding the state of the wetlands study. And so, Mr. Hull, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Today I'll be presenting a work session on the State of the Wetlands Technical Study in support of the Wetland Conservation Ordinance Update Initiative. Here is an outline of the presentation. I will cover some background material, including the goals of the ordinance update, previous board engagement, and the scope of the study. And then our consultant, Dr. Claudia Listipad, will provide the details of the study and key preliminary findings. Following her presentation, I will briefly summarize and cover the next steps. So why are we here? As you know, EPD has been working on updating the wetland ordinance for approximately 18 months. The ordinance was identified in the Customer First Initiative as in need of updating, as it hasn't been substantively changed since adoption 35 years ago. Some of our goals for the update are listed here, including better reflection of board-directed policy and the current regulatory climate. We want to make the permit process and outcomes more streamlined, predictable, and consistent. In order to do that, we want to identify and protect those natural resources that are most important, functional, or rare, redefine and clarify some of the review criteria, and along the way, identify any opportunities for streamlining processes. Of course, we don't want to forget to balance natural resource protection with the rights of property owners. Our previous engagement with the board includes in December 2021, we provided a work session on current wetland permitting and review processes. In fall and winter of 22, we did the wetland tours and had policy discussions there. And lastly, just last month in December, we had a work session on the regulatory framework study. The key findings that came out of that was Article 10 is outdated and out of sync with policy and procedures. There are numerous regulations and policies at the state and other counties that may be of benefit for consideration in the new Orange County Code. And lastly, during interviews with staff consultants and environmental NGOs, some important feedback and ideas for consideration in the ordinance update were received. So concurrent with that regulatory framework study, our consultant and staff have been working on the state of the wetlands study, which will help us better understand what changes have occurred to wetlands since the approximate time of the adoption of the current wetland code. This study is the most years. It provides a comparison of the historic inventory and condition of the county's wetland resources with the present day using both mapping and aerial photos and field data. It provides an assessment of the functional changes and trends in wetland loss and fragmentation over time, as well as an analysis of ecosystem services associated with loss of wetland function. So that's the prelude for you, and at this time, I'd like to introduce my co-presenter and our consultant, Dr. Claudia Listipad. She is the president of Applied Ecology, Inc. She holds a PhD in Applied Conservation Biology. She's a cross-disciplinary project manager specializing in the application of GIS, remote sensing, modeling, and statistical analyses of complex data sets, particularly those related to natural resources and restoration. Dr. Listipad has been involved in several critical state and locally funded projects to restore Florida's impaired waters, as well as wetlands and upland ecosystems. She's actively involved in research and public agency consulting, presenting at domestic and international conferences, and publishing in peer-reviewed publications on a variety of ecological applications and remote sensing topics. So we're delighted to have her on this project, and at this time I'll turn it over to her to cover the details of the technical study.
Welcome, Dr. Listipad.
Thank you. Thank you all for paying so much attention. I know it's been a long day, so I'll try to cover the technical study as briefly as I can. Switching here to my topic. So I'm going to cover the technical study in 4 pieces, and it's a lot of data, so I just want to prepare you. So I'm hoping, sure you'll have some questions. So first piece, we're going to talk about mapping. Second one, I'm going to cover fragmentation. What is fragmentation, and how has fragmentation changed across the county? Then we're going to dive into functional changes, basically wetland quality. Has wetland quality changed over time? And finally, just a glimpse of the additional analysis that are going to be included in a report that we couldn't fit into this one presentation. Wetland mapping. So setting the stage, there have been studies across the U.S. that have focused on wetland loss and wetland changes over time. One of the most comprehensive studies actually also looked specific at each state, including Florida, and looked at 1954 to 1996, the rate of loss of wetlands. The first chart that you can see, bar chart, you can clearly see that has been dramatic losses of wetlands, particularly in the 1950s through the 1970s. That rate of decline has dramatically slowed as wetland regulations were put into place, including Clean Water Act, 1972, the No Net Loss Rule, 1987, and your ordinance in 1989. So by the 80s, we saw a much slower decline statewide of loss of wetlands. So that is definitely a good thing. There have been a few other studies that are more specific to Central Florida. However, they looked at specific systems, such as cypress, isolated cypress systems, and those have shown wetland losses around 20% from 1984 to 2004. So the state of the wetlands is actually an updated study that covers specifically Orange County, across the whole county, and looks at what has happened to wetlands since 1990 to current to 2020. A quick point that I want to point out, besides just looking at wetlands in general and acres, we're also looking at different wetland types. And it's important to understand that these wetland types are important for diversity and preserving different habitats and different species associated with them. So we anticipate that losses might not be equal across all wetland types, so we are also looking at that. So what methods did we use for the wetland mapping? Very quickly, just to give you a glimpse of it, you can see here some of the imagery we had to work with. From 1990, you can see a black and white imagery. In 2020, we had both color infrared and true color imagery. So we actually go through a process called API, Aerial Photo Interpretation. This is actually a standard acceptable method used to create your land use land cover maps that you might have seen all over the place. So this actually uses remotely sensed data, in our case aerial photography, and digitize. We look at signatures such as vegetation, texture, and wetland hydration to be able to map wetlands. This method has been used actually prior to the 1970s across counties, states, universities, and so forth to classify land cover, classify vegetation, and even soil types. So here's a little bit of the effort. You can see the delineation, the effort of delineating the wetland pockets across those aerial photographies. So this was performed for the entire county in 4 decades. So we looked at 1990, 2000, 2010, and 2020. So I wanted to point out that we were looking at specific wetland types. We focused on mixed hardwood systems, cypress domes, in some of the pictures here, so you can see how different and diverse these systems are, hydric pine flatwoods on your right-hand side, and then we also looked at herbaceous type wetlands, such as wet prairies and freshwater marshes, and these systems do provide habitat for completely different species and have other ecological services. So, jumping very quickly from methods to results. So what you can see here is 2 pie charts. The one on your left is a 1990 wetland coverage. The one on your right is a 2020, jumping the 30 years here. What you can see, if we take all the wetlands mapped into account, you actually don't see a loss overall of wetlands. You see about 1,000 acres of wetland gain between 1990 and 2020. However, what you can see is the composition of the wetlands have changed. So the different colors on your pie chart are different wetland types. You can see clearly that brighter green, the mixed wetland hardwood forest, used to be 46% of your total wetlands. However, now you have about 37%, so you've lost some of these systems. Wet prairies, those were only 5%, but now you have 3%. So that's actually a significant loss if you think in terms of composition of your total wetlands. And then we have actually gain of certain wetlands, particularly freshwater marshes, and I'll talk a little bit more about why that is. So here is some mapping products. So you can see side by side, 1990 and 2020. So you'd have to sit here and study these for a while to be able to pick out the differences, because the differences are not gigantic, but they are spread out through the county. Again, we use the same colors here to classify the different systems, and I'm going to show this study in another method to make it easier for your eye to detect what has changed. So between 1990 and 2020, like I mentioned, we actually had overall, if we take everything into account, 0.85% gain of total wetlands. We also actually mapped surface water separate than wetlands, and we actually have a gain of 16.8% of water. And I'll talk a little bit about what is causing this gain of water, surface waters. What you can clearly see is that there are some systems that have lost dramatic composition. For example, scrub shrub wetlands, we've lost about 16%, wetland forests, 18%. Wet prairies, almost 38%. Now, we clearly notice, and I'll point that out to you when we show a change map, that there was a very large area of freshwater marsh restored, and that's your Lake Apopka restoration project. This is over 10,000 acres of freshwater marsh. It was restored. It was previously a marsh, was an ag in 1990, and now is restored back to a freshwater marsh. So once you remove those 10,000 acres, you're now looking at about 5.6% loss of total wetlands between 1990 and 2020. And now you can clearly see that the freshwater marshes no longer show a gain, but they actually show a 9% loss. Another way to look at the data is in bar charts, and you can see here by color the different wetland types. The first bar that is solid is 1990. The other bar with a pattern is 2020. I want to point out a couple things. First, freshwater marshes, including Lake Apopka, show definitely an increase of those 10,200 acres. Second, you can clearly see a reduction of the mixed wetland forest hardwood systems. And third, I want to point out this wetland, the water gain, and that is really due to your stormwater ponds having been built. So that's where it's not really not gaining a lot of natural lakes. You have now systems that used to be wetlands and now are wet ponds, as you know. So this is another way to look at the data. Instead of you using your eyes to detect the difference between 1990 and 2020, you can do this persistence map. What it shows you is in gray, wetlands that were there in 1990 and they're still there now, 2020. In green, they're gains, wetland gains. So you can clearly see, like Apopka, that big green polygon up there, that's a wetland gain. And you can see sprinkled, actually, some wetland gains throughout. And in the brown, you can see areas, wetland losses. So that's just another way to look at the data spatially. Couple examples to point out, starting with an example of a wetland loss. So this is a map 1990, 2020, and when you put those side by side, what you can see here, you obviously had actually some improved pasture come in where you had some wet prairies that connected the system. So I do want to point out that these wetlands are now in patches that are isolated, and they used to be connected through some wet prairies. So this is a type of losses that you might be experiencing. An example of the game, the Lake Apopka. So you can clearly see the difference of this large area that was agriculture and now is restored to freshwater marsh. You can see the hydrology is now there. So that's a success story. Another map is actually just pointing out here in the browns and in the blues wetlands that persisted through the time but have changed type. So this is actually a really interesting change that we see here. So in the oranges, browns, you see systems that used to be forested systems and now are either shrub, scrub, or all the way to a herbaceous system. So sometimes those systems were impacted. Their canopy was impacted, so lost the canopy. They're no longer forest, they're scrub system. In blues, you see systems that used to be either water, most of the time herbaceous, and now have shrubs on it, or even all the way to forest, shrubby systems that now can be considered forested systems. So you can clearly see that's an example of succession. When you have encroachment of hardwoods come in, maybe to herbaceous systems, and now you're looking at scrub-shrub system, no longer herbaceous system. So we are seeing changes in types of wetlands, not only in acreages, but really more the type of wetlands is definitely shifting. And this is important because we are trying to preserve really all the types of wetlands to preserve the biodiversity associated with them. Jumping into the next topic, wetland fragmentation. So beyond looking at where we see these systems and where they have changed, we also want to look at how fragmented the systems are. So typically, habitat destruction or as urbanization land use changes, what you happen to see is that these large continuous wetland systems like this, have a road put through, for example. So then you have two smaller patches. We call these patches. You'll see that term brought up. And then you might have additional subdivision through time as development occurs. So this is a pretty typical. Sometimes you're lucky to maintain a corridor. You might have some hydrology and some connection between those systems. Sometimes you actually ended up with completely isolated patches. So this describes what through time. So fragmentation is really important because it impacts ecosystem function. Hydrology, as you can imagine, gets disrupted. The habitat changes, so if you don't have a large patch, you might not be able to support some types of species that need larger area. And you might have a shift in species composition. So typically, you might have more invasive species around the edges. So the smaller the wetlands, the more invasive species it makes up the whole wetland. So we looked at certain metrics. Some of the metrics you'll see me discuss is edge. So an edge is really the perimeter of the wetlands. So the higher the edge, the more perimeter, means the smaller the piece in comparison, typically. Shape index, it looks both at the patch size and also the perimeter at the same time. And then contiguitive, which means spatial connectiveness. How connected? Do we have corridors that connect these systems? So very simply trying to just put tables between 1990 and 2020, starting with total edge. In red, arrow going up means typically a loss in quality or increased type of fragmentation metric. So we have edges going up, and you can see really across most systems except the other wetlands. A lot of the other wetlands really have a composition, for example, emergent wetlands, so the vegetation you might have on your lakes and so forth. So you don't see much of a pattern. But for most other systems, we see increases of edge. So we have fragmentation taking place. The contiguity index, so the connectiveness, here we see the freshwater marshes clearly and the wet prairies have lost contiguity. So in this case, decline means you have more fragmentation, likely loss in function. This is the shape index. It takes actually perimeter and the size of the patches into account. And what you can see here, again, freshwater marshes, this slope, the steeper the slope, that means the higher the fragmentation increase between 1990 and 2020. So you can see freshwater marshes has the highest slope, followed by the wet prairie. So these are our two herbaceous systems that we did the analysis on. So your herbaceous systems seem to have higher degree of fragmentation than your forested systems. So some key takeaways of the mapping and fragmentation analysis. Between 1990 and 2020, you had about overall loss of acreage of 5.6%, or 8,500 acres, if you remove the Lake Apopka restoration project. Losses are most dramatic for wet prairies, about 37%, followed by mixed wetland forest hardwood systems, 19%. And just wanted to highlight that we really do want to try to preserve the diversity of the systems. There's been gains in hydric pine flatwoods, and the composition of wetlands, as you saw from the pie charts, is changing over time. Loss in acreage is a very important thing to take into account, that loss in acreage is not equivalent to necessarily direct change on loss in wetland function or wetland quality. So when we're permitting in our days, we're really looking to preserve wetland quality, not necessarily just the size. So in this case is why we look at fragmentation and other items as well. So fragmentation impacts wetlands differently by wetland type. We definitely saw the freshwater marshes and wet prairies have greater impact, at least in the last 30 years of fragmentation, while the cypress and hydric pines seem to be more robust to these changes. Jumping into functional changes. So to do this, we actually had to go out in the field. So we selected 50 sites. Those are all on-site mitigation sites. We had a ranking mechanism to select the sites. First of all, we wanted to look at sites that had been permitted 10 years or longer ago, because we were looking at changes. What was a function then? What is a function now? We wanted to pick the 5 different types of wetlands that we were looking at so that it would be in sync with the rest of the data. And we needed to have some sort of information that we could use to recreate what we call the UMAM, so a score of functional quality. You probably have heard that term quite a bit. The objective of this effort was, once, we actually used that for quality assurance of the mapping product of 2020. And 2, we really wanted to have a surrogate for functional change. So we're not only looking at landscape and mapping changes, but how is the wetland quality been in the last 30 years for some of these on-site mitigation sites. So we collected UMAM scores and percentage of invasive cover. For some of those sites, we actually use hyperspectral imaging using a UAS, and more information on that will be in the report on what kind of metrics we are looking at. So starting with some interesting findings, I wanted to point out we actually found several species that are state-threatened and endangered species, so listed plant species on those sites. So that's really a success story, that you have mitigation sites that are protecting some of these listed species. Some of them, like Jingle Bell Orchid and Cardinal Air Plant, is actually an endangered species, some pretty neat plants. So I wanted to bring that up, bring a little bit of the field back in here. And so this table actually summarizes the functional changes into one very simple table. More information will be in the report. But what it includes is, by wetland type, the number of sites that we went out in the field, as well as a percentage change of your UMAM score. So that is a percentage change of what was the function then, what is the function now, what is the quality change. We also bring in the percentage of exotics. So a higher class, it goes from 1 to 5, 5 being the worst, 1 being the best, lowest percentage of exotics. Bringing some color here, you can clearly see that some systems lost functional score. Those are in red. Highlighting freshwater marsh lost about 10% of functional score based on the average of the sites we visited, and the mixed shrub systems about 12%, mixed forested about 7%. On the other side, the wet prairies, based on the limited number that we had, and the hydric pines actually gained function. So that's definitely a success story. You can clearly see the percentage of exotic in the category. Again, there's quite a bit of diversity. The wet prairies were in beautiful shape. They had less than 1% of exotic species, hence also they gained function. They actually look better. The hydric pine also had very little exotic percentage covered on it. At the same time, the ones that were in poorer shape were the mixed shrub systems. They had quite a bit of percent cover at the 3.3 category. Some key takeaways from the functional assessment, which is really based on field work. Some sites surrounded by development were actually of very high quality. Remote rural sites typically gained or maintained their original functional wetland function over time. Wetland functional loss is highest for the shrub system, followed by the freshwater marshes, and then mixed hardwoods. We actually had functional gain, as I mentioned, for wet prairies and pine flatwood systems. What we've noted is many of the freshwater marshes visited are transitioning out of being a freshwater marsh into a scrub shrub or even a forested system. A lot of this has to do with encroachment from the buffer area. Hydrology impacts often lead to increase in exotic presence. So these are usually hand in hand. When we saw hydrology being impacted, we start seeing exotic species presence increasing. Typically, exotic vegetation was observed in the edges of the system, so this is why that perimeter is problematic, increasing the perimeter, because you have the first 25, 30 feet might be where the majority of exotic species are. Higher level of assessment is needed when considering preserving planting an upland buffer to avoid these woody species from migrating, particularly into these herbaceous systems if we want to preserve those. And a robust maintenance program helps ensure long-term health of the system. So we had examples where the owners were actually maintaining the sites beyond the required for exotic species, and they were in beautiful shape. Finally, additional analysis, so you can see what else is coming up if you're interested in looking at a report when it's out. So here are some of the topics that we're going to include. We're looking at correlations of population change with wetland cover change and fragmentation metrics. What this means is we're going to look at, have we seen in these areas where we lost the majority of the wetlands, where the wetlands changed type, is it in areas where the population grew the most? Or are there other variables that can explain that? We're going to look at correlation of wetland losses with impaired systems. Are we seeing a greater amount of impaired systems where we see the majority losses of wetlands? Again, looking at some of these correlations, not necessarily always causation, but we can look at some of these correlations. We're going to examine functional loss in context with other variables. So are these areas where we see the most fragmentation, where are we seeing functional loss of this particular wetlands that we looked at? We're going to look at land use change, population growth, and others, and compare that with functional change on those particular sites, 50 sites we visited. We're developing wetland health indices based on the remote sensing, and this is particularly important. You see here some of these pictures of us, of the drone, and some of the vegetation indices we're looking at. And part of it is, is it possible to have a better monitoring, an additional tool that is innovative that allows you to monitor some of the systems quicker? And finally, we're going to look at conceptual scenarios of estimates of wetland loss by 2050, depending on population growth estimates that are out there, and the impacts of wetland loss modeling. So quite a few additional pieces that we didn't have time to cover during this brief session. And with this, I'll transition it back.
I'm going to briefly summarize, and then we'll go into the next steps. So the study yielded some interesting findings. Approximately 5.6% loss of wetland acreage countywide from 1990 to 2020 if you exclude the Lake Apopka North Shore restoration. Most of the acreage loss was in wet prairies at 37% and mixed wetland and forested hardwood systems at 19%. Some wetland types, as you saw, actually gained acreage. The largest was hydric pine flatwoods, more than doubled. The composition of wetland types is changing over time. Some of that is due to natural succession, but others, there are anthropogenic or human impacts at work. No surprise that remote and rural sites were better at maintaining or gaining wetland function over time, but some sites surrounded by development were also of very high quality. Lastly, gain and loss of wetland functionality over time was dependent on the system type and other factors. So, as you might imagine, the findings of this study and also the regulatory framework study will help inform the initiative as we progress through 2023. Here are some of the next steps we will go through on this ordinance update this year. In April, we plan to come back with policy recommendations for board discussion and direction. From now through May, staff will be meeting to draft the updated ordinance. From February through June, we'll be holding various stakeholder charrettes. July to November, we'll be providing work sessions to the applicable advisory boards, including the LPA, EPC, and the Development and Sustainability Advisory Boards. In the fall, we plan to bring forward a work session to the BCC on the draft ordinance, and finally in December, an adoption hearing. So with that, that concludes our presentation for this study, and we're available if you have any questions. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Listopad and Tim, you all did a great job on the presentation. I do know that we received some correspondence from the Audubon Society and some others, and they're looking for the next steps and what we recommend as for changes to our wetland ordinances. And so I know that this is part of the process, and we will continue to dialogue, and you all will bring back some specific changes and with a timeline and related to that. And the county administrator, I know, has that on his radar screen as well. But we do have some questions or comments by members of the board, and we'll start with Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you so much. I just want to say that it blew my mind when people left here today after their own meetings, because this to me was such a huge news story, because this is, I mean, for starters, I think there's confirmation of a lot of things that have been discussed in environmental circles and in EPD about the function of some of these wetlands that are fragmented or have had development around them. And to me, there's some bad news in here, right? Like this loss of the wet prairie wetland, it scares me. Like that's frightening. But there's some really good news in here, which is that the places where there have been efforts, you're seeing restoration plus some of these specific imperiled species. So I think knowing that timeline and being able to talk about what next steps are now that we have the foundational elements to reevaluating the wetland classification system at the bare minimum. But I also want to try to really draw together the conversation with stormwater, and knowing that when we see that number tick up on the surface waters, that's because we've removed something that was a natural function that could have so much more contribution, and we've replaced it with just storage, right? Just a container. You see there's so many opportunities. There's so many opportunities for potential investment in restoration of wetlands. Really, we'll call it stormwater disguised as a wetland, or a wetland disguised as a stormwater. I don't really care, but I think we've got to make sure that every drop of it is considered the asset it is, in knowing sort of what the pattern has been for so long. And thank you for pulling out the Lake Apopka part of this, because I think that got some folks tangled up as far as what we were looking at in those percentages. Quick opinion, the hydric pine, what's going on there? What is the...
Right, I think, Commissioner, you're referring to the gain over 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That it's like an unusual gain, that there's definitely some...
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely the hydric pines. We were a little surprised by that. What we saw is we are actually seeing some conversion of some shrub system into now their pine. Perhaps some of them had been previously impacted. We didn't go back in time and cut, and now you basically had a shrub in 1990, and now it has grown back to the system it really should be. So that's an important part. We didn't go back to what was historically that habitat.
Okay.
So the hydric pine systems, we actually thought they would be probably more impacted due to, sometimes their hydrology, they're not as deep as some of the other systems, but in this case, we actually saw a gain, and a lot of it was conversion.
Okay. And, looking at sort of those areas that were such a concern during the storms and what we were able to find in the patterns there, what are your thoughts?
I haven't done that yet. So that is part of the additional analysis, spatial analysis, where we're starting to look at, is it population growth? Is it alteration in land use? Are there particular land uses that are correlated within a certain circumference from these wetlands that appear to impact these wetlands differently? So we are looking at different parts and pieces to it, with the caution that often we are looking at correlations and we can't really put causation on it.
Understandable, but I do think there's some pieces that I think are at the very least confirm thoughts that we've had about buffer and about the value of the upland portion of it, and about the connectivity and what that means in relation to the quality. So I think, knowing that we're really on the right path is exciting, and I look forward to giving EPD the tools they need to then go in and really do the most important part of it, which is evaluating those and protecting them. Thank you.
You're welcome.
There's this blank stare from the commissioners looking at me like, okay, why are you looking at us? No further questions or comments. Okay. If there are
if I could just make a supportive motion, it's just because I was really appreciative of this work.
So we have this kind of timeline for the next steps. And what staff will endeavor to do is kind of stick to this timeline as we move forward with other specific details. And so with that, let me just say to Tim and to Dr. Mr. Pat, thank you. There's a lot of research and data went into the presentation that they made today, so we do appreciate your efforts. All right. Thank you all very much. And at this time, if there's no further business, we stand adjourned.